Alright, hello, and welcome back to Brandenburg. I just got it all loaded up, so we're gonna have to situate ourselves here. I have been playing way too much of the Ottoman Empire, and it has somewhat changed my opinion on a few things we're going to be doing here. First off, I have a law or two I actually want to change. I don't think we can change them right now. No laws available. Thanks, game. I'm glad to see the initialization has completely revoked my law book. Hopefully it will show itself. I am playing an ad on my phone by mistake. Something had to be scuffed, right? Anyway, when we last left off, we had just beaten Bohemia in a war, and we were upgrading to a bunch of merchant quarters to hopefully accelerate our market's development. We are probably not going to destroy the Praha market for now, because a lot of the buildings down there would just start to suffer with market access, because we're already sitting at the 60s, low 70s here. If it goes down to here, it's probably hitting the 50s. So we likely will leave it as its own market. We are going to try to not really form Northern Germany, but get all of the Northern Germany area just in our sphere. There's like areas like Brunswick and Munster that need to be knocked down. I'd like to invade Poland, maybe annex the Teutonic Order to start the whole being Prussian thing. Thank you, game. Very nice. Technically, we're over our fort limit, but I don't care about 0.1% increased maintenance. I could not care less. I genuinely could not care less if I wanted to. With all that said, I don't think there's anything else we need to set up. We kind of just stopped like at the very tail end of things. We just need to increase stability. We're currently researching that tax efficiency that we talked about, which is very nice. Actually, one thing I do need to do is set up a spy network probably for Brunswick. Oh, do we actually have claims on a province for them? We do. Okay, who else joins this? Brunswick, Bavaria, Palatine. Where's the Rhine? So we could probably just march on Brunswick right now, nuke it, and give it to Lüneburg. Hey, that's not so bad. Yeah, honestly, I probably don't even need to... Oh, right. Yeah, our armies are trapped, aren't they? You know, I do remember last stream ending off with that. Huh. It's okay. I'm actually curious to see if I declare war, can I just immediately move through territory and not care? What is dubious claim? I know it's probably more costly, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. So just do this. And then can I just march through territory? Yep, I can just march through territory now, even though I don't have access. I feel like that isn't entirely intended, but I'm going to take it because it makes this way easier for me. So now they've raised 15,000 men. Most of them are levies because we saw they had very few actual regulars raised. And as we saw before, our regulars just smashed them to bits. Yeah, that was a bit too easy. And I have made further discoveries, and it was mentioned here before, that levies just suffer against regulars. It is honestly kind of sad how much they suffer. We'll see if I can't get a battle that actually holds. Yeah, so there's the levy multiplier here as well for regimental infantry. If we go to ours right here, because we're fighting an enemy that's a levy, our regulars are getting a 125% bonus to their damage value. Because the enemy they're fighting is a levy. And then remember, these are our special infantry as Brandenburg, so we're taking less damage and dishing out more strength damage. Which means they're just, on top of having the numbers, it's just one-sided. It's just unfair. Absolutely unfair. Nice, we got more tax efficiency, so that makes this war easier to pay for. And for now, we're just going to kind of mass spam the quarters. This is mostly to upgrade the ones that have already been built. That way they'll have more access. And I'm actually going to go ahead and shrink this here so we can get the more relevant information that we need. Like, these patriots want to revolt again, but we'll just put them down later. Trade. I don't need trade advantage. Trade capacity for them, sure. That just means more goods get moved around. And ideally, that means we make more money later. What I'd like to see is... Because I'm pretty sure... These just need better roads, right? That's all it needs. Yeah. Paved roads are still very expensive, so I'm probably not going to invest any further into them until we have more money. Our main goal right now is to just expand our control and get more money. Oh, this just... Our regulars are so good and thanks to the number difference, I don't even need to raise my levies. My levies can just stay at home working the fields while we do this. Now, obviously, having more troops around is helpful because then we can just siege more areas at once. But who needs levies when your singular regular army can just walk around nuking everyone? They've already sieged that down. I think that's kind of it for up there, right? Yeah. So I want to try to kind of just remove Brunswick from the board if we can. And we have such good artillery impact as well. Okay, so we can't get food here. Can we just win the siege quickly then? We'll likely fail. Okay, let's just not bother then. There's no point in sieging if we're just going to starve to death. I need more supply camps to do those lengthy sieges. But did Saxony join the war just now? Yeah, Saxony just joined the war against us. I was going to say suddenly there was a lot more red. So Saxony has decided to ally someone and join us. I'm actually happy about this. I am probably going to take the aggressive expansion and just nuke Saxony here. There we go, trade efficiency. And those texts were from the Age of Tradition, if anyone doesn't remember, because we got access to its other advance finally. It spread to us. We grabbed the extra literacy, the extra tax efficiency, and trade efficiencies. In enrichment, as far as I understand, this would make it to where they can't hide as much of their goods from being taxed. I feel like at 2.61, that doesn't really matter too much. We can kind of skip the tech. Power projection we could use, but I don't think we need too much. We're probably going to keep doing other technologies. Like the New World, we actually need to go ahead and embrace, I would say, because there are some really good techs down here. Especially if you're doing a lot of maritime. There's a lot of good maritime techs down here. But for all, what we want is things like the rights of the burghers, because I actually want to give them strong guilds. For 5% more power, they get happier, and we get 5% production efficiency on everything, that's just nice. And then we, as being the whole Brandenburgish, we can also get more monthly prosperity if we're starving for that. We're not, but there is a, what is it? It's like the market stalls, I think. It's somewhere in this list. It's one of the many, many rights that are given. It's not formal guilds. Where is it? Here it is, market fairs. We could actually revoke this then if we don't want the monthly prosperity, but honestly, I'll probably just leave it, unless we are worried about them getting too powerful, but I'm not worried right now. So we either... Oh, we have monthly prosperity here too? That's ridiculous. I love that. We could just embrace it now and start doing the research, because that's what gets you silver output, iron output, copper, and I think we have access to half of those. The mercury patio I really want too. Maximum RGO size. But I think there's one or two additional techs over here we wanted to grab before we did that. Cardinal price, we can make that cheaper. Logistics distance is definitely something we need to look into. Or better lancers. Technically, yeah, there's a lot of techs down here. Oh, you know what? Let's go get our government reform before we do New World. I totally forgot about the government reform. Because every time you enter a new age, there are new government reforms that come out. Honestly, there are some we should probably just switch to already. We haven't really done that yet. Didn't feel the need to at the time. Yeah, if Saxony just wants to fight it out here, I'm game. Yeah, 502 casualties to 6,000. Levies just have nothing on regulars. And of course, we will embrace it despite the stability issue, because that's going to give us the 5% to monthly research, which we really want. Our literacy's been going up too, which is nice. I could raise a second army, probably at this point. We might be able to fund it financially. I think a lot of our subjects just aren't fighting at this point, or they lost lots of lives. No, they're just not fighting. A lot of our subjects don't even care about this battle. Like, they're so convinced that we'd win it too, except Praha. They just don't want to fight because they hate us, because we forced the religion to change to end the Hussitism down here, which is still demographically going to be there, but they're going to be forcefully converted back to Catholicism. We are the Holy Roman Emperor still, if you recall, so we do actually need to be at least somewhat mindful of that stuff. Yeah, thanks to how these sieges go, they're just so easy in our favor. It's honestly unfair to the enemy. I am considering giving the clergy another right just to increase this satisfaction equilibrium. I might actually revoke this right here from the commoners. The only issue is that it costs stability. It's only 4, though. Because at this point, I think we have all the communalism we could ever really want. We're at 45, so I could just revoke this. They'll get really mad about it, but we can suppress that pretty easily, the commoner insurgents. That will make our clergy happier. In fact, there's just not really that many good options for commoner rights, I've noticed. Even from the perspective of purely helping the player, there's not really a lot of good ones here. Unless you really want decentralized or just reduce peasant food consumption. These aren't just... They're just not that good in general. I see myself not really taking anything from them. See, I would take this if it made the clergy happier, but it doesn't. But I guess more religious influence is good to get more cardinals to do more votes. Which is good. Where are we on the humanist tree? We're still 0.13 spiritualist. I've been wanting to go humanist this entire run, and we haven't been able to do it at all, which is just hilarious. Are we good enough in innovation where I could dip this and grab... Yeah. So we'll do that, then we'll give the clergy religious literacy rights. Technically moves us towards traditionalist, but we have enough points to innovation. The idea here is that we're going to make the clergy happier, because happier clergy, if no one remembers, means more research speed. And we love research speed, because research speed is how you stay ahead of people. Speaking of staying ahead, I have in fact learned through additional testing that when you are no longer able to steal research from someone, that means your technology is ahead of theirs. So Naples, we're not ahead enough to where we're researching ahead of Naples. France is another good example. So we can still steal technology from them because we're not far ahead enough. If you are far ahead enough, you will actually not be able to steal technology from them, which is really cool. And I learned that in my Ottoman game. So stealing research is a great way to catch up if you're not ahead enough. And if you're ahead enough, you'll know because you won't be able to steal research. So you'll have your answer either way at that point. And random people dead. Hire artists. That's right. That's another thing I learned too. Paying for art is cool to keep everything up. I am actually going to drop this down to 50% though. After some additional off-camera testing, I've kind of decided that the culture investment is not bad. Having the artists is fun to get more of your culture. But at the same time, if we go to sort by date, a lot of the times they just make these locally known pieces, and while they help Brandenburg itself, in the end, you usually don't get too much out of it. It is nice that we're getting 0.05 prestige, but at this point, I want the money just to build more buildings, to get more merchant quarters, for example, upgrading the ones that we already have. That's what I'd rather be using our money for now. I'm not spending 800 gold to keep that authority. You can take my authority. I'd rather keep my gold. Okay, let's deal with some of their armies now, because they are they did liberate some territories, but these were all territories that are just completely undefended. Oh, yeah, that's a good fight. Oh! I'm sorry, did anyone catch those casualties? So, like, for every 7 to 8 people we lose, they're losing about 60 in battle. That is unsustainable. I love it. We can kind of pick any of these at this point, I guess. We could... See, that's not bad. But I kind of want just one that'll succeed easily. I guess this one. It's about 37... Oh man, we're gonna have a lot of bad stability at this point. I just need to like almost full spend on stability now because it's really low. Are we strengthening that? We are. Although you're not very good at it, actually. Right, because yeah, that's something I need to fix, actually. And I'm just gonna do that right now. So one law I've actually changed my mind on is the one with the nobles. Oh, that's not how you spell. There's a few other ones as well, but I'm looking for the law regarding the rights. So it should be down here. So I did curtail the nobility before, which upset them. It gave us more tax. I've kind of changed my mind on this. The -10 nobles power is nice, but it's better to just get rid of their privileges. I actually want to rule noble authority from now on, because in exchange for 5% power, only 5% they get 2.5 satisfaction. So I've actually changed my mind on that, because then we can just tax them more. Do this, you get a 5% increase. Now we're taxing them more. We can just take more money. But also, our fort maintenance costs will go down. I've kind of just come around to the idea that that's actually a lot better than just curtailing their rights. Curtailing their rights just kind of doesn't do a whole lot for you, and it even reduces the amount of good candidates you have to put into power here. Because already there's 2 members of the nobility I can put in here that are better at their job. And then there's the son, who we just gave him the head of cabinet because he's the son. I will never stop being amused by that. So I think we won't try to take too much from Saxony this time. I just want to kind of eliminate most of Brunswick here. Take some of this, maybe. I would like their silver mine, though. I'm biased for silver. Yeah, our stability is minus 52 now. That is really not good. And at this point, I almost want a deficit spend to get it back up. Yeah, I think we'll just deficit spend for now. We'll end this war pretty soon here, so there's no risk of actually going broke. Plus, we'll get a government reform soon, and that'd be great. And I think at that point, we'll actually go through and change several government reforms, too. But we're starting this off great with a very low stability modifier, causing almost 15 satisfaction reduction. We are very good at our jobs. We're awful at our jobs. Please don't believe us. So what are we looking at for aggressive expansion? 18 countries could join, right? That makes it to 21, but a lot of them are like really small statelets that wouldn't join. So I think maybe we take all of this. We don't take too much from Saxony because we're already facing a lot of people getting upset with us to begin with. But what we could do is we could force Saxony to just disband a lot of their forts. So the next time we fight them, it'll be really easy to fight them. Because now, until they rebuild those, they suddenly don't have a lot of forts down here. Which is very good. So, I know we took this. We'll probably keep that because it's not too far from the capital. This area, I think, is going to have really bad control. So, with 31 proximity to Brandenburg. It hasn't updated yet. Yeah. I feel like I should give you at least a portion of it here. So, definitely this because it's isolated. It's kind of obvious. And I'm thinking Eastphalia because of where it is, but then maybe we keep this area here to ourselves. We'll see what that looks like in a minute once the game has had the tick time to decide. The problem here is I don't want to give too much away because it could make the vassals stronger. And we are in the middle of getting ready to annex these guys here. Trying to see why it won't let us, though. Because they just became disloyal, right? Well, that's an easy fix. By just spending some money, but also saving money. Why is that not working? There we go. It's not too hard to make most of them loyal again. And then we are going to start annexing them as planned at the end of the last stream. They will be annexed about near the start of the 1500s, so it won't be that bad. I'm glad research saves up. So we can have another government reform. I kind of might remove diplomatic traditions and replace it with something else. We have an awful lot to choose from. And I know I'm kind of scrolling a little fast here because I want to get to the bottom. Royal commissions and privy council are both not bad. You could actually grab both to get more tax and more cabinet efficiency. Noble bearing's good if you just want more literate nobles. Autocracy is still here. Oh, where was like some of the good ones though? I don't think we have access to any of the special ones that require 50% or more. Transportation code would actually be nice just because roads are cheaper then. And that is kind of good. There are some really good ones down here too, like the bank ledger system, but our capital economy is not all the way to 50 yet, so we can't do it. Enforce religious adherence if you want to be more religious. Religious tolerance is something we want as well. Again, we're not we're not far enough. Is there any here that give us maybe capital economy? Probably not. There's plutocracy. That's actually not bad. This one's actually not a bad decision. It would weaken the aristocracy, and our parliament would support us more. So it's a decent choice. More peasant levies. Can't go wrong with more of those. I think we're going to go for royal commissions. It gives us centralization so we can spend more on decentralization elsewhere if we really want to. But this is mostly so our cabinet is 10% more efficient. We'll probably change that out in the next era. But once that's fully done, our cabinet's going to be over 50% on efficiency, which means they're just better at their jobs in general, which is nice. Centralized state for 10 years. And now, I think we do a New World tech. I think we start doing New World techs. Probably go straight for the rights of the burghers first, so we can get that out of the way. There's a lot of good techs here for trade, range, maritime presence. We're not using maritime presence that much for our activities, but I can see us going down a lot of this tree already. So we'll set those up and then just meander on. I'm expecting that this coalition against us gets a little big, so we're probably gonna sit around and wait. We might leave this at some point as well, actually. Just because the AI keeps voting for it, I'm getting a little annoyed. But having France as a protector has been very beneficial. Okay, 5. I was waiting for it to get to 5 research points. Kind of guessing about where Naples is on the tech to get as much as we can out of it before it's too late. Add to land grid. Yeah, sure, I'll take your money. Why would we say no to free money? Then Magdeburg still has, man, it has a lot of building slots actually. I would like to make more paper. Oh yes, that's right. I was gonna say, where were we making lots of paper? We were gonna make lots of paper over here because it has access to the fiber pulp paper. So it's pretty good for most of the game. Magdeburg has the other one as well with lumber. Part of me wishes we were making more money, but we're not making more money because we're unstable and I'm having to fix my own mess. The good news is that it's not hard to fix. Who are you at war with? I see. Okay. Well, that's fair. I can't really make a CV against Poland. Trust me, I just checked. They're Catholic like us. That's the one downside, is that if they're Catholic like you, there's not much of a way of wars that you can initiate. Bohemia, we can actually just keep beating the hell out of. Because you have to keep in mind, they are still not Catholic, I believe. Yeah, they're still not Catholic. So, honestly, what is the cheapest one here? They're all plus 75. We'll just do this. Actually, in saying that, I do remember there is a CB that we might want to grab that might be cheaper for Bohemia. There's the Deus Volt one. Way over here. Lets you do religious war. It only costs 20% for Conquer and Subjugate. I haven't used it because it doesn't work if you're doing it against other Catholics. But the Reformation's probably coming up soon, so once that kicks off, it will be really useful. Oh god, I really don't want to drift away from innovation, but at this point, the stability is just too negative. So we're just gonna have to accept it this time. Technically, we could use it against, like, the Duchy and the Principality over here, so there is good reason to get the Deus Volt in a bit. We're gonna let the other techs finish first, though, just because I can't use it too well at the moment. The children don't deserve a better education. Actually, yeah, you definitely don't need it. Would not end well for our finances, I don't think. Oh, you know, we could make more books, chat, and I'm honestly leaning towards the idea that we should make more books. I know we have our little, like, settlements down here that are all making paper, too. I also know that you can just never have enough books in this game. Books in paper, once it starts taking off, just seem to always find more demand. And what do the books need for their production method? Honestly, just like paper, lumber, tools. Unless you've got lead, I guess. You could technically use lead in it too. We have a little bit of lead over here. But I don't know if Goldstone needs to be built up for that when it can just make jewelry. So I think we'll just make a bunch of paper, books over here too, because books already get a lot of bonuses from texts. So I think we can kind of just build a bunch of books over here without issues. Just start making a bunch of them. Everywhere gets books. You all get books, including the areas that don't have a lot of things. Books are just a good thing you can sell in this game from what I've seen. Look at this. Magdeburg can build up to level 35. It's actually insane. Honestly, I should probably centralize it under Magdeburg for now. They're not really at risk of anything bad happening. And the printing presses means they get a lot of literacy here, which is good for promotions. I'm also debating on starting to like heavily develop the capital just to help this, despite the wetlands for topography. Probably should have moved the capital at some point, but I've just been very stubborn about it since the start of the game. And I've just refused to move on. Apparently we've gained a work of art, I guess, according to the little achievement ticker. It must have only been local because it didn't even bother to notify us. Or, more likely, it's a setting yours truly has set up that he forgot about. Let's keep mass building those, getting more of them upgraded. Plenty of beeswax. We still don't make enough paper, by the way. We're actually still importing paper after all this time. Like I said, paper gets demanded pretty hard. I think we still have a truce with them, don't we? Bohemia? No, we don't. So the good news is that we don't have a truce, but it looks like France would join this, and France is, kind of scary. Why would France join? They have no antagonism against us. I'm guessing they simply made an alliance again. Yeah. I wish there was a way for us to... I mean, there's the isolate from allies relations. Ah, yeah, if I could get the favors, which I can't. I would be good, though. Trying to see if there's anything we can do here against them. Enforce religious unity. Oh, religious conformance CB. Oh, shoot, that's actually better than the one we just made. That's actually way better than the one we just made. The only issue is that France is protecting them. And I don't think France is going to change their opinion anytime soon. I'm actually surprised that they have good relations with Bohemia despite the heresy. But maybe the French are just trying to block us in. They also keep changing the defense league around, and it's a little annoying. Which is why we'll probably break it at some point. I do see we're about to actually have a commoner revolt now. I've been kind of glancing at it here and there. Wasn't sure how long it would be for the nobility insurgency to die out. We probably will still have the revolt, but this will crack down on it and slow it a lot. That is a big revolt, actually. Maybe I should have paid more attention. Actually, here's what we could do, and this would probably end it immediately, is we could just bribe them. 2,600, is that because of the amount of people? Because that's more than the nobility demand. I guess it's, yeah, it probably scales a lot based on pops, which makes sense if you think about it. So any rights that you actually had that were good? I've noticed that there's 2 that give them representation in Parliament. We did talk about getting more free subject ticking. I guess we could do this and then use that to grab something else. Yeah, we could do that. It technically means less tax, but more promotion speed's good. Plus, appointing commoners in Parliament might not be a terrible idea. And that probably kills off half of the support for the insurgency. Yep, most of it's just gone immediately. Remember, they got upset because we revoked one of their other rights that we didn't like it being there. And so what we decided here is we're going to do strong guilds. You could actually do strengthen rights and get 2.5 trade efficiency. And what that simply means is that this market price is going to be modified to be more favorable. But I like the idea of strong guilds, where you're getting that 5% production efficiency on everything, and it doesn't give them as much power. Because now all of these buildings, well, maybe not the merchant quarters, but all of these will get that 5% production efficiency once it's fully integrated. And that'll be really nice. And what we're going for next is just down here for RGO size. And at that point, maybe we go for the Mercury patio. We can't use it too well because we don't own any of the gold or silver directly yet. And we can't build it for our subjects unless they themselves know about it. We actually do have one silver mine over here that we could use it for. You're 5 to humanist, but you upset the clergy. Sorry, I'm trying to read this here. Clergy, he'll disappear. Pop satisfaction. Pop. Oh, if he's from the Hussites. I see. That's why they're so upset about him. I was like, why are they upset about this guy? No, we'll just purge them. Gotta keep the clergy happy so they let us research. Our literacy actually went down as well, by the way, because of the areas we conquered didn't have as good literacy as ours. We'll just vote yes, because it's just one of the papal bulls, so we don't really care too much. By the way, when could we... I mean, we've canonized 2 saints now. That's why we haven't got more cardinal seats. Oh, we could get more cardinal seats, though. Now that stability is mostly back together, I am just gonna... Yeah, that feels a lot better. Drop diplomacy, too. So this is a lot better now. That's much better. I feel a lot better about our finances going forward. So I'm just going to try to max stack the books here in Brandenburg right now because it has the space. I said Brandenburg. This is Magdeburg. Sorry, Brandenburg. You don't get to be as important. The biggest issue is just the wetlands is obviously causing a problem, but our roads are already decent-ish. We just need more development and progress more along land and centralization. Okay, so our subject was now annexed. A lot of this is going to fall down. Not too bad, actually. Honestly, like, 70 control is not bad. Yeah, no, that's... If that's correct, that's not bad at all. I know we had previously built up some of the roads leading up to here, so that might be what helped. Ooh, I do like the idea of conducting a census just to get more pops. Oh, hang on. Yeah, hang on. Let me, really quickly, because I just realized I can get the expand page road network here. And that's going to make this just a tad cheaper. So now I can actually build more of them at once. The same amount of money. Same amount of money, but we just got a discount on it. I really don't want more stability loss. We've had enough stability loss as it is. Hey, do you have my technology ready? No? Okay. What about England? Do you have technology ready? Thank you, England. I will take those 4.4 research points. Once we're, we'll just take it away from Naples right away, actually. Once you're ahead enough technologically, we won't be able to steal them anymore, but we just stole enough to get that we got our technology done, actually, for the maritime presence, so we're already going to trade ships. Technically, we might want maritime presence anyway, since maritime presence gives you trade advantage. It is still worth considering. Okay, there we go, yeah. I was gonna say 36, like, the 60 didn't make as much sense. But now the new roads are being built, the proximity is actually not that bad. There we go, more centralization. And I'm wondering, are you pathing by land? You are. I say, wouldn't it be easier if it paths like this, though? Or is that not... maybe I'm not right. All I know is that I can't wait for our estates to be building roads. I think a lot of them don't build roads, though, because, yeah, their monthly expenses are really high in the market. That's why we're not seeing any of them ever build anything, because we do a lot of tax on them. They actually can't buy all their pop needs. Fur and fine cloth are the most expensive goods. I think we make a lot of fine cloth. I actually don't remember. I know Magdeburg can make a good deal. Maybe we... I think I know what happened. We actually stopped making it for a while, didn't we? Yeah, we actually don't make a lot, huh? And fine cloth, I know, is either mainly made from wool or the cloth itself. So regular cloth, which is funny to me. Oh, you know what? We could make a lot in both of these areas. Yeah, I know what else I want these to build up then. In fact, we probably were already doing it, and I'm just not remembering. Which I find to be very amusing, where I'm like, yeah, let's do this. And everyone else will be like, you already said that. We were already going to do this. There we go. Stability is not costing us a lot now. I am going to leave them on stabilizing and strengthening still for now, just because I want to try to get some more stability to buffer. You know what? We could actually just slow up on stability here. Because we do have some provincial integration that needs to be done as well. Because a lot of these areas right now are not very controlled. Strong guilds are almost fully implemented, which is nice. I don't know if that's the best pathway for the roads, but the game seems to think so, so we're just going with that for now. And if it's wrong, the game can... I don't know. So it's pathing through Heidelberg to Wittenberg. Wouldn't it be easier to just kind of path through here? I think I need to do this. I think it's just trying to use the road network that already exists instead of the road network that we could have. I'm just going to make the operational assumption that the game is not completely accurate when it comes to road construction, and that it does have blind spots where it doesn't work like it should. In some cases, I would definitely say it's doing it the fastest way, but I would not be surprised at all if there are other ways that are just better that it's not utilizing. Because I feel like... Yeah, there we go. The paved road changed, and it actually switched its proximity over. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Because that's the same, but I wonder if it's a terrain difference. I doubt that, though. I'm very doubtful of that. Because apparently this is still the best way, is what it thinks. But that's fine. We built up our own roads. We increased control. It looks like it'll stay above 50% now while as a core, which I feel like 50% or more control is generally what you want to aim for. Once you're below that, it does get hard to maintain those areas, especially because then you have a lot of rebels who could just kind of utilize that territory for themselves, which is obviously not good. This area has just always been a terrible hinterland. We never really got around to improving it. Just because you're still conquered, right? Yeah, you're still conquered. Proximity to capital is not good either, but oh well. Yeah, I think that's about as good as that's going to get for now. Nope, take our prestige. We are starting to make over 200 ducats per tick now, which is very nice. Very, very nice. Yeah, the robber barons were not fun. They were definitely harming our development as well. Sorry, the chat was not updating for me there. I just got it to work. Oh yeah, this town does not have a lot of folks. Even with the library, they're missing out a lot of burgers. Let's try to improve those, actually, if we can. Just mass build temples in our new towns that don't have them. And then mass building universities is a bit harder. Oh, but there's so much stuff to build up. I actually hope our estates start building more aside from the clergy, although the clergy building things, that helps us, is nice, and I've been watching them kind of just passively building things off in the background there. Yeah, we'll build this. We'll kind of build this whole little area up. There we go. RGO size increase, and since that's just straight RGO, that does affect the towns as well. The urban areas will get a small increase to their production, but it will help the rural zones too if they're viable. So getting more wood, for example, will not be that problematic. Now we've got a lot of areas that can get more wood. We can get more livestock too, more wool, more food. In fact, I actually would like more wool. Yes, I am aware, actually, that I was forgetting the technologies. I want the patio process because I love the idea of more gold and silver. But I also feel like that there's other technologies we should grab. We probably want to invest into the Navy at some point. We've been heavily neglecting the Navy as it stands because our capital is not near the coastline. So it didn't make much sense to invest into them. We might change our tune on that soon. Actually, peasant peasant estate satisfaction. We'll grab that real quick, just because we almost had a near peasant revolt that made it very obvious as to why we'd want to keep a happy peasantry instead of an upset peasantry. And efficient mining sounds good for us. And then what I would like to grab next, maybe the halberdiers, because they are a level era 3 unit. Actually, no, we have our special regular regiment. We don't need that at all. Yeah, developing settlements. I knew there was something over here we wanted. On the far right part of the tech tree, if I could stop having events get in our way here. Yep, so we'll get those techs going and just let it tick from there. Bohemia just went to war. And this is a war that France almost wouldn't join while they're at war. Wow, they have a lot of trust in Bohemia. That's why, because they trust Bohemia so much. The 12th phase of the 100 Years' War. Oh my god. That's insane. Can you show the income and expense of different estates? The problem making them having ducats? Yes, actually, I can show that right now. We just moused over it a bit. Right now, our estates actually have more expense than income because things like fur and fine cloth and salt are fairly expensive in the Brandenburg market, I believe. I know gold is expensive. Apparently, tools are getting expensive, too. We actually need to make more tools. But we weren't really investing into fine cloth that much, so it's likely gotten high in price. We're actually making a lot of that right now. And a lot of their income is dependent on the tax base after taxes. So if you want them to have more money for themselves, you would have to lower their taxes. We're only not taxing the clergy. Everyone else is getting taxed relative to their size and whatnot. Our commoners are actually fairly happy with us now, which is nice. Happy commoners give you what exactly? I forget. Food production and make cheaper stability. That makes sense. Because they're not revolting against you. Which, it turns out, is usually a recipe for stability, if anyone was wondering. How are we on paper as well? And we're kind of going to micro-check that a lot, because I like watching numbers go up. And numbers going up is just a joyful thing in this game. Yeah, you could actually start making tailor guilds, too. Technically, Magdeburg could use the tailor guilds as well, but since we're already investing into certain areas, I kind of just want to let it just max focus on making lots of books right now, because we do have a deficit of books. And like half our books are just Magdeburg, which I find to be very amusing. I feel like there are some notifications here I want to turn off, like the like missing RGO employees ones. I don't feel like I really need this one. If I can turn it off, that's all well and good. I will say our CB is probably expired at this point. Nope, some of them are still here. I would love to go to the war right now. The problem is that France alone can mobilize tens of thousands of men. It looks like they only have a lot of... I mean, they're at war right now, so they've already mobilized about 60,000 levies. Our regulars actually make up more than our levies at this point. Because we only have a little over 2 million people. Let me see. Yeah, the Bohemia already had the Hussite wars, which is why... Actually, Bohemia is Hussite right now. That's why we were able to seize their capital from them, while everyone else was busy fighting other wars. We could probably wait for France to enter a financial crisis. I don't know if they will enter a financial crisis. Let me see really quickly if there's anyone we can use an imperial action on to kind of demand unlawful territory. There are a couple of them we could demand it from, actually, that might allow us to do wars, but I think half of these guys we went to war with already. Home. Oh, they're already occupied, so I don't think we can use that too well. It might be better to just invest in the economy and get the tax base up higher. Also, maybe invest into some weapons. Totally forgot about making weapons. We don't need weapons, right, chat? We're fine. We can just import all of it. That being said, I've noticed later on making lots of guns can be pretty good. We're actually importing guns right now. And I don't know if they have good production methods. I mean, iron would be nice to utilize. But our iron's all the way over here in this area where control is kind of abysmal right now, even with it cored, because our proximity is just really bad. Speaking of proximity... Why is it pathing like that? Oh, has it been following my mouse this whole time for the road production? Have I just been doing this in a harder way than I needed to this whole time without realizing it? I might have been messing myself up without realizing. Yeah, the paper printer combo is really good. And you always need books, and you always need paper, I've noticed. You always need both. Brunswick joined a coalition against us. I can't imagine why they joined a coalition against us after we beat them up in a war. I can't imagine why at all. But once the Reformation begins, we're gonna have a lot of enemies and a lot of friends. That will be very interesting. You know, I hope this 100 Years' War thing ends soon, because it just seems like England has been investing a lot of resources into something they can't win. But France has also just never gotten around to finishing the job, I've noticed. Oh, Naples found our spy at some point. That's unfortunate. So we'll just go spy on the French. No. We're not giving you more rights. Who else has, like, a lot of good... Oh, you know what? The Ottomans apparently have technology. And there's, like, a 1% chance that our spy network gets caught, it says. Oh, wow, they have terrible, Oh, their counter-espionage is actually really good. Right? No, it's awful, actually. That's theirs as in it's awful. Okay. Sweet. Market-wise... Yeah, they only control this because it's their own direct territory. We don't have a CB. We can't really make one of these because I think half of these require issues that we don't have. Yeah. I'd love to invade Denmark. Yeah, England tends to lose a lot of their wars too, I've noticed. This time they're holding on, but they still haven't taken Scotland, and we're entering the 1500s. Oh, the usual, we've got some usual protests going on in the areas that have low centralization, which I'm not surprised about in the slightest. Let's just upgrade what paved roads we can here. And now we're starting to kind of swim in the money, actually, which is nice. Still no navy. I don't think we need a navy, right, chat? You don't really need a navy. You probably need a navy at some point. Yeah, incense got introduced to us at some point through trade, and now our pops just can't stop demanding trade, and I'm very happy about it, as you can tell. I'm very, very glad they can demand the things they want. Is this, oh, there's no good choice here, huh? I guess the best choice here would be to build on the fiber crop, because this has also got a river, but it's on forest. Because I don't want to build on wheat areas too much, and I don't want to build on iron, because iron is very good. Speaking of which, iron is now expensive. So that's only encouraged me to invest towards the iron output blast furnace there. Yeah, the universities really do help the urban areas learn more. Sometime after the 1500s, we can get an event to just kind of unify with the Teutonics, from what I've heard. But honestly, we might try to conquer them too. Except again, they're Christian like us, so we can't really go to war against them. And France is just blocking us from invading Bohemia by just existing. We could technically go to war anyway. They've actually entered the 100 Years' War on the side of France. That's hilarious. It doesn't say France would join, but the positive is at 5, which is not good. What I'm hoping here is that the French will just grow it in debt enough that they'll eventually just falter. How would curry favors go for us? Would it be the same, or would it be in our favor? Oh, we would just owe them favors. Okay, good to know. Let's not do that then. Yeah, it does help the literacy too. Our average literacy did drop when we took some territory, but it is slowly going back up. Okay, very good. I need you to integrate... Oh, this area that's threatening to revolt is actually not a core. Okay. My mistake. I thought it was a core this entire time. No, we can make a few weapons in Brandenburg, I guess. And then I don't know about the tool guilds. I mean, Magdeburg is best because of its position. I guess we could make tools there too. It's just you can't build too much here. You'll eventually hit the supported building levels cap, which is why I'm trying to not build everything in Magdeburg. Otherwise, Magdeburg will just be a master of literally nothing. But I guess we could just kind of build a couple tool guilds down here in our little city of cities. Now, I know there's no iron here, so it's not going to be the best additional production efficiencies, but I think if we try to go for maximized production efficiency all the time, eventually we're just going to lose our sanity, and we'll get derailed, and it will take us forever to get through the game. You already finished integrating that. Okay. Well, that was simple. Yeah, the tax income on the commoners, I can show that. So right now, it is partially dependent on what their power is. So the peasants have extremely little power. They have like 2% estate power, which gives us a lot. And then we also have favor of the rural law, which gives us 5% more max tax on everybody. Speaking of which, our burghers have been slowly getting more powerful, which is kind of reducing the tax we can do on them. But while powerful, they give us additional trade capacity. So, you know, it's not too bad. Let's see. More merchant guilds. Or, sorry, these aren't guilds anymore. They're quarters, I should say. I need to specify. I didn't build it in some of the areas. Oh, printing press gives benefits. Literally, we just gained 5 research progress because because the printing press exists. Sweet, thanks, game. I'll take that free technology. Yeah, just make the burghers happier, because we're going to use this to get a CB. Do we want outward or inward? I don't really care, so I'm just going to use that for free. So, now the question is, who do we want to invade? Because we only get this option once every 5 years. Jealous of your 44. So, one option is to invade Münster. But we have to keep in mind that Münster is a part of the coalition against us right now. Because we did kind of upset a few people. Oh. Ooh, wait. Is Bohemia in this? Now, hear me out, chat. It's a dumb idea because technically they have more levies. Bohemia actually has a good chunk of deployed units, and I think those are regulars. No, oh no, they're. Oh, just hear me out, chat. We could declare war on Münster to pull the entire coalition into a war against us, specifically to fight Bohemia. And in fact, I think this subject is actually becoming a bit loyal now, because I'm not seeing the notification for disloyalty. Yes, they have become loyal. Okay. Because we're viewed as much stronger now that one of the subjects is gone. Look at that tax base! 421. I am so jealous of the gold. It is risky. They could beat us. The alternative, as mentioned, is that we could go after Denmark here. It would be a much easier war to win. It would not take... Actually, Münster would get pulled into the war too. So we could actually conquer up to Lübeck, and then we have a choice. We could actually shatter the Lübeck market and delete it. I don't know if we'd want to do that, because once you get up to here, market access is not that bad up here, actually, because of the river. I guess, yeah, because it's probably going upstream the river to Brandenburg, because Brandenburg's right next to the river. Probably should have built on a river, but oh well. Yeah, we could do that then. We could actually shatter the Lübeck market. Oh, I'd leave it up to a vote if I didn't want us to stay paused for a very long time, but we could do that. It would get us a lot of fish, too. We don't need fish. I just like to note that as a side benefit. Fish is actually somewhat cheap. We don't want to make too many markets either, though, because, again, if it gets too far away from the market, it's going to start having production issues. And production issues are just going to make everything less efficient, which is not fantastic. We could move the market too, yeah. Although I'm thinking that by shattering the Lübeck market, it would just split between Lund and us, and that would just kind of automatically move it itself. And that would give us more direct control over it in the sea lanes, perhaps. We actually have a surplus of fine cloth now that we built a bunch of it. It was near its base price, now it's going down. And funnily enough, if we go over here, the fine cloth is almost not as expensive as salt. Fur is just expensive because it's fur. We can't make much of it. We can make some of it, and we have tried to make some of it, but the real matter in question is just importing more of it. We actually do import a lot of fur, I'd like to note. Really quickly here. We import a lot of fur from Novgorod, chat. I'm willing to say almost half of our fur is just being imported. So I think maybe this is what we do. We do the CB on Denmark to take the Lubeck market, probably destroy it, but also use it to conquer more Munster, who's in the coalition. The alternative is to attack the coalition to pull Bohemia in, to try and cripple Bohemia more without France having any chance to join. But if we take Munster, we can expand our market that we control. I think we'll go with the market, yeah. I think we probably push Denmark back here while they're weaker now. Because we might be able to just do a war against Bohemia themselves later on. So, let's get this started then. The only issue is that they could naval blockade us, but that's not like a, hey, that's extremely bad. That's more of like, they could do it. Doesn't mean they will do it. And so, just to give you an idea of what we're up against, this is kind of who we're at war with now, is over here. And honestly, I might raise some of our levies, but half our army is just regulars at this point. I'd rather just let the regulars do the fighting, because the regulars have already proven that they're just better. We probably want to build a navy at some point, though, especially if we're fighting along coastline. Especially if we're fighting along coastline. In fact, technically we own a dry dock because of what we annexed, which I find to be hilarious, and we can actually build dry docks in our subjects. Does this mean we could build ships, technically, even though our ships would be awful? Yeah, but we're, like, talking traditional ships, so we're not going to do that right now. Yeah, just kind of, like, chip away at Bohemia over time. A bit here, a bit there. So I'm going to let the enemy armies kind of march around for now. Because, yeah, they're going to get stuck on sieges compared to us. Ooh, right, yeah, the commoners are here now, and they want communal lands back. I don't really want to grant communal lands. I mean, we could afford to grant them communal lands, actually. It's not as if it would be expensive for us. Oh, they actually came up to... And this chat is why regulars, again, are just king against levies. Look at that. They marched in with more troops than us, and we won. We actually have over 1,000 cannons in this battle, too. I wish we had actually watched the battle itself, but I mean, look at the casualty ratio. They already have less troops than us. They've already just lost this war. Oh, Bohemia's expanding the empire. That's nice. We'll have to annex that directly later. Yep, there we go. RGO size in rural areas. And that is going to be very nice for things like lumber, which I do want to hard expand lumber, so I'm just going to get that going along with fur. I do want to just kind of hard expand it. Solden, we actually have good control over Solden now to where I could reasonably expand it. I think a lot of these aren't even upgraded to roads yet, are they? Some of them are. Yeah, no, the burgers are so happy I can just reject that at no consequence. And our subject of Lüneburg is actually getting fairly strong, I feel like. Yeah, they've actually started to form their own regulars with artillery. That's both good and bad, because obviously if all of our subjects get too strong, they will just start revolting against us, probably. But it's also good because it means these wars aren't as difficult. We can kind of half ignore them. They did just get a bit disloyal because of all the units they raised, I believe, but that's fine. He's doing a good job. I just really quickly here. Yeah, I mean, Denmark managed to land. They're going to occupy some areas that don't have forts because, as you can tell, we have not invested into as many forts as we could in the hinterlands yet. We really should get around to that at some point, though, especially near the coastline, just to be safe. They have raised a lot more units now, so now that the other siege is over, we're actually going to go ahead and just start hunting them down. Just have to make sure our morale gets back up before we go into battle. And it's just not even a contest. We have plus 10 infantry power as well. It's just unfair for them. What? Army? What army? I don't see an army. There's no Danish army over here. All I see is 66 dead men who are stuck where they stand. Let's go liberate this area now. Take the Danish paws off our soil. There's no battle. They're just dead instantly. Just gone. 1,200 men wiped off the map. For what? Absolutely nothing. This is an honest to God, this is such an easy war for us, and I'm very happy that it is. We've built up a fine regiment of infantry with lots of cannons at their backs. I'm kind of letting the money fill up on purpose here so we can decide to spend it later. Whoa. I'm like terrified to fight France, but I'm happy to fight these guys. What else are we researching now? I know what we're researching now. I am actually going to go ahead and build a lot of those construction centers already. We'll just mass build them. That way, in the future, when we start doing a lot of buildings at once, chat, we'll be able to build another building in a row. It also means all those towns will be able to build 2 buildings in a row instead of 1 at a time. Which, later on, when we're upgrading buildings, is going to be very useful. I need to kind of let the army rest momentarily. Integrated Hall, so we'll go ahead and integrate another province until they stop revolting against us. So let's see. It's saying that we wouldn't win. Why? Oh, because they have an actually good general in this fight. Okay. Because technically our general is not as good as he could be. If we can just gather up our allies, that'd be fine. I don't know if they will gather up though, because they're a little disloyal, so they're kind of not fighting alongside us at the moment. Who are you? You're like a good cabinet member? No. Well, he's not even alive anymore now, so that works too, I guess. We'll go ahead and fight the armies down here, and then maybe pursue peace, because that's already a lot of war score that we have. We could go fight it. I have confidence in our troops. I just don't have confidence in myself. But maybe I should. You know what? I am actually curious. We have the manpower pool to win this. 5.2 morale. Maybe they do have more morale than us. 4.27. Wow, how do... Oof. Is it because of the general stats, maybe? Yeah, the diplomacy difference, I think. They have a lot more morale than us, actually. We could fight it anyway, but maybe that's being overly ambitious. Let's see. I don't think I can make anyone a subject here, because I think everyone's a bit too big. Yeah. Even just taking the territories we are generates a lot of antagonism. Although that's kind of the Hanseatic League being very upset about us taking territory they're in. They've been hating on us all game. Thinking we definitely take these territories, maybe. Nope, that's already too much. Okay. The one downside here is that a lot of these areas are heavily built up now. So there's not too much you can take before it's just too much. The alternative is that we just keep this war going, and I think that's what we do. I think, is the army reinforcing? It is. So we'll let them reinforce a bit. Better quality and higher... I mean, higher morale, I agree. Trains to their benefit. Maybe we let the army sit there. Let's not be overly ambitious. If it's just going to sit there and stare at the grass, that's fine. There's no reason to take an unnecessary fight when we can just go kill all their allies. Yeah, the second we get close, some of them start to run. Unless our morale's low, but then they lose anyway. Just because of the strength difference between levies and regulars. No, I'm actually going to reject that money. Lundberg's been getting a bit too strong. I don't see a need to feed them cash right now that I need. We could actually do a separate sue for peace, but I think we have a better chance with this one here, maybe. Although, let's look. We could get this province as we wanted and maybe something else. Yep. It's also because these areas are getting increasingly developed, so they're becoming increasingly costly to demand. We could also just take more territory from the Danes, I suppose. Not that their territories have any particular value, it's just, you know, we have options. I'm curious as to why the Danes aren't moving more forward, but I think it's because the forts are in their way and they don't feel confident to siege. And they probably don't have the navy right now to actually sally out and fight us. So I think we just go for a general peace here. It's not as much territory as I would like, though. But I think that's the problem, is just a lot of it is costly, because you have lots of towns and cities that exist now. And so it can be hard to get easy advances in without just subjugating people. But we're still the rank of a duchy. We need to become a kingdom, but in the HRE, that's incredibly difficult. So are you upset because of... Okay, that's costly. So we'll just take that then, so Denmark doesn't have it anymore. I think that's all I can take from them, yeah. Of course, we'll take their money as well. And then... I kind of don't want to make Lüneburg any larger, because I feel like making them larger is not in my best interest. At the same time, I can't control that area. I need to grant it to them. I guess as long as we're annexing the other subjects, it's fine. But the bigger they are, the longer it will take to annex them. And there is such a thing as making them too big, to where they would just revolt against us. But I think we definitely keep the Lübeck region. We'll just have to build all the way to Brandenburg with the money we just borrowed from Denmark after beating Denmark. Yeah, there we go. So Lübeck is now our market. We can destroy the market if we want to, but destroying markets costs 40 stability and 20 prestige. So it is a very big question on whether you want to destroy a market or not, given the risks that come with it. I feel like I want to destroy it, though. Yeah, actually, I probably want to, because the Lübeck market just broke into the Brandenburg market, now that all the subjects are in there. And that just kind of shifted the market around. Yeah, I think I'd rather consolidate this. Yeah, there you go. Now that's all Brandenburgish. Does mean we have to invest in stability again, but we're not going to invest too much this time. Now, obviously, people are probably going to be upset about that, and the market connection up here is actually not that bad. Honestly, I'd say 75% or more at this point in this stage of the game is actually fine, and we still have roads to build up here. So, honestly, I'm happy with that. I did forget to check what coalition we might get after taking that over, though. But honestly, like Poland, Hungary, France, and Anglia, none of them are going to join. Saxony's actually got no antagonism towards us after losing. It's like, honestly, this is not bad. Like, yes, they could all join against us with Bohemia, but they're not strong enough. Especially while our vassals are still loyal, which is why we're spending a lot of money on that. Who is this? A Hussite? Nah. We're just going to discriminate a little, chat. Just a little. Don't worry. So yeah, we'll probably just do another war later to force the coalition to fight us, to just eat Bohemia up. But look at that nice Brandenburg market. All beautifully consolidated, because, I don't know, I like to consolidate things instead of wisely spread it out. I just realized our army's, like, still in enemy territory after all this time. Probably not the best idea. Oh, yeah, there we go. Our burghers are starting to build up wineries and build paved roads. So they're starting to get to that point where they're making more money. Well, kind of. We'll see if they can keep it up or not. We actually have a shortage of tools, which we already knew was coming. We already built new, we're already building new tool stations, actually. They're only guilds, though, so they tend to not make that many per level, which is probably why we seem to have such a massive shortage of them, despite everything. Ooh, we can get more silver. Trying to let us tick along quickly as well. But you do reach this point where there's a lot of things to pause for. Like checking to see if you can steal technology, for example, from the Ottomans. For a lot of them, we could steal it. We just don't have the agents. Speaking of which, I think Hungary we can steal it from. No, we can't. Interesting. Naples we can. Which we tried to before and they found the spies, so, yeah. Yeah, I know that we're weaker than France game. Do you see how scary they are? Honestly, it's a miracle that our income is better than theirs. I denied them aid and someone died right after. That's not ominous at all. Not ominous in the slightest. An apothecary? Oh, right, the apothecary building. France, please stop changing numbers. I'm gonna leave it. If I wasn't terrified of France coming over to kill us, I would have left this long ago. In fact, I think the reason why the coalition didn't declare war on us is because France would join on our side, and they don't want to fight that, so they're just not bothering. Ooh, more books. Still a shortage of books. I'm guessing we have a shortage of paper, too. Yeah, still a shortage of paper. Not as bad as it was before, though. A lot of these areas have already kind of built it up. What about the ones that don't have one yet? Hamburg could actually build one. Yeah, we could build it here, too, the paper workshop. Just get 8 of them right there. And now that we have the constructions... Oh, this didn't get the construction sector, did it? Only some of them got the construction sector, darn. I was hoping to show it off right then and there. But the idea of the construction sector is that it lets you build more at once. I say sector, I think it's called center in the game, but potato, potato at this point. It's of no concern by the end of it all. Base value for country, counter interests. Technically, it would be ticking up if we weren't cracking down. I don't think it's that bad, though. It's just the low stability. I love how there's only 2 fruit RGOs in our territory that we control directly. The rest are just somewhere. God knows where. You can get a lot more of the fiber crops to make paper very cheap. And iron is as expensive as ever. Oh. Can I take on a loan? Yes, okay. That way we don't go bankrupt a second time, like last time. Where I did an event, didn't check our finances, and went broke right after. Still find that funny. Still find it funny that we managed to get out of that. They want to make Grabo a town. Honestly, it's just livestock, so that's not a terrible idea. But there's already a town up here. This is all the same province? It is. That is a big province. Yeah, I guess another town is fine along the river line. I'm just worried that we won't have food if I keep getting towns. Although we could just use this as an excuse to build something else. Ooh. +2 land would be nice, actually. We could just use this as a reason to get more CBs, though. The commoners want us to reduce opinion towards something. So who do we want to forge a CB on this time? We could do Poland. I don't think Poland has any real friends. Poland has Hungary as a friend, actually. Oh, that would be an actual fight too. Yeah, because Hungary has an actual army, like an actual regulars army, and so does Poland. And I think these are actually teched up too. Yeah, these are like actual troops that they would fight with. So that would be an interesting fight to take on. There's a lot of sturdy grain here. We could annex like just this area here. We could also fabricate a CB on the Teutonic Order, who doesn't like us anymore, to try and form Prussia. Just kind of invade and seize the territories. I don't know if that would go well. It probably wouldn't be too difficult. Munster would actually probably not join because of the stability issue, and Saxony could join. It would be a pretty easy war. And we do want to form Prussia. I think forming Prussia requires your nobility to have 20% or more power, so we'd probably have to give the nobility a bit of help. Ooh, I can't decide. These are both good options. Either way, our market's going to start splitting off into other places, but that's fine. I already expect that. I kind of want to weaken Poland first, but the Teutonics would be easier to seize. They also have Livonia as a subject still. And I don't know if we're ever going to get the event to actually form Prussia. And I'm pretty sure forming Prussia by event would make us a kingdom, which would be nice. Because being a kingdom would give us more stuff and we could make duchies our vassal. But since we're in the HRE, we can't very much become a kingdom on our own. We still have 4 votes, but we're kind of... I love how we've gone to war with Saxony multiple times, and yet by the end of the day, they'll still vote for us to be emperor. I just find that to be really funny. Speaking of which, I'm just going to make sure we don't lose the emperorship really quickly here. I think we go out for the Teutonic Order. I think we just kind of conquer this area and get access to that amber. Oh, the Amber Coast. Yeah. Right now, the Teutonic Order does not have a good opinion of us because we're a hegemon. So it actually would not be too difficult to start a war. Difficult to start a war, I say. It's never hard to start a war, it's just hard to win a war. So our iron output just went up by 75%, which is going to be very fun. Could get the Art Academy. I kind of want to get silver and lead, and then at that point we may as well get our copper and tin up too. But you're going to find that we suddenly have a lot more iron to go around. The price is kind of falling. I think we're still importing a lot of it. But this RGO has nearly doubled its iron output now. Yeah, no one of importance would join against us. Now, Munster did join the war against us, it looks like. But I think that's going to incur a stability hit on them if they weren't about to get one. I'm going to trust that our subjects can handle Munster and Saxony. We're going to focus on the order. And kind of just push in. We're kind of incorporating multiple areas as well right now, too. Hey, we gained a core territory. Fantastic. Yeah, notice once they levy all their armies, they start to get a bit disloyal. So we probably can't go expanding our subjects until we actually get more territory for ourselves. Oh! Protestant Reformation's beginning. Martin Luther moves to the Kingdom of France. And yeah, it's so... So wait, the Protestant Reformation is beginning in France. Oh, that's really funny. Yeah, so there it is, the start of the Protestant Reformation. Okay, this is gonna be fun. 0 Lutheran preachers active. And we will probably go with it. We'll see what happens, actually. Humanist ideas. I would like more humanist ideas. But I need to go kill these guys here. Yep, it failed. It was towards Navy instead. Oh, I completely misclicked around the army like a fool. Oh, not even the Teutonic Order can stop us. Oh, nice. And it looks like our subjects have sieged down half of Saxony, since Saxony no longer has forts, because we got rid of them in the last war. So Saxony is trying to unsiege itself now, which is fantastic, because it means I don't have to worry about them. Alright, I'm just trying to get all of these not markets, but new territories integrated for us. Because conquered territories have a -10 to their control, which is just awful. So areas like Lubeck now are growing to 34, which is still awful, but it's less awful than it was 5 seconds ago, so... yeah. Let's just do this. That way we don't have to look at the screen any longer. Oh, more of the Teutonic Order is dead. What is this? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not giving you 1,000 ducats to keep my Imperial authority up. I will bleed my Imperial authority before I hand that over. Hey, chat. I think we have an incoming Reformation. Just, let me know what you think if we should join the Protestant Reformation or not. I'm kind of leaning towards that we should join it, but I would love to hear your ideas and your thoughts on this. You know, just, see where it goes. Wave of innovation for 10 years. 10% monthly research progress. Yes, please. I feel like we have more important things to vote on, but sure, game, you do you. The tax graph? Sure. Here it is. Right now, while we're in the middle of a war, we actually have a debt to pay off that I really should save up for to pay off. Our tax base has actually exploded. Oh, wow. I assume this is because of the recent tools and fine cloth we're making. But yeah, we're really starting to rake in the... Oh, the money. Because Praha is loyal now, it's actually paying us ducats because they're no longer disloyal. Honestly, we could cut cultural investment entirely, but I want to maintain at least a little bit of prestige. And 30 prestige is like a nice, good middle ground, I feel like. Let's continue the sieges here. But yeah, these are going to start converting a lot of people to Lutheranism somewhat quickly, I think. Maybe not quickly, but I've got some areas that have already shifted my overall. I'm not giving you a donation, Mr. Pope. Do you not see the Reformation going on outside right now? Do you not understand what is happening? I don't have to pay you ever again. That did give units here, right? Okay, good. Now, these areas are technically depopulating because they're starving, but that's not my problem. Technically it is, but eh. Ooh, the Teutonics become a vassal. Oh, these are all too expensive to be made into vassals. Although that's probably because we have the 25% cost increase on some of them. I just wanted to see real quick, is that, can we take all of this, or is it just like we can only take some of it? I think the answer is we can only take some of it. Which is still fine. That's what, 33 right there. I just want to figure out how much we can take before we go too long into this war, and then learn only later that we can't take like half of it. Okay, that's 82 right there. That's pretty good. Because that's a lot of antagonism. Although it's mostly antagonism against people who already hate us. Yeah. We'll just keep sieging for now. Let our vassals keep fighting out over here. They seem to be doing a very good job. So, once again, we don't really need to raise our levies, which is what the idea here is, because then we don't have to take the production malice to any of that. I would say it's still good to get cavalry, because cavalry can attack on the flanks, and if the cavalry are flanking the center from the left or the right, they will do at least double damage, which can result in the fight going your way much sooner. But we also just have a lot of regular units. Actually, what do we have right now? We are mainly... It's mainly our regular infantry. I think we only have about a couple hundred cavalry. But the supply convoy... Honestly, I need to make more supply convoys. I don't have that much food. And then, arguably, we had arquebusiers. I know we had them. But I'm pretty sure at some point they died in a fight, and I never got around to replacing them. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. At least I'm going to choose to believe that's what happened, because I don't know. I might have deleted them. Yeah, that is true. That is like the slight difference between the light and heavy cavalry. And I noticed in the Age of Discovery, you can research them both at the same point. You've got the light lancers here with their various benefits and negatives. And then you've got the regular lancers here who don't have the same negatives. I think the idea here is the light lancers are cheaper and they don't cost as much to maintain, probably. Because, yeah, you need more for the lancers here, whereas the light lancers don't need as much maintenance. So I think the light lancers are meant to be faster and cheaper, because they do have higher movement speed. I don't know why it calls it market attraction. Oh, this is initiative. That's why I've been reading it wrong. Because it has it highlighted wrong for some reason. Oh, usual month tick shenanigans. Then we're just going to bring this new army over. We're also going to try to keep an eye on it so it doesn't die right away. So, chat, I've got a question for you. Do you want to embrace the Reformation? It would leave us with a lot of people who are technically heathens. So we would be facing a sudden 1.45 malice to a lot of our pops instead of 1.25. Our clergy will probably be upset, but I know that the Reformation, like Lutheranism, has a lot of stuff that you can embrace that is actually pretty useful. And we have a lot of preachers in our country right now, so it probably wouldn't take too much to actually flip. They actually built 2 levels here. Wow. Okay. I can let it tick along for now. We don't have to embrace it right away, but I am leaning towards embracing it. I just want to see if anyone has any opinions on it before we make our decision. Although I don't mind waiting for them to spread it more. Oh yeah, there we go. One of them just switched to Lutheranism. There's the first one. Look at that. They get +5 tax efficiency. +5 tax efficiency, Chad. Just for being Lutheran. Meanwhile, let me find a Catholic country. And by Catholic, I mean France, I guess. France, as France, you have a bunch of different things. We'd actually have less clergy estate satisfaction, so there are some negatives here. But we would no longer be under the papal ban for being empires, or becoming an empire. Oh, and you know, papacy, I want to see if the papacy actually tries to conduct reform. But maybe we do embrace the Reformation. Maybe after we're done sieging down our fellow Catholics. I think we'll embrace it, because then a lot of the Catholics we can probably start wars against. Which sounds like fun. Love the content, hate the border gore. Yeah, I mean, if you zoom out, it doesn't look as bad. It still look okay, look, it still looks really bad. I'm just trying to make it look not as bad. Man, I've really been ignoring our naval research. We honestly should start investing into the naval research now that we're taking more coastline. And the good news is that you can technically ignore it up to this point and still be fine. Do we need prosperity, chat? I don't think we're that desperate for it. Yeah, most of our territories are practically full on prosperity. Some of them aren't because of the lack of happiness in the area, but like, I think we can ignore the prosperity research for now. Just because we're already really far ahead on it, that I don't feel like we need more. Oh, you know, I just realized once we flip to where we're no longer Catholic, we're probably going to get new advances. I think the advances you already have stay with you if you've already researched them, because I don't think the game would be so cruel as to just, you know, say we go to the Age of Traditions here. There's one tech in particular. We didn't research any of these, but I think these would carry over with you. There's other techs here too that we never did, but that's fine. We might want to see in the Age of Renaissance if there was a tech or two we took. I know there was at least one tech we took that was Catholic-based. But I can't recall if it was in the Age of Renaissance or the Age of Discovery. Oh, here it is. Yeah, the expected cost of court -1. That's actually going to be really easy to track because it's just right over here. Yeah, right here at Age 2. Wow, we have almost 20% still. Number of hegemonies increases to 2? My god. I don't like... I want my money back. I'll still begrudgingly pay it. I just want my money back. Can I take this all now? I can. Could we annex all of this too? I could do this. I could do this. The problem is that it's gonna make a lot of people angry. Like, the Teutonics will be very angry. Although, at this point in the game, the Teutonic Order will be too weak to fight back. It does knock Poland up to 71, though. So, maybe we don't take too much there. Maybe we leave this part out of it. Where does that put Poland? Is Poland still on this list? Unfortunately, it's not listed by... It's not organized. Poland is still on the list, so maybe we deal with it anyway. So that's what I'm thinking here, chat, is that we take all of that, leave these two alone. I want to conquer them as well, but we're not exactly at the point where we can just ignore the world. Although another subject would help. If we made them subjects, I can't. They're too big. Yeah, I think we go with this for now. And we take cash from them, too. Try to improve opinions with Poland to see if I can't calm them down. But then pull the army back home, just in case this hits the fan really fast. Because this, with Poland joining, this might hit the fan. Even with France protecting us, that might not be enough. They might try their luck. I do want supply limit because we are building bigger armies, and then maybe Lancers too. Yeah, probably Lancers as well. And then maybe we finally think about researching the Karak and Dry Dock. Yeah. I think it depends on who you're playing as. If you're playing as the Ottomans, you can kind of snowball to where by the early 1500s, like I have in my game, where most of the nearby countries can't challenge you. I think France tends to stay pretty strong, so they can really challenge you pretty often. But if you're starting as one of the really big countries like France, I would say maybe Bohemia, because you can form a full HRE pretty quick with them. Probably Hungary, and again, the Ottomans. It's going to be easier for you to start snowballing than it is as, like, Brandenburg, where we're having to claw and fight our way. And even though we've come this far, we still have nations that we're terrified of because they can just walk in and kill us. So I'd say it depends on who you're playing as to whether the mid-game stays competitive or not right now. Because there are some countries that it's definitely easier for them than others. So, yeah, the Reformation is spreading pretty quickly here. Poland is currently at war? With who? Serbia, Epirus. Oh, wow, it's like a big war going on over here. Okay. Is Hungary in that war? They are. Oh, they're both in their own wars against them. That's funny. It's like all, like, the Orthodox and the Catholics here basically just went to war with each other. And while the Reformation is underway, I might add. Yeah, princes are slowly defecting, which is killing this. That month flag always scares me because I think the game's crashing and then nothing happens. No. Why do you literally have, you're literally sitting on a gold mine. Why do you need me to send you money? I don't care if it kills my Diplo rep. I'm not sending you money. All right. Time to steal more technology from Albania, apparently. That was at least 5 or 6 points right there. And I think let's do it, chat. Unless anyone has any objections, which we may listen to, we are going to go ahead and embrace the Protestant Reformation here. God, you are so bad. You're the heir, and you are just so bad at everything you do. I only gave you that position because I needed someone to increase my crown authority. Literally the only reason why he has that job. There it is, chat. There it is, the form Prussia, which is technically a tier 2. Our nobility has to have greater than 20% of state power, and we need to control 33. Okay. I think, yeah, we already have these, right? Yeah. Let's say these are the same things you get if you're playing as Brandenburg. Yeah. Oh, no, except this, in the Age of Absolution, this is special to only Prussia. Specifically, solely Prussia. Cool. What else does it do? Tier 2 formable. We are monarchy. That's already done. We know at least 12 more locations from the following. So technically, if I had annexed the rest of this, we could have formed it then and there, but thanks to the ongoing Reformation, we're pretty unstable. But yeah, let's go ahead and embrace the Reformation. Oh, what are the end requirements, actually? Right, because the War of Religions can trigger, and the Council of Trent can trigger. Let's go ahead and embrace it. Oh, we can only... If we wait, then Calvinism will show up, but I think Lutheranism would be good, right, chat? We had already discussed before that we had probably embraced the Reformation, because back then, a previous pope supported raids by Poland and other countries into Brandenburg and left Brandenburg in a weakened state. And the papacy has not reformed since. It's still the same as it was. So let us embrace it and be a bastion of the new faith. So right away, that's going to create some different changes. We could actually just start taxing the pastures. We're not going to do that because we want to keep them happy, but their equilibrium is still going to drop because Lutheranism is a bit different, yet we just gained 5% tax efficiency. So, welcome to Lutheranism. I hope you are all ready to join the faith. No one is. We have one God. His name is God. Let's see, dissolve monasteries. Gets us money. Oh, and it deletes the monasteries. Pavis monasteries. I can't read that. That's just funny. So, there are 3 religious aspects you can embrace, but you need 50 religious influence in order to do that. So it is going to take time before we can actually embrace it. Right now, we kind of view each other as heretics, which is fun. What's even funnier, though, chat, we can actually change away from Latin to the German dialect for our clergy. We probably won't, though, because right now, the Latin dialect is actually stronger than German. Lower German specifically, and so it's giving us more research, so we'll probably stick with it until it gets too weak, then we'll change. So there is one downside though, chat. By deciding to become Lutheranism, we are no longer following the imperial religion. Now, I think in hindsight, we probably could have changed it just before the emperor died, but and this is going to make it to where we're no longer a great power. We're actually going to fall pretty hard. But removing the expected cost of court might actually be a benefit here in the long run. It might be more of a boon than we think. Oh, God, this means the incompetent guy's in charge now, huh? Well, he's 45. He's already lived a pretty good life, I suppose. Yeah, we'll see how this goes. We're not Holy Roman Emperor anymore, but I think that'll still be okay. Like, we have a lot of claimed throne wars, actually. Hi, doggo. How is that war against Bohemia looking? Not very good right now. We actually could get our faces canned in. Who is the emperor now, actually? I'm curious. Oh, it's gotten back to Bavaria. That's funny. You know what, actually, chat? We should actually double down and become Brandenburgish. Just, like, really double down and adapt to the local culture, you know? Yeah, there we go. Brandenburgish. Let's see, we're still integrating provinces, cracking down. I don't need... Do we need to crack down at this point? Not really. We could change that. We need more integrations. Because right now, this territory up here has just nothing going for it. In fact, I bet you if we had set up our sea access well in advance, we could just use that instead of relying on roads. In fact, maybe we should look into building dry docks. Not that I can yet. Yeah, I think now we start to look into investing into Navy. And I think we'll actually put the Navy before the horses here, just to get that going sooner. Relations improved. We're actually kind of going over our fort limit now, but I think that's fine if we just build more towns somewhere. Actually, is there anything new that we can give our clergy estate? I think a lot of it's the same. Yeah, a lot of this is more or less the same, except the tax exemption one we could actually grant. That makes us more spiritualist, though. I kind of don't want to become more spiritualist. Were we always on education of the people? Oh, yeah, we were on education of the people. I really should switch that so the clergy get happier. Well, look, we're not going to tax the clergy to begin with. We already decided as much, so granting them the tax exemption is just kind of a no-brainer. It'll just keep them happy. Our ruler's third cousin. Well, now he's just dead. And Austria has broken the alliance. I assume this is because of our difference in religion. It could also be because we just killed that guy, but oh well. So yeah, we are now a normal power, which also means we no longer have the hegemony status of military hegemon. But this also means our cost of court just dropped greatly by about 10%. It does mean we lost some of the art too, but we kind of determined that wasn't too worth it anyway. Is there any new building we can build? Lutheran preachers, can we build these? I assume not. And yeah, no, they're just spawned with the Reformation. That's fair. There's missions. I think like half of these I can't build anyway. You can build more cathedrals, though. Those are fun. Temples. Probably bring the army back home for now in case anything happens. But yeah, we're going to start researching towards ships now. I think we're spread out enough to where we could use Stettin here. Because Stettin's a pretty decent harbor. 55 harbor suitability. There's actually a number of really good harbors that we could utilize. Oh, you know what? It's good to see that you actually get a lot of imperial authority, while I don't. Unprotected free cities. Oh, it makes it where the free cities can be basically invaded and the emperor won't protect them. Well, that's definitely something that they want to be hearing right now, I'm sure. With an ongoing reformation that's threatening to rip everything apart. Oh, Castile has discovered the New World in 1513. So that happens when someone finds the New World. Castile just found it. Holstolian Patriots. Oh yeah, once it's integrated, those Patriots won't be around anymore. Is this... I was gonna say this should mainly be in the Krakow and the other market. I don't know if it'll reach into our market until we have roads there. And even then, the roads might not be enough to actually get into it. This is actually build a road through Poland. That's funny. What's control up here doing? It's pretty good. Actually, control in general is not doing too bad. Like, we could take this. We could take some areas from Lüneburg. Side with the pastors, just again for that technology boost. Yeah. Whatever keeps that rolling. The Exodus. Yeah, just let them leave, I guess. I don't know how many of our people will actually convert in the end, since we're not really trying to convert too much. But a lot of the buildings being built will kind of probably auto-convert. I mean, we could try to do the conversions later on. Yeah, once we have enough religious influence, we'll take a look at the aspects. But for now, there's not much we can do except sit and wait. Well, mostly because a lot of them are not the primary religion, so the clergy aren't really boosting us as much. I think the clergy are actually pretty upset. Oh, they would be if the main group that they're a part of wasn't happy. Then we're just going to mass build all those docks. And start building the Brandenburg Navy. Which we can definitely afford, and I'm not... definitely not putting us at risk by trying to invest in something like that. Definitely. How are we doing on books? And she's dead. Okay, well. That just happens. And you just always need books. And paper, I'm guessing, is still in short supply as ever. So let's build more of these then. Ooh, 13? You building just 13's a bit much. Because you don't have the pops. I mean, none of you do, but some of you just have less than others. In general. Yeah, there we go. Cancel one of those there to assign the construction sectors. There's a lot of construction sectors that didn't quite build in the end, I'm noticing. I think I built a lot less than I thought. Iron shortage in Riga. Well, we did just only recently enter the area, so I'm not even surprised. I love how we struggled to get authority to pass anything, but this Holy Roman Emperor is just getting everything done. We were just inefficient, chat, that's all. Ooh, no tax. I can get behind that, chat. You know what? I like this Emperor. I'm really coming around to his line of thinking. Promote urbanization, Grabo become a town. You know what? Sure. Why not? Ooh, enhanced spies for 10 years. Speaking of spies, can we not steal research anymore? We can, but our spies keep getting caught. Can't do it in the Ottomans anymore. But I will steal their maps. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, it's not too bad. Once those are built up, we'll start building up our own little fleets. We could stop strengthening the government and just spend more on cost of court. And I think that's what we're going to do. Because I think I want more integrations being done at once just to bring about some stability. So we're just going to kind of heavily focus the captain on integration for now. And just kind of pay cost of court ourselves since it's cheaper now anyway. Since we're no longer a great power, which honestly, it might be to our benefit that we're not a great power right now. 1,600 preachers active and it's still growing. At least it's doing a lot of the conversion for us, chat. Just eat my stability, why don't you? All right, now we know what a Karak is as well, and France found the spy already. Wow, that was quick. And I guess we probably want to start researching down this. Oh yeah, proximity cost through port -5. Right now we can't see the proximity to capital that they're taking because there is no proximity. But in theory, proximity through the sea zone should be faster than trying to build a road all the way up there. The problem is that we need to build a fleet, and then that fleet needs to actually project power, which means I kind of want to annex Wolgast at this point. And honestly, that might be the next step here, is annexing Wolgast. Now that our control is mostly reaching them, we would lose access to probably about half their tax base, which would kind of suck. But this would allow us to then just make new subjects elsewhere, since we wouldn't be that worried about them overwhelming us and overthrowing us. And so with that thought process in mind, let's go ahead and start investing into our research for the Navy. Proximity costs through maritime as well, yeah, because I think this is all maritime, so that's right up along the coastline. So we'll start researching all of that now. What's this? 15 research? Yeah, I'll take it for 15 research. That's nice. That gets us ahead. Now, I was kind of putting off building a navy because it can be a bit of a pain with all the noise that it makes. It's like the one downside in the game, I'd argue. But it's okay. Sweet, no taxation, so we just get 5% efficiency of the cabinet now. Or I guess the Holy Roman Emperor does, which isn't as great, but eh. Or at least getting it a lot from our crown power. I think it's dipped to 38. Yeah. Our pastors are gaining more power as the clerics come along, but it's also because tax exemption gives them 100%, which is a lot. In fact, we might have to consider revoking a different privilege to counteract that. Like, strengthened faith is not bad for the communalism, but we could probably revoke that and get away with it. Not that it gives a lot of strength to begin with. Oh. Reformation has set Europe ablaze. In our own territory and institutions like Hull. Oh. Ah. Sweet. I guess we're becoming a center of the Reformation then. Oh yeah, it's just everywhere now, but some areas have become bastions where they're the majority. But the Holy Roman Emperor is already dead. They have to elect a new one. That didn't last long. Cleanse heresy. Oh, so we can declare a bunch of cleanse heresy wars now. Although they are expensive. Well, here's hoping the Reformation tears things apart even further. For our sake. I think we made it to where Poland didn't join a coalition against us. Yeah, there's no antagonism. Sweet. I love you too, Poland. I will come and murder you later. Don't worry. Poland can feel safe for now, chat. We'll deal with them later. Oh, do we have no sailors? Is that what this is? Yeah. Ah, right. We're no longer the Holy Roman Emperor, so we're actually not maintaining our army anymore with other people's pops. So that means it's time to build a bunch of armories. And training fields. There we go. That'll make sure we have manpower for the foreseeable future. Let's see. I think... Oh, you know what? I know a reason why we lost crown power suddenly. I totally forgot. It's because you're not in charge of the army right now because you're bad at your job. But we're going to just pretend that you're so great. Because I need my crown power up. We're just trying to appease him, chat. Don't worry. Maybe do worry, actually. Building tool guilds, burger mansions. Still revolt risks, but... And the commoners are upset again. Well, what else is new? Yeah, the religious aspects are just some nice little boons you can get. I was wondering if we could do them right away, but it looks like we have to wait a while. Which is fair, actually. It's probably better this way. How many weapons do we need anyway? We actually make a surplus. Oh, we actually import weapons. Okay. Guess we can make more of them then. Okay, that's one integration done. Oh, I hate it when that changes. Of course, integrating these territories doesn't guarantee that they'll be stable. It just guarantees that we have a presence there. That's kind of it. We're starting to get maritime presence just by having these docks, which is good. There are wharfs we can build too, actually, and we really should mass build those. Build those in Wolgast too, since we're planning to annex it. They're actually building a city. Another town, not a city. That comes next. Oh, I just realized, actually, chat, a lot of our subjects are not going to like us as much now because we're technically a heresy. Technically. I don't think they're caring too much about that right now, though. Yeah, I mean, minus 22 is not that bad. We just keep improving it. It's in Meadowmark. That's our capital. That's not really going to have a negative impact in the long run. We'll be fine. I say, not knowing the consequences of my actions that will come up later. Yeah, you know what? We can build we can just mass print books everywhere. Why not? Have a little bit everywhere since Magdeburg's already built up. It's a lot of people that want to revolt against this, chat, and I can't imagine why. They just seem so upset for some reason. Can't be due to our lack of control. Saxony's the Holy Roman Emperor now. Wow, that is just bouncing around, isn't it? Get the first few of our ships together, and then I need to figure out what is what sea zone. This is the Eastern Baltic Sea Zone, and then you've got these two areas that we would need to control both of them. Okay. So probably one here, one over there. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before we have that built up. A very long while, I should say. Especially due to our lack of sailors. In theory, we could have done this sooner, but then the army wouldn't be as strong as it is now. Yeah, these are not doing too well proximity-wise. So I think we drop all to, what, 48 by the time it reaches Stettin, which is not good on its own. Oh, well, maybe the development will improve at a later point. I'd improve it like this, maybe. There we go. Improve a couple different roads. We're just kind of doing road improvement and letting everything tick along for now. We're kind of in that phase of just building up strength and letting the coalition slowly forget about our war crimes, as they might call them. I really wish Bohemia and France would get around to start being enemies again. Maybe we can damage their reputation. We'll see. That would be nice, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I might let some of these revolts happen just so we can put them down later. Just make that easier on us. Let's see, and then we have to strengthen nobility at some point, which isn't hard, it just wouldn't be good. Yay, printing press benefits again. Found the spy, so maybe we just sabotage the reputation with Hungary. Something simple. Do you have any research for us to steal, good sir? I mean, borrow indefinitely. Oh, they just finished a tech, actually. We kind of barely missed it. You know, we could kind of build a castle right in the middle here. Oh, well, no, actually, we're over our fort limit, aren't we? Not painfully, but we somewhat are. Almost makes you want to give the nobles more power again, just so we're not as far down. Iconoclast riots. Oh, fun. I guess we'll just pay the money. It's only like 68 ducats. It's not that expensive. There's Catholic zealots now. Excellent. I'm glad to see everyone is just equally upset. Nope, that looks like a job for better stability. The conviction. Oh. Chance you can Catholic or Hussite. I see. Well, have fun with that. I don't think it pertains to us too much. Although it's probably related to the ongoing Reformation events, if we're honest. Lubeck's integrated, so that's good. That's going to make that a little less painful. Oh, well, don't build 25 there. That's way more than I intended. So Lubeck's integrated now, which should help this a little, right? Yeah. Still only up to 50%, though. We might be reaching the point where all we can do is make more subjects further afield, and then maybe stall out a bit, but that's why we're trying to get the maritime presence up to see if, with enough maritime presence, would that work better. Of course, one could make the argument that we really should have just moved the capital to the coastline, but I'm just being foolishly stubborn. And we're barely getting our manpower back up. No, not a bailiff. Although a bailiff wouldn't be bad over there, since we have no control. Oh, did we ever research protected harbors? Let's see. No, we didn't. We would have to go backwards and research that. That's fine. We can get that later. That wouldn't take too long to get. I forgot to assign the cabinet action, didn't I? Controversial protectionist. It's fine. And we steal almost 6 research from Naples. All in a good day's work, I'd say. Yeah, getting more sailors right now would actually be fantastic. I might want to change education of the elites, right? No, I think it's good where it is. I'm trying to see if there's any laws we want to change, but we might just go for another CB and take more territory. Probably work towards forming Prussia here. That way we've just kind of done it. Yeah. When does this end? The truce. Oh, is the truce over? Oh, the truce is over, chat. We can just do it now. Oh, we'll just do it then. We will make our march towards being Prussian. These are actually like good ships. I mean, their navy is probably better than ours if we're honest. Their early Carax, what, 4.13 morale? Oh yeah, ours is like 3.18. Yeah, they're just better. Oh, at least navally speaking, that's kind of about where it ends for them. Saxony is the diplomatic hegemon. I don't even want to know how they got that. Oh, forgot about the morale, so we're going to lose that fight. Yeah. You know, even though we lost that fight because I forgot about our morale, chat, we still killed over 75% of their army. So in a way, we kind of still won. We mostly lost, though. For now. Yeah, we do not have a lot of sailors. Oh, but we got better shipbuilding technology, so that's good. I think if we get more of the training fields, we'll be fine. That way we can kind of recruit from the rural areas, too. Won't be too bad, then. I don't really care if this fails now, but I would like the gold. Nah, I don't need the gold. Once we do this, we'll just have to give the nobility some more power, but I think all we'll really have to do is just temporarily tank our own power, and that will probably be enough. And then we'll just go ahead and start our lovely little siege. Okay, Poland relations are about as good as they're going to get for now. Oh, Martin Luther is dead. Oh, shit, he's dead? All right, then. Oh, and one of the preachers' chat is actually one of our cabinet members. I love that. That's funny. Hey, chat, where's the real Brandenburg? Because apparently this location is also called Brandenburg. So, well, it's like Brandenburg the location, not the town, whereas then over here it's Brandenburg the location, the town of Brandenburg. God, that's confusing. Ooh, I would like legitimacy. That is always good. That is more crown power, though, which we don't want. Well, we do want it. Like, we do want more crown power, but we also have other concerns that crown power is kind of technically fighting against. Which we don't want, but I digress. Upgrade everything to paved roads. I don't know if that's going to help enough, but we'll see if it does. Yeah, this is not a hard war. Oh, they're building hospitals now. Don't you just love the clergy, chat? Yeah, I'm not surprised. He struck me as someone who wasn't going to live too long. I think this temporarily knocks our crown power down next month too, right? Yes. Although most of our power is going to the burghers now. We're getting a lot out of it. So we need nobility to be at 20%, but we kind of... we're going to have to give the nobility a privilege, aren't we? That's interesting. I guess primacy, it's a lot, and it gives us discipline. So at least with discipline, we can fight better. I kind of don't want to give them it, but we need it in order to gain... in order to become Prussia. Ooh, innovative. Yep, I guess we'll grant it. And we'll see where that leaves them. Power-wise. Is there no one in this fort? I guess there was just no one in the Königsberg fort. We just took it like that. Need to win a fight, too. There we go. Oh, I see. It's because the fort's also next to it. Oh, okay. I see. I thought Königsberg was in this tile here, chat. It's in this tile. It's sitting on, like, the very edge of it all. That's why it didn't look right to me at first. That's why it looked really wrong, actually, one would say. Much better harbor now. No, I'm not giving you land rights. That just reduces the RGO size. The burghers just asked us for land rights, and all that realistically does is just... reduces the size of land by 20% for the RGOs, which in towns and cities, I do not want that at all. We're technically starving in the siege because there's no land connection, but we're just going to have to deal with it for now. I have no better solution. The siege shouldn't last too long. Danish patriots are still ticking towards the vault. There we go. Siege is done. Let's go kill them. Technically in a war now. Did someone join this war? Livonia's in the war, right. So how many do we need? 12 additional locations. So... I hope all of these count. So we could take all of that then, yeah. That is hopefully enough. By 1, yes, okay, that is enough. We just have to deal with, whoever these guys are. All the way over there. Oh, I see. Holstein revolted. I see. One of the revolts kicked off because I wasn't paying attention. That's fine. We can deal with it pretty easily. I'm intending to annex Wolgast, so I'm just going to build up all those dry docks for them right now. So once we can actually do the annexation, we'll start it. They're disloyal right now because all the armies are raised, but this is a reason why we want to annex them, because the country's strength, while raised, is starting to get a bit dangerous. It isn't too dangerous yet, but it is kind of getting up there. This is still the same sea zone, so it should still be increasing it. It is, good. I've played a good chunk of the Ottomans at this point, so I've got a good idea of how to increase maritime presence, but it is going to be a while before that's fully improved. We're researching a lot of things that'll help make it useful later on. I just don't know with how far Brandenburg is from the coast if it will be useful. But there will probably be instances where it will be slightly better than the alternative paths. It just remains to be seen. I just do this really quickly here, even though it's a different sea zone. Oh, wow, chat. I actually can't even fully annex this area. Even though it just revolted against us, it's considered too costly. And I can't make them a subject either, so we actually are forced to lose one of the little spots. That is kind of annoying, but we'll just deal with it. And now we can form Prussia. There we are. The decision was decided by the electorate of Saxony. Oh, because we intend to elevate the kingdom. Look at that nice deep blue, chat. Nice deep blue. Although our control leaves much to be desired. Hey, the king in Brandenburg. Elevate Brandenburg Parliament agenda. Sweet. And we're actually going to go back to the Renaissance here to find our little ports. I think it's down here. No, it's not down there. It's somewhere over here. Oh, we never researched Deus Volt. I guess we should get around to that, too. And Navy Morale. There's a lot of text to go back for here. We actually do need coastal forts. Coastal forts is another tech we need to grab from here while we're in the back. But yeah, we need all of this. Technically, we don't need docks, but we need that for protecting harbor for the capacity. And then the coastal fort doesn't actually add to your total fort count. It just helps give you more maritime control, which is what we want. So I don't know when that's going to happen to make us a kingdom, but I'm just glad that we're Prussia now. I am slightly annoyed by the Holstein revolt, but oh well. It's the only annoying thing that happened over there. And now we might wait a year or two before going to war again, just to allow our manpower pool to recover. So about going to war, that may have been decided against our best interests. Yeah, so the coalition just declared war on us. Here's hoping France doesn't join. Technically, we're in a defensive league with them. But I don't think they would join in this case. I don't think they can. They've been changing the laws so much, I actually forgot what it was. This is serious enough that we do need to consider raising the levies. Because this is a genuinely serious concern. We probably want to get our crown power back, too. You know what? Primacy and nobility here might actually be very advantageous for us. Might just leave the map mode like this for the moment so we can identify. Bohemia is going to be the biggest threat, chat, so we're probably going to aim to crush Bohemia first. Or at least move the regulars near there while the rest of the army is somewhere else. It is going to take a minute to gather up everyone. And we need to make sure they don't walk in and die on their way. Oh, Danzig's against us, I see. Oh no, that's a different war, I'm sorry. Let's see, the regulars actually need to be marching out over here. I might need to hide our navy too, because I think they have a larger navy, 94 ships. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, no, we might have to do an emergency peace chat, because once again France has joined a war while allied to Bohemia. I guess they dissolved the Defense League at the same time. Their stability's quite low now, so I think they might have chosen that. France is like always getting in our way, because France can just call up a godload of troops compared to everything else. They just joined it too. We could still try to fight this. Apparently we're already at 17.6 from battles and occupations. Let's try until the French troops start showing up. I'm pretty sure they'll show up in quick order, though. Bohemia is the one that started this, so they're the ones to actually kind of nuke. Resistance to the Reformation in Prussia. So, what, this forces people to become Lutheran? Yeah, sure. Too far away for us to do much about anyway. Man, that's a lot of little guys running around. That's kind of scary, actually. Well, it's not really scary on their own, but I can only imagine where they're heading to. And that is what scares me. Oh, there they are. Lindbergh, no, we're kind of in a war right now. I need to hold on to the money. Oh, they're just kind of running ring around the rosy with the fort here. Oh, some of them just ran into us. They must be still at the fort. Unless they moved away. They moved away. Okay, we'll have to take the fort then. Let's appoint the elector there just so we can get some of our crown power back. And in fact, we just had some openings in the cabinet. Not that it's a good idea to appoint incompetent folk into positions, but, you know, we're working with only the best and brightest, is what I'll tell them. France being in this war scares me because, yeah, France can just call up, because no matter how good our armies are, chat, 18,000 men cannot beat 150,000. That is, we are not Hannibal. We're not going to create a miracle where we just wipe them out, unfortunately. The best thing we can do is try to quickly secure a truce before it's too late. The problem is that it might already be too late for all I know, and I might just not know it yet. I mean, if we can secure even one fort, that might give us an edge of negotiation. Yep, I see some of the French legions coming in. I was thinking of sending our levies over, but I've decided that they should just fight near the regulars for now, because that might be our best chance of survival. Now that France is starting to walk over here. Yeah, France has sent another army nearby. Oh, they have a lot of troops here. Oh, do we even win that? I don't think we do we? I don't think we win that at all. Yeah, I don't see how we win that fight. I'm pretty sure we just lose that because it's just too many numbers. Yeah, they're even taking way less casualties. So maybe we just look for an early peace. I was hoping to seize at least one fort so we could just kind of turn them away from us here, but I don't think that's going to be the case. They tend to like humiliate a lot, I've noticed. What are they targeting anyway? Oh, yeah, yeah, I see. Okay. Oh, we've done this before. We can do it again. Worst case is I might actually deliberate something. I hope I don't need They don't want that. Oh, well, let's just see how this goes. I think we lose by morale, yeah? Yeah. Just because the sheer numbers they had there was insanely high. And keep in mind, over, like, about 60% of this entire coalition's army is just France. If you take France out of the equation, it becomes much easier, because then they're just divided everywhere. But instead, you just have French flags all over the place. And that's why we've been trying to be friendly with France for so long, but since they're allied to Bohemia, and Bohemia started the coalition war, Bohemia could just call France in. And unfortunately, we can't really do much to break the alliance. If we had enough favors, we could, but it's not easy to get favor. And Bohemia hates us too much to be given favor, so. So we probably have to just look for peace now. It's going to be more expensive, though, since I delayed and tried to see if we'd win a fight we couldn't win. It probably would have been better if we did, yeah. We did this instead. If we had already fought Bohemia early. I wasn't sure Bohemia would start it, of all of them. I felt as long as France was in the same league as us, that we'd be fine. I think what happened, though, is that once we embraced the Reformation, it probably dissolved and I didn't notice. I mean, the longer the war goes on, the more likely they would agree. We could try to be cheeky and snipe a few groups, but I don't think that's going to happen because each area kind of has a large French army watching over it from the side, and the more they siege down, the more we're going to have to pay. I think our best chance was to do it when we were at the 20%. But we'll try to be cheeky anyway and see if we can't grab something. I think our vassals lost almost... Yeah, we've already lost almost 50,000 troops as well. So if you try to engage anything like over here, I'm pretty sure these all would immediately gravitate towards you. We'll take a look and try, though. We're definitely learning something here, that's for sure. Yeah, immediately the French troops started moving over here. I watched that happen in real time. They do kind of catch you right away, yeah. Why can I not click the battle? There we go. Oh yeah, the French actually have more discipline than us too. I think it's just general military ability difference. Yeah, it's mainly that plus a higher aristocracy. Let's see, because it says they don't like a lot of what could be offered, because I feel like all they want to do is take territory, which is fair. But I feel like most of the territory they don't want to begin with. Wait, if you don't want any of the territory, then what do you want? Humiliating us works a long way, it looks like. Ah, see, if I had just been willing to go into debt for this, we could have bribed our way out of it. I mean, the months at war ticking will help, but the war score will shift once we lose this battle here. Because I don't think we can win this battle. Because I'm pretty sure a lot of these regiments that are fighting aren't levies. I'm pretty sure they are regular troops. Yeah, these are all regulars. Yeah, and I think they're special French levies, too. It would be the second time we have to go through this, and the second time they're only doing it because of France. But that's just how scary France is. Okay, you're willing to agree to this. What else are you willing to agree to here? Okay, I could do this. Hang on. For just really? Could I get away with this? The Praha fort being dismantled might signal. Really? They really value it that much, that fort. You're telling me I could get out of this by just demolishing the fort? Okay. I feel like that shouldn't work, and that this is very just centered around Bohemia's desires, but I guess that works, and we can just bribe our way out of this. I feel like that shouldn't work, but you know what? It did work. This game's fun, but man, do some weird things happen in it now and then. And that honestly was one of them. Definitely time to build up more forts. And annex Wolgast to centralize our power a bit more. Protected harbors. Is this because we don't have the money, or just because we can't build it? Oh, because a lot of the areas where we could build it, it already exists, or we don't have the protected harbor tech yet. Oh, we're still researching towards it. I mistook the coastal fort, I think, is what it was. Of course, build these up too, because we're going to annex them. Yeah, so I feel like we really shouldn't have been able to bribe our way out of that massive coalition by just destroying a single fort, because I can already have it be rebuilt. Like, honest to God, that was too easy as a result. Still dislike France, though. That's for sure. If I could make an alliance with France, I don't think that would change anything, but let's try anyway. Ooh, that's a lot of Reformation. It's converting fast everywhere else, but then in Magdeburg, it's converting very slowly despite having 2 levels that are meant to make 2% monthly conversion. I wonder if that's just a bug. Not that I care too much. Yeah, that was a bit silly. They definitely need to make that harder than it was. The only difficulty is that I could just easily peace out of the war. I mean, we have truces with them all now, but to be honest with you, those truces are more to our benefit than they are to our detriment. I get the feeling they're not going to make us a kingdom anytime soon, though. I don't think they're ever going to put forward the vote. Can't imagine why. It's not like they just fought a war against us or anything, right? Yes. Increase our control. Monthly control, counting. Oh, yeah, there's counting houses that we haven't built, right? Because we've taken all over those new areas. Thank you for reminding me, game. If I can, see my keyboard for a second. Yeah, that's a lot of counting houses we never built, huh? That's a lot of crown power you might have been missing out on. Let's go ahead and put our king back in charge, our elector, so to speak. The army's mostly recovered now, at least. Well, that was one potential disaster we sailed through. Oh, for the revolt, there's a button right next to the red X that's annex revolt over 70 war score. Well, if I had paid more attention, I would have noticed that. And it looks like they're currently being sieged by another tiny country, which is fine. Honestly, in the end, the one spot we lost was a rural location that had forces. It's kind of one of those, yeah, it sucks, but honest to God, it could have been so much worse. Where was that control map mode? Here it is. Let's say there's already one spot that's actually benefiting more from the naval route than it is the land route, which is actually very good to see. I'm happy to see that. There are some areas, though, like here, that are not really going to benefit in general. We could make these subjects, and that might be a decent idea, if not for the fact that a lot of people are already subjects. Increase opinion, support for outward, and then I don't know if I want to change a law here. We could, but I don't know if I want to. I feel like we're kind of good where we're at with laws right now, honestly. We could do another CB, but we did just almost die to an ongoing war. Ah, true, yeah, the crown power for admiralty. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, we just have to find one of them who's willing to sink into the bottom of the depths of the ocean. So the only options we have are the Elector, who's leading an army, and Carl, who is currently head of cabinet. There's commoners we can always appoint, though. But I think what we really need is we just need the imperial family to grow, because, yeah, they're just kind of too young at the moment, but they look so ready for the role, at least. He's ambitious, at least, chat. He's got that going for him. Maybe I just let the land tag fail. Yeah, I think I just let it fail this time. Nope, he's supposed to be over there. I need to make a second navy. The only way to deal with France, though, is to have someone as strong as them. Oh, true, we could change the court to that one as well. We didn't do it this time, but... Oh, God, I don't even know which law it's under, the organization. It's probably under administrative. Not this one specifically, it's one of them. Aristocratic court, there it is. Yeah, we could change it to... Oh, yeah, it does give a 10% reduction to proximity costs through land. That actually would be very good to get. Just so our land movement is a bit cheaper. Because we can handle the decentralization value it gives. It'll also reduce our expected cost of court. Yeah, I think we'll get that one. Unfortunately, I messed up when we'll have to wait till later on. Because I'm not spending 90 stability for it. But we'll definitely get that, since that'll give a 10% reduction to all these numbers. Combined with everything else, yeah, that should put us in a pretty good spot. We should actually see if there's any bridges we can build, too. Speaking of things to build, we can build protected harbors now. And that's just going to help slightly for over here. Oh, I have this restricted to the Brandenburg market. That's why it looked like I could never build anything over in the Teutonic order. Because I'm a fool and I had it set to only our starting market and not everything, so I couldn't see half of it. Jeez. That's awful. Let's see. War galleys we can unlock. I don't know if we need those right now, though. I guess surgery, so our characters live longer, so we can use them for more time before they die. Tragically. Trading hub does give market attraction. And trade capacity, so we can grab that. Probably food production, too, so we don't starve to death. I don't think we will starve to death, but you never know. It could happen in the future. And this still has zero control over here. It's just not reaching yet. Not even reaching over here. Aristocrats do not want to serve because of the defensive tactics. That's funny. They'll learn in time. Or die trying, I guess. Yeah, the one downside is just how by the time you get to one of our ports, we've already lost half of proximity control. So there are some downsides to having it where we have it now. If we had it along the river going downstream, it would probably have a great reduction to proximity cost. But we'd have to move it like all the way over here to get it, because Berlin's not considered next to the river. There are definitely some downsides to it. Hey, we're making over 400 ducats in trade before it's split up in the Brandenburg market now, which is really nice. Fur is still as expensive as ever, so is rice. German court language is stronger, though. It's at 34. Oh yeah, we could cut army and fort maintenance right now, couldn't we, to get more money? Kind of squeeze it out. Danzig's integrated now. It won't feel like it's integrated, but it is. What is our primary culture still Brandenburgish, or did we just suddenly become Prussian? No, that's the funny thing, chat. We're still Brandenburgish. It's still the primary culture, even though Prussian technically exists and could have been a culture instead. Technically, we could switch to Prussian, but I don't see a point in putting us through that pain for no reason. We will actually go ahead and make the Prussians an accepted culture, because what that will do is that's going to convert all of this. Once it's integrated, that'll switch it all to a core. And they'll be a lot happier, so that should calm down the whole Prussian Patriot Revolt thing. Which they seem somewhat keen on doing. So do the Catholics. Yeah. We'll probably go further into Central Europe now, yeah. Or at least the areas that give us more control. My mouse almost fell on me. Is this not Prussian majority? It is. So we're starting to actually get a bit of control over here now, chat, since this is technically core territory. And the pops here are now slightly less angry. They're still pretty angry because of the whole Lutheranism thing, but, well, one thing at a time, I guess. Once we've annexed Wolgast in... It's going to take us almost 20 years to annex them because they have 13 rural settlements and 7 towns. That's a lot. And they're not considered small relative to us, I see, yeah. I mean, that's fair. Probably want to push more into Saxony since we have, like, 60s in the control over there next to it. So evidently we're not doing too bad there, at least. Because I think all these already have paved roads. There's not much more I can do for them. Yeah. I can build up these at least, because they'll be annexed soon. But I don't think a road all the way up there is actually going to help in the long run. Yeah, that minus 10 to land will definitely help us a lot. Once we can enact it. Probably in 1530 is likely when we can next do it. We might try to start converting people to Lutheranism as well, just to bring about more stability, but we'll see. Eventually the papacy should be pressured enough to where it flips. We'll see if it does. I have noticed that we have lost our cardinal seats, which is not too surprising. We did just kind of give them up. I think the building still exists, but it's not active. Bohemia found the agent. Speaking of agents, that reminds me, is there any technology we can steal right now? Yes, there is. Thank you. Couple. I didn't check, but that's several research points for us. And the nobles are really upset. Do actually need them to get weaker again. Sweet, more crown control. I liked the Brandenburg color we had, but it's nice that we were able to form Prussia now and didn't even need the event for it. Oh, our tax base is over 1,000, chat. I just noticed. Sweet. Technically, it crashed for a bit, and then it went back up, but that's okay. That's just how these things go. I'm guessing books are finally getting cheaper. Well, kind of. They're kind of, sort of cheaper, not entirely cheaper. And we're honestly going to invest into more armories just to get more manpower built up, because we're definitely going to need to grow the standing army pretty soon. I'm in pain from France marching on us. Uh-oh. Are we going to lose another heir? Oh, that's the second or third 50-50 roll we had for saving our heir, and the second time he has died. So, meet our new 2-year-old heir, everyone. This is going to go well. It's going to go very well. Yeah, the Prussian patriots are still threatening to revolt, but it's weakened. They definitely lost some of the people there. The other areas are still considered conquered, so its pops are just very upset no matter what you do. The increased control is at least taking a small amount of income away that they could have. I think we focus on the Navy for the moment. And we just do not have the sailors. Which isn't surprising, but it still hurts. Hey, you're 3. It's time to start your education. Because your ambitious brother died, unfortunately, so, you know. Sorry about that. You're just going to have to pick up the pieces. You know, we could make more guns, perhaps, chat. I know we've got, like, 5 in Brandenburg, but I guess Berlin can make guns, too, couldn't it? Is about within the same distance. Magdeburg's not quite maxed out, so we could build more here. I guess more tools wouldn't go amiss. Because we have been importing a lot of tools. Feel like 10 more of them there. And then these areas just don't have enough burgers for all the constructions. Some of them do, some of them don't. Some of these areas are becoming cores now. Upper Prussia's cored. Very good. Still have a few more to go, but this is becoming much easier to maintain. I really want to get rid of the 2 little guys right next to us. It would take nothing to crush them except for the fact that I cannot get a CB on them. I can't even make one. That's the crazy thing. I can't even make one on these 2. I have to use Parliament, but we're already using Parliament for a lot of other things. I can't wait to annex Wolgast. Wow, the Holy Roman Empire just had like 2 elections within a year. People are just dropping dead right now. Yeah, the problem here is France is protecting you, Bohemia. If France wasn't protecting you, you'd be dead by now. What surprises me, too, is that relationship with France is holding despite the fact that they're a part of different heresies. Then again, they're probably just improving the relationship like we've been doing. They also might have very similar societal values, and that would make it a lot easier for them to maintain good relations with each other. There we go. So, a lot of the people we can declare war on, we have a truce with because of that whole... wow, what is the word I'm looking for? Coalition war, thank God. Oh. Is there anyone from the crown that can partake? Probably not, because, yeah. Half of them are dead at this point. Which is not possible. But we have money, chat. We're in several thousand ducats right now, actually. So I think we'll just mass expand the RGOs. That way it all just builds up. Easy money. The worldly need of reformation. Okay, things are firing off. Of course, since we are Prussia, we now have the credit work that we're forced to give it to the burghers that lets us mint more but hurts tax efficiency. Which I feel like can only go badly. Okay, let's take 2 loans out for this really quickly here, because I want the religious influence. Because now we can access religious aspects, which you can do up to 3 of these, and there is a lot of them. One of them is a -5 proximity cost in exchange for giving the clergy more power and moving towards traditionalism. There's another here that gives you expected cost of port reduction if you don't mind losing some crown power. Food output's okay. Crown as head of faith, that's an interesting choice. That's for sure. Clerical poverty enforced by taxation. Freedom to preach would actually help us. It would make the Catholics happier to some small extent. War score cost would not be bad. It would make it easier to annex more areas at once. Or even just -0.1 to monthly rebel growth. A lot of these would barely grow at all then. Catholic zealotry is something we gotta worry about. Parish registers would be good to grab because religious influence, so we can get more of these up sooner. 5% max literacy, like, that one is good. I really want that one right now instead of the other stuff. There's actually 2 here that give you literacy. What? That's crazy. There's 3 here that give you literacy. 3 of them. And literacy is so good. Wow, okay. That is a hard decision then. Because that 10% max literacy would be super good for our research speed. But we could also get a 5% reduction to proximity cost, and that would be every position of proximity at every point, which would be useful. Oh, see, those are both good. I think because of how good technology is, though, I'm probably going to grab that 10 max literacy. It also gives you 1% estate satisfaction, which is definitely a nice bonus. So we'll get translated Bibles first, because that's going to make all of them a little happier, but more importantly, the literacy rate for all of our pops can get even higher now. It's like laborers here in Magdeburg getting up to 56 literacy. Same for those kind of in the rural countryside, they can get up to 43. Now, they're not even at 30 yet because of how slow it is, and look, they're trying. They really are trying. We're also going to enter the Age of Reformation soon, which is a little ironic to say. What's our interest rate on these loans? It's not too bad. I could technically ignore it for a bit, but I would rather pay at least one of them off so I have room to take on more loans later. Right, it's not the next month yet. Just pay one off right away. And then we're going to get that itinerary court. Almost not enough right away. The curtail the burgers while they do not like each other. Let's see, ask for law change. And of course, now it's all organized differently. So, definitely go for this one right here. Because that minus 10 proximity cost through land is going to be helpful. We can actually manage the decentralization pretty well. Now, it will take time for it to enact, but even that 1% is already going to help just a little bit here. But we should really start to see it take effect once it goes beyond that point. No cabinet action assigned. Is there any integration still? Lower Prussia. And then that should stabilize the Prussian area enough to where it's not as upset. I might have to take one of them off to start putting the Catholicism revolt down, though, but it's mostly concentrated in the areas with lower control, which is the issue. Yeah, look at that. Stettin's already at 50% proximity now instead of 49.5 or wherever it was at, and that's before the law even starts getting enacted in total. Gained cores. So any way we could change these. Personal religious education. Is that a new law for the education system? Our religion is part. Oh, our religion is part of the Christian Reformation. Oh, that gave us access to a. It gave us access to a new education system, actually. Really? Because our current policy is devout education, since it's plus 10 to the clergy. This is what, 5 to like laborers. This is also 5 to laborers. But the difference is that you no longer gain traditionalism and spiritualist. That's not bad, but I'd rather keep the happy clergy because, again, monthly research. By the way, the liturgical language is weakening, so we might change the liturgical language soon. 75 to 34. It's still nowhere near weak enough, but it is weakening, which is worth considering. So, religious aspects does slow it down. A Catholic council. So we'll see if this succeeds or fails. Since we are not partaking in it, we actually can't debate in it personally. So let's see. Oh, they might actually pass one, chat. Oh, we'll find out. find out at a later date. I'm not going to watch them for now. Oh, it did fail in the end. That's fine, though. But we're still a couple of years before the Age of Reformation. Honestly, there's a lot of text we could still grab. We do want the Mercury patio, I suppose. We'll just use it now in the one spot that we can use it in. Missionary schools would actually help pop conversion speed. Maybe integration, too. Not that integration's been much of a difficulty issue. Missions. Oh, yeah, that's right. Did we ever keep the advance, or did we lose it? Yeah, okay, so we're at 11 now. I think, yeah, we did. You can go look back in the live stream, but I'm pretty sure the Catholic technology we did lose and is no longer active. I guess if we switched back to Catholicism, it would just be there again and it would be active. But we no longer have access to it, even though we already researched it. And I don't think there's going to be any text for the Protestant Reformation until the Age of Reformation itself. And honestly, even then, I don't know if there is any text for it here. I see there's text for, you know, Prussia, because Prussia. That part doesn't surprise me in the slightest. We already knew about these. At least, we didn't check over here, but we knew that some of them existed. Just let things tick in the background when we take a glance over, because I'm not seeing any text here. I think the idea of the Protestant Reformation is that you get strength through your religious aspects rather than technologies that you can research. Because I'm kind of just glancing through some of the trees while time ticks in the background. We really should get that 20% silver and lead output, actually, now that we... let me assign that really quickly. Now that we are using it in full swing. Yeah, there's nothing here. Okay. It's good to just confirm that before I just assume there isn't. Oh, they're going to succeed in at least one debate. But at least they recognize the need for reform. Okay, that law is now fully enacted, chat. So let's see what Stettin's at. It's at 52.4% proximity. So that law, once fully enacted, got us almost... Was that not even fully enacted yet? Oh, no, it's almost halfway enacted, which is actually good. That means it's going to be better than I was thinking. Because I can't read. But that's fine. Okay, let's have you crack down on some rebels now. I really don't want another civil war if we can help it. Hey, the nobility just gave us increased recruitment. Well, thanks, guys. Good to see it taking one for the team. Even though you don't like me and I don't like you. Yeah. Selection by vote. Well, we've managed to recover a good deal of manpower now. Ooh. Joan Agricola. So we can either just not abide by his reconciliatory views, or the historical decision here is to actually sponsor him, and it gives us 10 religious influence. So I very much would like to sponsor him. Apparently Lüneburg joined the Reformation too. Actually, did all of our vassals switch to the Reformation? I don't think they did. Not all of them did, chat, but almost all of our vassals followed us into Lutheranism, which is pretty neat. Our Bohemian-esque subject did not, but this is unsurprising to me. God, France is terrifying. Is France in the throes of another war? The 4th phase... Wait, did we count up so many phases that it stopped saying the 12th phase and is now just acknowledging it as the 14th or the 4th phase? Actually, also, is it just me or did England actually gain territory over here? Did they? I don't think they controlled that territory. Maybe I'm going mad. Morocco owns territory. That's in Iberia. That's just awful. That shouldn't even exist. It's just terrible that it even does exist. Yeah, our prestige is really falling now, which is not too surprising. It's probably going to keep falling for a while. Okay, there we go. We're starting to get ideas of control through the sea zones. But oh, wow. So a lot of that is actually considered proximity through open sea. That is painful. All the more reason to get our ships up and going, though. Oh, hey, they're joining a new coalition against us because they hate us that much. Well, I'm glad to see the feeling's mutual for some folks. Although, this time, in order to prevent Bohemia from just knocking our lights out, we'll probably start the war before they do. How is pluck involved in this war? And can England maybe finally win a battle? Find out in 500 years. Everston. Insulted us. You guys insulted us, really. What could the Hansa even do in a war? I actually don't know. I want to see if they'll join it, then we can just fight them. Yes, royal marriage. So why not? Oh, the Netherlands is willing to ally us despite the coalition, so that's cool. Actually, I love how Prussia's willing to ally, or sorry, the Netherlands is willing to ally us, chat, because we might be targeted by a coalition. I think the Netherlands just wants a fight, and they're willing to back us up in order to get their fight. Now, where is that silver mine? Oh, sorry, the Mercury patio is not under the burghers, is it? It's probably under the laborers. Yeah, there it is. So, again, chat, this will literally double the production of gold and silver from the RGO. So it will literally double the silver being made here. And it's already at an output level of 1.45. Although it's doubling it from its base number, I should specify. Still good, though. Okay, now that law is fully enacted... Ooh, that is a nice greenish control map. It is still not perfect, but like Magdeburg is up to 83% control. Stettin's reaching 64 with 55 proximity. We still don't have any good proximity over here in the Prussian territory. In fact, getting any of it is a nightmare still. Because we need to seriously build up the fleet, but it's getting there. It is getting there. With the way our income's going, we might build up a second army, but we have to focus a bit more on the Navy first. Which is going to prove at least a little costly. Control is, yeah. That's literally all the ships I can build. The issue is we just don't have the sailors for it. But at least we can integrate the territory and weaken any revolts there through it. Okay, that's kind of what all of them being integrated now. So we could probably go back to pop assimilation. Still make everyone Brandenburgish. Because I think a lot of these areas are considered integrated, not cores. Some of them are cores, actually, but this is all integrated territories. We probably would want to get over here first, though. Just to weaken any would-be revolts there. The Holstein Patriots are back. That's awesome. I love that for them. I'm definitely not upset about their return at all. There's also the, perhaps, need to convert people to our religion, but the Reformation seems to be handling that on its own right now, so I'm just going to focus on the culture. Although I think Magdeburg's been heavily resisting the conversion in general. We're researching stuff to resolve that. Dangerous ideas are spreading. I'm sure it's fine. It's probably fine. Can't steal research anymore. Oh, no, I can. If Naples would stop finding the spy network every... Oh, they have 11% chance. That's why they keep finding it. Castile. 22% chance. Forget I asked. 9.9. Yeah, they've got some good spy detection going on over there. I don't think we're gonna find any research out here. Yeah, kind of running out of places to steal research from, which, I mean, it'd be nice to steal more. Just gonna try to sabotage the relationship, but just try to hurt the view of each other, and hope that's enough to break them, but I don't think it is enough to break their relationship. Oh, God. France has the tax base of over 1,700. Only a bankruptcy can stop them now. Or the 1500th war, I guess, against England. So, England actually has almost as many troops as France in the field, and it looks like... Yeah, it actually looks like England is getting the ticking war score, because I guess they were the ones that were targeted. Well, it also looks like their land's getting occupied, so I wouldn't say they're winning. It's more like they're just pretending that they're winning. And in reality, they are losing painfully. Well, yeah, how are the tanneries doing? I know they get production efficiency from livestock and sand. Nice. I think we've already maxed out our tanneries over here. Not completely, but yeah, no, we kind of have. So I guess another thing they could specialize in over here is just tanneries. Because we need that for our armies, and they have access to livestock here, so why not? Just keep specializing the one area. Which, at least it works. Oh, watching the French numbers go down because they're fighting somewhere is nice. Until it goes back up, then they're scary again. Our ruler in general is now being thrown into confessionalism as well. Well, I don't think that'll change much. There we go. Missionary schools of research. We'll see if that does anything. It did, yeah. This number was at like 3, now it's at 17, which is still slow conversion, but it's conversion that will just handle itself in the background. Slowly. Oh, they've succeeded in 2 so far, but it looks like they're about to fail 1 debate over the purchase of indulgences. Of course the one they're gonna fail is over the purchase of indulgence. It just couldn't have been anything else. Oh, Calvinism is around now. Good for them. Lithuania's declared us their rival. Cute. Oh, Holstein apparently insulted us, chat. So we're gonna just quickly go ahead and knock them down. I do love our paved road network, making it a lot easier to get up here in a short amount of time. Let's see, are there any additional dry docks we can build? Not for us, but kinda. Yeah, and then all of the coastal forts are already built up, which is at least helping project more maritime presence. Okay, who else is in this war? Because maybe we just knock them out too. Oh, they're down there. Okay. Literally, it's just these guys down here. Okay. One of them has access to fur. The other is lumber. I love that. Look, we couldn't go beat up France, so we have to bully the small nation states. Oh, that's it for England. They have a civil war. I mean, maybe France isn't far behind because their stability is not high. Although their nobles are highly satisfied and control the country, so maybe they'll be fine. But yeah, England getting into a civil war while at war with France is just a death sentence. So yeah, they've stopped that war. I'm not very surprised. There's no winning that war while you're in a civil war. Not at that scale. So you're getting a nice amount of... Oh, that's the Prince Bishop break. There it is, Electorate of Prussia. Or to kind of just ticking along, waiting for the next era to come along and just building things up, financially speaking. Oh yeah, are there any temples we can build? There are, in fact, a couple of temples we can build. I'm glad I checked. And honestly, we have the money. Let's just invest into universities for more qualifications. That way we have them. And I think we'll just annex all three of them. It generates antagonism, but honestly, the people who are antagonized are already in the coalition against us. It's not going to change much for us in the long run. I do actually want to disband a fort or two, though, because now we have way too many forts from all these locations that we've taken. So we are going to disband a fort or two. Or three. Which is fine. It's not like we were using those forts. I'm going to have to start suppressing the Prussian patriots at this rate if it continues. Although, once the remaining integration's finished, we should gain the new... Wow, that's a lot of universities over here. We should gain a bit more control, and that should weaken it. Once we get the next Congress, or Parliament, we will probably try to start a war against the coalition in a way that doesn't pull France in. Because if Bohemia leads it, Bohemia can pull them in. But if it's some different method, we can probably avoid it. Can I create a CB on the mall now for heresy? I can. It does have a plus 75 cost increase, though. Which I'm not particularly fond of. I guess whatever you need to do. Oh, the insult CB wore off on them as they joined the coalition. I was looking forward to using that to start a conflict, and I just can't now. Oh well. How many troops do we have? We probably want to raise more regulars now. We have plenty of guns, at least. Well, cannon guns, that is. Regular guns are a completely different story. Let's fix that. Let's get more guns, chat. I know I could just spread them out and get, like, one building in each spot, but I'm trying to, Yeah, we're gonna have to pay off the loans next, by the way. I'm trying to not spam us with noise. We'll build up the army, and then we'll pay off the debts. Ah, Bohemia found the agent already. That's fine, I guess. Man, all of my spy networks have kind of collapsed from being found. We're not very good at this spying stuff, I guess. Not recently. We were doing very good at stealing lots of research. Now we just don't. But at least we used it to catch up before the Age of Discovery came around. At the rate we're going, we still have some time for it. Yeah, there we go. It's converting faster. Only slightly, though. With all these conversions, the angry and revolt should finally stop generating. I think they pretty much did stop generating, but this will just really make sure they stop generating. Go ahead and repay the loan. We at 50 yet? We're not. Yeah, if we go over to our research now, we're at 36.59 average literacy. Technically, our research speed has fallen, though, because, again, the liturgical language of Latin is weakening, thanks to the Reformation. Which is unfortunate, but it's still strong enough that we're going to keep using it. Until it isn't, then we'll stop. But for now, it's still strong enough that I'd rather use it. Also, if anyone's curious, our silver mine at Goslar here is putting out a nice amount of almost 20 silver per month. It is putting out a good deal of silver. And then Praha is actually exporting some silver to us, which is good. What is our army tradition at, anyway? I think it's decaying, isn't it? Yeah, it's decaying. We can just let it decay further. Okay, so... this parliament is going to... that is a lot of people. This parliament is going to have to make a very careful decision on who to declare war on next. Preservation of individualist values. I like communalism, though. I very much like communalism for this run. Support for land focus, yes. Okay, alright. Coalition time. You're all in the coalition together, I believe. It's like if I go to Munster, it should be a lot of folks. Yeah. Is Bohemia not in this? They are. And together, we're actually at almost equal strength. Because if we wait, what's going to happen is Bohemia is going to declare the war again, and they're going to call up France to come fight the war for them. Like they've been doing. So what we need to do is make it to where Bohemia is answering a call to arms and is not a primary or co-belligerent. So if we were to do something like declare war on Munster, they do get called in to the war, but I don't believe there'll be a co-belligerent where they can call in France. Because, as you can see, France is not in the land composition. But if we attack Bohemia, France is here. France is ready to go all in, and France will kill us because they have a high trust in Bohemia and a positive opinion. They also like us, though, which is hurting their opinion of joining, but they don't like us that much since we are technically a heresy. And our efforts to improve relations are the only thing keeping them from coming over and killing us right away. We could curry favor with France, but we'd actually owe France more favors than the alternative. And they won't accept royal marriage because we are now different. Speaking of which, our heir is currently 9 years old. So what I'm thinking is, we do a CB to trigger a war with the coalition. Probably Munster, because Munster does not seem to have any important allies that would also be pulled in. But what we're then going to do is we're going to focus Bohemia down. We just focus down Bohemia and just eviscerate them as much as we can, seize as much of their critical tax base as possible, which is going to be all of these gold spots that they have control over. So the gold here, the gold there, the silver, gold over here. Probably the gems too. If we can seize those, we can cripple Bohemia's financial capabilities and greatly reduce their strength. Now, they would still be a threat because they could still get France to come over and help them. But ideally, our subject here would take over more Bohemia and get stronger. The only concern there is that they might become too strong and revolt against us, which is why we've been carefully monitoring our subjects here, and it's why we're annexing Wolgast to kind of weaken that. Actually, Praha is the one that loves us the most now, which I find to be very funny. I guess their power relative to us is not very strong when they're at peace. They've given us 71 ducats now. My god, that's a lot. I think that's what we're going to do here. I'm having to walk myself through this because I am not certain that we're going to survive this. But we have built up the standing army to 26,000. Arguably, I should split this army up in half. But for now, we're going to kind of use it as a walking death stick. Stack, I should say, not stick, but stick sounded better. The Parliament CB is going to give us 25 conquer still. That's fine. And because I'm concerned about losing this war, we are going to raise levies. But again, we are going to hard focus Bohemia down. Because Bohemia is what's going to have a lot of the levies as well. And we're just going to make sure to gather up all the levies and bring them to a safe-ish spot. Some like halfway internally. That way they can just kind of muster together. But if I'm right about everything there should be, under no circumstance should France join this war. Unless they ally Munster specifically. Which shouldn't happen. If that happens, we're just dead. There's just no way around it. We're just dead. Ooh, army move speed plus 10. I love that. Okay, and is there someone from the crown that can lead this army? I assume not, because half the people from the crown have died of old age at this point. Yeah, there isn't really much of a childbearing family going on right now. Actually, our dynasty's on the risk of dying out, I should say. So you better be a really good ruler later, or we're dead. Let's see. I think I need to switch this over to the war, like, tactical focus. Yeah, that's a bit better. Stern theologian. Yeah, make the estates happier, why not? God, is this 2 separate forts right here? It is. They really fortified themselves. Do I care about this failing? Yeah, I don't care about this failing. Well, I want to finish the siege, but we probably should march over there, and our ally won anyway. Never mind. Oh, I just marched 159 soldiers to their death because they were prisoners of war that switched sides. Okay, there we go. That's 4,500 men just dead. I could use the levies to fight and let the regulars do the sieging, but the regulars are the ones that have the power to just nuke people out of existence. Unless I forget to let morale build up, in which case then we'll just die anyway. I don't think there's any military techs we can do right now that would improve our situation. I think we've gotten the vast supermajority of the land tech. We could actually grab lancers, I guess, to improve that. Then just go for less army morale loss while moving, so moving doesn't eat up as much morale and nuke us. I cannot grab the army that I want to grab here. Yeah, okay, the numbers are still very favorable for us. France has not joined this war. That's good to see. Very good to see. Let me just make sure they can link up armies. So are you dying from food or dying from attrition? You're dying from winter attrition. Okay, well, I can't help with that. Winter attrition is just something you're gonna have to deal with. Oh man, battles are ending so quickly because the armies have like no morale. They just die in droves. I thought in some cases I can't get to them. I am seeing that we're occasionally getting into naval fights, and thankfully it looks like the vast majority of what we're intercepting on the seas is just transports, because the fights are happening instantly. And they're just ending right away. Yeah, Bohemia lost 4 ships, we lost none. Which is, if that's just transport ships, I don't mind at all. That's very, very simple for us to deal with. So let's see, there's 1 gold spot. We need this gold spot. Because the gold areas are what allow Bohemia to make lots of money. Now, their capital is much further to the south, so parts of their country they no longer have good access to. So the gold and silver there doesn't give them as much money. But they still have a really good tax base overall. Their tax base is at 857. And that's definitely, yeah, because of gold and silver. There's a silver mine right there. Plus, if we can get that to our subjects, they'll make more money out of it. Yeah, so we could have the regulars could hunt, but the regulars are also the ones that have our cannon right now, so they're better at sieging. Though I am thinking of doing exactly that, of letting the levies siege and have the regulars go hunt. We could just leave the cannons with them, but the cannons can also be used in combat with the bombard phase. And since the levies can just kind of hunt down, like, these stacks right here, the levies themselves can hunt this down and kill it almost immediately. Because the enemy is very disorganized. They're sieging a lot of other areas right now that are based on forts. And they're fighting with our subjects, too. So it's not that difficult for us to deal with. But what you said is actually a pretty decent idea of let the regulars hunt and just have the levies do the sieging. And honestly, I would probably argue to do that. I just moved the unit by mistake because I made the box. The good news is that okay, let's just pretend that didn't happen and move on, okay? I definitely didn't misclick off of that. In fact, let's just invoke that idea. Let's detach siege, which should be enough units to siege or occupy. Oh, I see what that's gonna do. That's not gonna act how I thought it was gonna act. I need to, like, manually separate them. I thought that, well, detached siege is actually still not bad. I just wanted to detach the cannons. Oh! You know what? Just click the cannons, chat, and it will detach just the cannons. Job done. So then we'll just leave them together with the cannons. You know what? We'll just do exactly what you suggested, because I think that's actually a good idea. And then the regulars can go deal with the sieges before the sieges actually do anything. And since we're actually only a few months away from the next era, the Age of Reformation, so I might cut the rest of our technology out just in case we get it very early. But I do want to research the extension of supply lines so we can later make it to where movement costs less morale. Oh, am I in the wrong tile? I'm in the wrong tile. These little statelet areas make it so hard to see where you need to walk to actually begin battle. Okay, I want to move there, let our morale recover, then march on them. Because we'll definitely win this fight hands down. Yeah. Yeah, it just, they're losing way too many men compared to us. Yeah. Easy 4-to-1 ratio. Age of Reformation. Now, chat, I have actually not reached the Age of Reformation in my Ottoman game yet, so I'm very curious as to everything. Oh. More stuff's happening in the background. Give me just a moment. So expanded infrastructure, I don't know what it does, chat. I actually mouse over expanded infrastructure and it's not telling me, but I still want to do administration. I just want to see what everything is here. Ooh, 2.5 tax efficiency. Minting income's fine. Humanist tolerance, so heathen beliefs are easier. Cultural capacity. Heretical beliefs. That's not bad. Oh, diplomacy gives you 10% tax efficiency in Reformation. Oh, that's so... Oh. 20% cabinet efficiency? Ooh, those are actually good. Ooh, 10% trade maintenance. Chat, diplomatic focus for Reformation might actually be really good. 10% trade capacity? Oh, those are actually really good. Even though I want to go all in on administration, those are actually really good techs for diplomacy. Engineer Corps is 20% siege ability. That's really good. Hostile attrition is nice. Better garrisons. Local access to raw materials. That's not bad. I'm going to be honest with you. Audit checks here is really making me want to go for diplomatic focus, but we could just go all in on administration as we have been doing. Because my guess here is expanded infrastructure is a proximity cost reduction, but the name is so long that it's bugging out and I can't mouse over it. We still get 2.5 tax efficiency anyway if we go down this. And we could get an increase to primary religion happiness while also making it to where heretics aren't as mistreated. They're very upset right now, trust me. Honestly, I kind of want to go diplomatic here, but we're gonna go all in on administration as we've been doing. Efficient tax. Oh, efficient tax collectors because we're part of the Christian Reformation. Oh. Oh, wait. Okay, so when I said that there wasn't any text for the Christian Reformation, I was wrong, like being on Lutheranism. It's because I was looking for a religious symbol, but it's actually a cultural symbol is what you're looking for. I think it doesn't appear until the Age of Reformation anyway, because it would be weird for it to appear in the eras before that since, you know, it's not going to exist until you get to the 1500s, to my understanding. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's down here at all. So we actually get 5% tax efficiency anyway. We went all in on admin, but where is the infrastructure network? Oh, okay, so it's not proximity like I was hoping. it makes roads cheaper to build and makes them build faster, which I guess is still fine because you want more roads. But I'm gonna be honest with you, Chad. I think diplomatic focus is actually better for the Age of Reformation because you get 10% tax efficiency, you get 20% I forget what it was, 20% something else. I already forget. That's fine. We're still gonna go all in on it. We'll go with this because we're still gonna get things like +2 cultural capacity is usable. I mean, trade advantage is good if you're expanding into other trade markets. That is still good. Let's see, what else can we grab here? I'm trying to comb through it all again. 10% income for minting sounds great. I just don't know if it is great. But considering we're not trying to do too much conversion, getting the tolerance for heathens will actually be pretty useful. Anyway, the new systems that can appear. New systems, what am I calling these? The institutions. Oh wow, there's actually not really a good chance that we get the global trade institution. Because you have to trade greater than 500 goods and we're below that. Okay, that makes sense. What about artillery? You probably need to build, like, what, a lot of artillery installations? Oh, you need offense and we're defense. So we're probably not going to get any of these because I know confessionalism, that one requires you to be spiritualist. So we're probably not going to roll any of them at the start, which is fine. That just means we can take our time doing other techs. Until we actually do unlock one, of course. Might actually get that 10% fort limit just so we can have more forts because of the increased fort maintenance costs that we're suffering right now. Not that they're big. They're not even 23 ducats, honestly. But it is still kind of there, and it annoys me that it's there, you know? But yep, we're going to do all in on admin for now. Oh, we have a 5% chance of rolling religious turmoil in the Age of Reformation. Specifically in the Age of Reformation, the Council of Trent situation is not ended. Oh, because our stability is below 20. Okay, so maybe really quickly here, we just start hard spending on stability. Because apparently you need 20 stability or more to avoid this issue. Do we need to crack down on the Catholics still? Probably. We need to crack down on Prussian patriots now. We just have to start bouncing back and forth. And the integrations I need to let finish because they're almost done. Or at least they're making good progress in getting done. So we're at 61%. Is this a good time to start taking land? I know 1 gold spot's right here. That's already too much. That alone is 63. Wow. I mean, I know these areas are developed, but dang, it is getting hard to take territory without a good CB. It's getting hard. We definitely want to nullify Bohemian treaties with France. That would stop them from being allies for a time. Only for a time, though. It wouldn't be indefinite. Dangerous ideas are spreading. More stability loss. Lovely. Because we're spiritualist right now instead of humanitarian. Yeah, we're going to see a pretty big drop in our finances for a bit here as we try to stabilize. Oh, you know what? Defense has probably been ticking, haven't they? Yeah, 12.5 defender ticking because we haven't taken anything over here yet. Orleans has spawned the artillery institution. And more enemies are dead. Fantastic. We're already at the max tick for battle, so we just need occupation at this point. Logistics distance. Yay. We're just going to sit on our cash for now, too, since we're trying to stabilize and we don't really have the financial accessibility to go any further. I like that it's getting challenging, at least. I was a little worried we'd just blow past everything. But no, we're actually having to think on our toes. We're probably going to get religious turmoil, aren't we? What else would help you avoid this? I'm interested here. Oh, if you're Orthodox, you just avoid it. Cool. Or if you're a subject. And it looks like it's, yeah, it's specifically for Christianity as well, which makes sense. Oh, this is what I was worried about. Bohemia has actually attacked our levies. The levies did survive, but all the cannons died. I was a little worried that would happen. That's okay. Oh, more enemies joined that fight. I wasn't prepared for that. Did we actually lose that fight because of the morale? Yes, we do. Oh, Poland's in this fight. When did that happen? Yeah, I think Poland is a recent addition to this fight, Chad. I think they allied Munster. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. They allied Munster and then joined. Okay, we're at least relearning once again why morale is important. We're actually starting to lose points because of the occupation differences changing. We might be able to start looking for... Oh, I can't separate peace because it's a coalition war. Yeah. That worked out. Because they are starting to siege and occupy some areas. I don't think they've occupied a lot of fort regions. It's just they unoccupied a lot of stuff. Because I think a good deal of our subjects got killed. But a lot of their troops have gotten killed too. They've lost over 115,000 men. Most of our levies have kind of died now, though, which is a bit unfortunate. Confessionalism has also spawned. So I think we'll just reincorporate it and organize it together again. It's what, minus 42, so we can ignore it for now. Worst case is we could try to annex less territory and just focus on... Oh, they have a lot of war enthusiasm, though, yeah. There's just too much ground to cover, so we can only really be on one front at a time. Especially as our allies are starting to lose a lot of their troops, and then the enemy gets away before we can reach them. Which is a little unfortunate. Global trade appeared in Krakow. At least that's close to us. But yeah, it tells you that they're trading in more goods than we are. Because the issue now is we have sieges going on both in the east and the west. And if we split the army in half, there's a good chance we lose. Well, we could split the army in half, actually. Probably be fine. I just don't like that idea. Of splitting the army in half. Let's go ahead and deal with all these armies that are sieging over here before they win their sieges. And hopefully we finally kill off enough of them to just weaken their ability to siege in general. Thankfully, we've got a manpower pool, so we can take these losses. A lot of their troops are still levies, and they just lost 3,500 of them. I think the biggest issue is just the defender ticking. We kind of need to go conquer this province over here to stop it ticking. I'm just worried that once I start that, they'll revert all the gains over in Bohemia. We gained all of our cannon back. We have. Let's try to do it anyway. Oh, what happened? Ah, seriously? Well, that's annoying. So, the Holy Roman Emperor just forced us to make peace against our will. So, now instead of getting anything out of that war, we just got nothing. I miss being Emperor. But I love the Reformation. But God, do I miss being Emperor. Because I'm pretty sure you can't leave this organization. Well, we could if we enforced a war on them. But that means attacking the Emperor himself. We might have to do that, actually, because that was unfortunate. I can't believe he just walked in and stopped the war single-handedly. So our plan to cripple Bohemia just went out the window. So I guess, see you all in a few years when we can do it again. Yeah, there it is, way down there. Praha, because that could have actually spawned it, apparently. I guess they're trading in a lot of gold. Which actually makes sense because of the gold, yeah. They're probably trading in a lot, aren't they? Oh, no, not that much, actually. Let's get our money back for now. They best insulted us, so let's go do that. Since they just enforced it on us, they shouldn't be able to enforce it again for a while. This is literally just a war against a small city-state. Look, I'm upset that the Emperor stopped my conquests of Bohemia, so I'm gonna go take it out on a micro-state next to us. Masterpiece created. You know what? Sure, go ahead. Probably pay off our debts while we're at it. Couldn't kill Bohemia, but we could get rid of one of the little split city-states, so our map looks slightly less terrifyingly awful. How is our control over here? Are we still spreading any? No. We probably need a lot more ships. Yeah, it's ticking very slowly out there. The problem is that we have next to no sailors. I just paid off the loans for this, and now they're asking me for more money. But it gives me religious influence, which I need to get more religious aspects, so I can't say no because I want it so badly. I don't know if worsening England's view of France is going to help at all. I just wanted to do something with that. Our plan wasn't bad, it got interrupted by the Emperor is the issue. Otherwise, it was actually going very well. We were kind of beating their armies left and right. They just had a lot of people throw at us at once. Alright, let's get the Elector back in charge so we can squeeze out some crown authority. Get some money back. When is Wolgast going to be finished annexing? 1547. Such a long time, but they are decently sized. I fear to know how long it would take to annex Lundberg. I fear knowing that, because they are decently sized compared to our other subjects. Fell downstairs. I read that as I clicked. Ooh. Yes, 15 religious influence. Let's go. Okay, so we can pick another one now. That's good. That's good. I kind of want to grab the proximity cost next, even though it increases crown control, because -5 proximity cost is very good. The problem is that we saw that there are several things here that increase your literacy, and, you know, literacy is really good. Literacy for clergy is nice, but, like, +5 literacy for everyone. It would keep innovative up. It would keep communal up. There's, like, I could just get 3 of them that are all max literacy. So we could easily push our literacy up to the 50s. But I think at least one of these has to be proximity cost reduction, because proximity cost reduction is just so good. Because that affects C zones as well. Now, there's another thing that we need to do, because although we don't have access to another reform, we are technically in the age of Reformation, which means new reforms can be chosen because new reforms were added. Like mandatory bureaucratic education, +5 literacy. Counter espionage offices. There's a lot here, actually, so we probably won't be able to go through all of them. Mercenary registration, I think that was already there. Administration of clerical lands. Production quota bureau, so you get more raw material output, like more silver and gold, for example. Because that's definitely fun. I think there's others too, but they're probably locked behind having to be very far on one line. Yeah, the statute of monopolies, that is definitely new. Market production, 2.5% production efficiency. State-backed merchant fleet. That's not bad. But yeah, a lot of these. Ooh, administration of shipyards. -2 proximity cost through ports. Yeah, there's a lot here that reward you for going down a specific route. Like 5 discipline would be really nice. Provincial taxation system, if you're decentralized. There's a lot of good ones here. What I am thinking, even though it means we'd probably have to do more diplomatic spending, is we probably change out diplomatic traditions, because we'll lose some diplomatic capacity and we'll lose diplomatic reputation. It's either that or give up something like royal decree, which means giving up some crown power. Although we could change both, honestly. Which one sounds good? I mean, production quota is not bad for the raw material output, but I don't know if that's what we want. It could also be that we just need to wait for something else to unlock here. The 2 tax efficiency ones, though. Those are nice. There's always subject opinions, too, but I don't think we need that. Maybe we hold off for now. Miniature bureaucrat education, actually, because that is +5 literacy. And literacy means more research and everything else. So our diplomatic capacity is below... Our diplomatic capacity is not that bad, actually. It's better than I thought it was. Probably because we got big enough to where we're kind of dwarfing over our subjects. Magdeburg's got almost 75 proximity now, and it's up to 85 control. Yeah, it's going up. That made it to where we're going up by at least 1% of control in places like Magdeburg. Other areas are seeing like a 2 to 3% swing, which is pretty good. And it looks like we're starting to get the faintest amounts of proximity over here in Prussia by sea. Of course, that's in part because we still need to work on our sea presence. It's still very low. But I'm hoping that that's like the start of it getting really big and then spreading throughout the area. Because Elbing getting it would be great because it has very high harbor capacity. Now, that did just kind of shoehorn our stability back down, which isn't good, but getting 5% more literacy is very nice. Even though a lot of our rural areas are going to take forever to catch up to that. Because they just generated at such a slow rate. All of the towns and cities are going to catch up to it very quickly because they have access to libraries and universities. So a lot of them will probably go up to as high as 60% literacy now, which is going to be very helpful for us. Hey, the nobility insurgency is ticking up again. I was wondering when they'd get upset. Naval's just finished technology. We kind of missed it. Army movement morale cost we dropped. That'll help us in the next war. Make it a little cheaper. We're kind of just waiting for our next CB to come available. Oh, we got another core. That's nice. Do we want to reduce state enrichment? State enrichment is getting larger because our income is getting bigger, but I don't know if 5% is a lot. Like, I don't know, is 5% a direct 5% reduction or 5% of what the estate enrichment is? I assume it's the latter. You know, it's going to be 5% of whatever the enrichment is. We could research a bit backwards into the ages too, since we're still waiting on the Reformation to come up. We could actually go back to like the Renaissance and start grabbing more texts there, or we could use this as an excuse to rush more of the discovery texts while we have time. Integration is never a bad decision. Power projection could kind of help, but I haven't found a good use for it yet, which might just be me not knowing better. I will get the Defense Bureau just so we can get more forts to reduce the fort maintenance cost. Ooh. Let's see. Oh, I see. He's trying to change his culture away from Brandenburgish, which obviously we can't accept. And there's no one from the crown to appoint. So we put someone that's actually competent in charge instead of someone incompetent. Yeah, our current navy size is already too much for the sailors we make, and I'm pretty sure that's largely in part because our ports do not have good, effective control, which obviously is not helping at all. Oh, this area's at 98 control, chat. It's almost at 100. You know, if we made it into a city, it would be 100. Would be pretty fun. Some of these areas are reaching 24, 25% now. It's going to be a long while before that ticks up, but we dropped the decay with the technology at least. Dropped it by about 20%. This all needs to be cored at some point. Okay, so the last war did not go entirely to our expectations. We didn't lose, but thanks to the Holy Roman Emperor, we didn't win. And I assume he had to spend a lot of authority for that, because actually the crown authority is dropping, which is good, so he might not be able to do it again. Could always leave the Holy Roman Emperor, or Empire as well, but that requires its own special war, and I ain't keen on that right now. The 5th phase of the 100 Years' War. How many 100 Years' Wars are we going to have? It's so many 100 Years' Wars in a row. And I'm surprised at how long they and France have been just steadfast allies. It is kind of scary, actually. So, let's say we attack Saxony. Does that pull Bohemia in? Because I assume there's still... Well, we're actually still under a truce for a bit, so we might just have to target someone else. There is Poland as an example. And I think a lot of the minor statelets here are also at truces with us. Yeah, it's a lot of truces. I guess there's always Denmark we can go and bully. If you ever wanted to bully Denmark, I guess, for a good reason. Why are these in that? Oh, that makes sense. I see why. Never mind. I understand what I'm reading. It's just a hard decision, because obviously we have to wait till the truce ends, and the truce doesn't end for another 5 years, which is kind of putting us in a bit of a stuck position. I guess we could get rid of the little town here. That's one option. We could also keep clicking till we find someone who's not at peace with us. Technically, there are a few, but the ones we want to target are at peace with us. To push more into Central Europe, we have to kind of fight these people, and we can't because they're all truced with us. Oh. Because, like, breaking truce? Yeah, breaking truce. I thought so. I was going to say, is it not there? It is there. I guess Poland is a decent option. We'd still have to fight Hungary. And Hungary does have actually good levies. They actually have more combat power, too, it says. I assume that's because they're more regulars and less levies. Combined, they have about as many regulars as we do, and then a lot of our allies are levies. It's just not to the same plans that we have, although we can spread some good control there. Support of innovative ideas, definitely. I think, let's just go ahead. We'll use the TB to knock these guys out. That way, we're no longer just split. And then the next five years later, we'll get the CB to actually do our war against the major coalition again. Oh, we've won, so we sieged it so fast, the diplomat's not even there to give our demands. A bit too quick, I'd say. Yep, pops have a bunch of things they're missing, and a lot of it is just like fruit, incense that we can't make. There's actually a paper shortage still, surprisingly enough. Maybe I shouldn't be surprised there's a paper shortage, but I feel like I should be. Let's just build a bunch of paper workshops then. Actually making a lot of money despite all of that. I don't mind losing the support. Oh, that broke. Okay, then. I'm actually going to stop contributing to the Imperial Army. I know that's going to hurt our army tradition, but I think we need to not just give the Emperor manpower to use against us. I don't like that idea. That's another core for us. And are any of these spreading to us yet? They are taking their time to spread. Oh, yeah, they're not even spread enough. It looks like it's reached Brandenburg, or is about to. Yeah, it's reached Brandenburg. Okay, that's good. It's starting to spread in nearby locations. We could encourage it spread further, but there's also various texts we could still do while we're waiting. I don't think there's anything in the Renaissance I really need tech-wise, but we could just take a look at it. Because we don't need, like, early Caracs when we can already build Caracs. It would kind of defeat the point. Same with the heavy cavalrymen and the supply card. Would kind of defeat the point of the text we already have. We could grab Navy morale. That's not bad. There's construction speed and fort limit as well, which would be kind of nice. I guess Deus Vult, so we can get the religious war. That would probably work. Because I think that works on both heretics and heathens, so then we don't need Parliament as much. How is... Oh, I guess the count of Trent or Trier is over, because yeah, it's ended. I don't know if it succeeded, though. Wow, that's a really split church. So the counter-trend situation is ended. The only way for it to end now is for the War of Religions to occur and then end. Guess we'll see when that triggers. Oh, good. The other place called Brandenburg is also our core now, so we can rejoice at controlling both Brandenburg locations. How nice. So I guess stability we should still invest heavily in, but we can actually kind of cut it down just a little to save on money. The interest on these loans are not bad, honestly. I don't really need to repay them for a while. I just have been. Who is Bohemia at war with? Because I see them raising levies. Oh, they're just joining France and beating up England. And then, you know, not finishing the job like they should. At some point, this 100 Years' War will end. Because I think at this point, England is probably depopulated from all the losses. No, it's still rising. Technically, so is France, but that's just because they have a lot of people to begin with anyway. We actually have more pops than Bohemia, which is nice. Not that we can efficiently control a lot of our population. But we're getting there. Covert actions, divide capacity minus 10%. Okay. Well, should be fine. I don't know why the finder's opening. I must have hit a button. Not realized it. I think let's take half of you and put you in the new sea zone, because I think this is... That's not quite stabilized with the fleet yet. Okay, maybe... I'm trying to spread it out more since I lack the sailors to really grow this to an ample degree. There we go. And I believe if I go to create CB, accumulate rival, disrupt trade, cleanse heresy. Oh, so it's not here. Take down hegemon. Oh, that's cool. So I guess the Deus Vult doesn't really work, even though it says heretics and heathens. I actually can't use it against the others. Oh, no, I guess it is just cleanse heresy, isn't it? Is what it's called. I must have been thinking about a different one. Then, yeah, in that case, we can use it on all of them. Unless the Ottomans have somehow converted. Oh, they've actually converted to Orthodoxy. Okay. All right, then. Yeah, there it is. There's religious war. So, yeah, I can't use it against those that are somewhat similar to the church. So that was a bit of a waste of research, but we can't really do any more research until this finishes spreading to us anyway. So let's think. I guess making more loom is not bad. War galleys are not bad. More construction speed's good, but I don't think we're making enough money to spend it and get that construction speed. I guess integration speed next. And maybe naval supplies workshop given our circumstances. We don't need colonial migration because we're not really planning to get colonies in our current state. I will branch out a bit for the Navy morale, though. That way we at least have it, so the next time our Navy's in a fight, it's not just dead immediately. Wish you would stop doing it. I only have enough sailors to build one ship. That's how bad it is. All right. Nice. Heir to Lüneburg and Praha as well. Okay, so we could do a heretic war. I don't think that really leads to anything beneficial for us. But we can try. I'm just in time to realize that Naples has finished their technology again. Too good at messing that up. What happens if we attacked you, Saxony? Who would join? Very few, actually. I think the coalition is falling apart. Because that is very few people. Munster would join. I think maybe Saxony's just not in it anymore. Yeah, okay, the coalition is starting to kind of dispense and disperse. Wait, did England come out of that as the victor? Because I think England has more I think England has more territory now in France. I'm a little confused. Is France winning this war or is France losing this war? I can't tell anymore. I mean, England has very terrible stability, so who knows? I don't know. The 100 Years' War should have ended already. Oh, it did. Oh yeah, I just realized, chat, the 100 Years' War finally ended with that fight. I guess it ended inconclusively. Right, because we're in the age of Reformation now, so it ended inconclusively. That's not bad for us, I guess. That doesn't really matter to us. City of Danzig. Oh, it's got special wording. That's cute. I should seize it for myself. Especially because it has very high harbor capabilities. It's as good as Elbing. What do you have that Elbing doesn't? Protected, wharf. Oh, it doesn't have a wharf? Oh, no, the wharf. There's not enough people for the wharf, I see. They have a shortage of people. Which isn't good, but oh well. Try to promote the institution to get it to spread a bit more. Then when the other one finishes, we'll have them crack down the Catholic zealots. So they don't start a civil war or anything funny like that. You know, no funny Civil War business here. There's a lot of areas that are majority Lutheran now. It looks like the towns and cities convert way slower. Although I think it's just because one of the conversion buildings is bugging out and it's not working. Because it says that it should be doing a percentage by monthly and it's not doing that. Oh, we're forming a new coalition. Honestly, if I can't beat up Bohemia, then I'll just beat up Saxony. Oh yeah, they're starting to join a coalition against us again. They are welcome to try. Oh, and he's dead. Can I actually appoint a member of the crown now? Yes. There we go. Its crown power is at 35%, but now it should go up since we've actually got the cabinet under our control once more. Some wars kind of going on along our borders, not that I mind. I can't even create a CV against Saxony. Oh, they're under Lutheranism. So it's got to be Munster then. Okay. We'll just do that then. 1547. It's a few more years. And they'll be annexed. I love how there's still noble insurgents, but it's literally one noble in an area that's not cored because he just hates us that much. He just despises us with every fiber of his being that much. Good for him. I suppose. Oh, markets. So, do we still have a shortage of books? This is the Krakow market. There we are. There's a shortage of pottery. That's neat. Don't think that's what I had in mind, though. Guess we'll just make a lot of pottery guilds then. Probably more pottery guilds than I meant to make, actually, that mass construction. But something tells me we've been importing a lot of pottery. No? Maybe you can export it. Actually, I feel like that might be too much pottery. So let's just remove the impending construction from a lot of areas. And then let a couple of towns build it up. Because I don't think the shortage is that big of a deal. Yeah, that feels better. Why do my heirs keep dying in hunting accidents? I swear, if I didn't know better, I'd think someone keeps assassinating them. So the heir now is a courtier in the Duchy of the Netherlands. Who is married to the heir of the Netherlands. Oh, that's awkward. It's not too late to have another child, right? Definitely. So I'd like to know, both our male heirs ended up dying before they reached the age of 18. Both of them died. And I married off both of the the daughters off thinking I wouldn't need them, and now look at me. Okay, so should we change our succession law then? Is that what we need to think about now? Because we could probably change this over to something else. Favored son succession. You mean the son that's dead or the son that's in the Duchy of Lindbergh? Our ruler's younger brother. Well, that's fair, I guess. Takes 50 stability to switch. Yeah. Rather not do that. I'd rather just deal with the consequences. Not that I want to see the consequences. We just got all that nice crown power, too, from appointing him to the cabinet, and then he died on a hunting accident instead of doing his job. I guess he was doing his job, and he just died along the way. So, we're still waiting on this to spread. Well, what are the odds that we lose both male sons before they're at the age of 18? 1 to a 50-50 chance that we spent money on to not lose to. And then 1 where he just dies. Very unfortunate. I very much love this game. Half the stuff that we're in shortage of we can't even make. We have to import it. We can't even do that because there's not enough. Yeah, just build more of these. Let's get more trade going then. Trade will solve our problems. Apparently we're short on paper again. I thought we had solved the paper shortage, but I guess not. Maybe it's time to upgrade Brandenburg to a city. Because why not? Even though it's going to take 2 years. Could upgrade Berlin to a city too. That would give Berlin 5% more control. lot of areas would benefit from that. We probably shouldn't upgrade that too much. Actually, are there any new bridges we can build? I doubt it. That's not an eye. Well, there are actually a number of bridges we can build. There's actually a lot of bridges we can build. The University of Königsberg, we gain 5 research. Yeah. I'll take it. Research is research. Well, those bridges will help some proximity control, at least. Not too much, but it will help a little bit. A nice 5% reduction, at least. Only France was enjoying this war. They just have so much trust in Bohemia. Oh, their ruler just died. They have bad stability now, but they're stabilizing the country. I'm sure they'll be fine. Hey, we're back at 20 religious influence. We just got 30 more to go. Could dissolve the monasteries for money, actually, not that we really need it. I mean, we do need money, but we also don't. It's like, we're fine without it. It's one of those things that it'd be nice to have, but we're not, like, pressed for it. I'm more so pressed for sailors. If I could just have more of them, please. I wonder if that's a faster route than the route it's been trying to take. Probably not. But we'll try anyway. I don't know if we can use support rebels well, but I'd like to just throw somewhere into absolute chaos in the vain hope that it actually would... Oh, so Bohemia is trying to make a new market, apparently. It just said something about Bohemian markets. I mean, I'm happy for them to spend all their money on it, but that'll just split things up further, I guess. Maybe that's why they're doing it. Split things up. You know, we at least have plenty of land troops that we could use. Spymaster in Munster was discovered. Still craft the CB, though. Can't start the war yet, but I figured we'd just have it in our pocket, ready to go. I don't know why we're getting the war sounds in the research room next. Pretty sure we're supposed to have, like, little bubbles in the background. You do you, game. I guess while we're waiting, we'll get local storehouses next, so we get the increased production efficiency bonus for having the locally accessible raw resources. It'll be good for some buildings, at least. I don't know if it's wise to start building up cities. I'm just messing around with it, because why not? Develop the interior. Does that give us land focus? It does. I actually want this one to pass, though. That's actually a bit of a hard decision there. Feudal administration, no thank you. Our current one is quite nice, I'd like to let you know. So, Poland and Saxony would join us along with a lot of other folks. Commoner insurgents as well. How is Limburg's control doing? They're starting to reach points where they're not doing too well. Well, they have integrated pretty much everything, so it might just be an issue of that they need roads. Yeah, they don't have roads. I can always build it up for them. I don't know who Bohemia would join sides with, like how we could pull them in to fight us. Because I need to break their alliance with France somehow. They're not in the coalition anymore, I've noticed. The coalition is reforming itself, though, because they are very disapproving of us, I've noticed. Excuse me. Ruler's distant cousin. I really don't care about the distant cousin, but thank you. Supporting rebels costs 30. We're not powerful enough to support rebels. Well, thank you for letting me know now after I got the research. And not before. We're still under the truce for a little longer. But the CB is being made right now. We'll probably just go to Warpminster. If I can't pull Bohemia in, then I guess we'll knock someone else out that we can pull in, like Saxony. And at least weaken them that way. Because the Saxon region is actually an area that we can maintain direct control over. Although I'm worried that France's access to artillery is going to give them an easy leg up. We'll see. We'll let this research finish, and then we'll start accessing Age of Reformation text now that it's spread to us proper. Nobility are upset again. I can't imagine why. Who knows why? Let's shrink that. I need to be able to read this better. I'm always just in time for you to have finished your technology enables. I really need to get here sooner. Saying that, I can't steal tech from France, implying France is not that far ahead. Which is nice. At least one of them isn't. To see, where are we on the institution spread? Oh, you already learned canon too, and you're learning confessionalism? Well, at least that's spreading quick. Quicker than I expected. That's what, reduced cabinet efficiency for 5 years? Ooh, 25. Probably shouldn't have taken that in the end, but oh well. We got global trade now, which is going to help our tech. We definitely want to access the siege artillery line as soon as we can, because that will make sieges easier. But also, if we can get the next level of troops, it will make the fight so much better in our favor. There's also the next level of fort from here, too, which is definitely going to be interesting. But also, you'll be able to access things like shipyards for more sailor and more harbor capacity. Naval battery. There's a lot of good techs from there, but global trade opened up to us first, so I figure we just start going down it. We could go straight down the line. That makes it easier to spread control through ports. Wouldn't go down the whole way, mind you, but just enough to make it easier to access. But we'll probably go down the area that improves our tool production, so we can make more of those. Maximum RGO size, you can't go wrong. I think we'll just start going down this until we gain access to the war section of techs, and then we'll start doing the war research instead for the military. Do we need more iron right now? I assume yes. I assume it's still expensive. The price has come down, but it's still up there, yeah. Because we're importing a lot of it. 2.34 research speed now. Yeah, Latin is still pretty strong. We'd have to spread our own culture around more to change what words people are using. Like, you don't need to spread this anymore. You could just do more Brandenburgish culture. Especially up here in the Eastern Pomeranian region. We're about to annex our subject. We'll have to start converting up there, too. I think it'll be integrated territory instead of core, since it's not our culture. Could force them to be converting to our culture, but I never wanted to destabilize them too much. Okay, there we go. So now areas like this paper workshop are getting more production efficiency from access to the raw material. Which isn't much, but it's a nice little boost. Also, Brandenburg is now a city. So if you want to celebrate that, feel free. And with the construction workshop, it means you can build 3 buildings at once. Berlin will be right behind it in becoming a city. Okay. Who joins us in the end? Poland does join it. I knew that much was coming. Saxony. Poland is a small issue because they actually have regulars. But it looks like they're in the middle of a war right now against... Oh! Austria. Interesting. So their troops are very much down in the south right now. Because we could target and wipe Munster out, but I actually want to wipe Saxony out since I can take that territory directly. It's also largely in our market, which makes it easier to control. They have tin down there. Saxony is going to be difficult to annex, though, with the current CB we have. Because it is... God, I should have just targeted Saxony instead. It would have been cheaper. Because Cleanse Heresy adds plus 75 to the cost, which is not great. But we'll just have to deal with it. Speed sometimes drops to 2 suddenly. I'm not sure why. Not sure why in that regard. I do realize that Cleanse Heresy means I'm targeting somewhere else again, aren't I? Oh, there's no tick this time, right? Because it's more of a general target than a specific province. That should be fine. There we go. Wolgast is now annexed. So, the good news is that we own all the territory. And that's where the good news ends. The control that's at 100 is going to fall a lot. It is going to fall down pretty hard. I believe these are all cores, though, right? I think they're all cores. Yes, they are. Almost all of it is cores, which is good. That's good to see that it's mostly cores. But I assume that it is all by land, because obviously it's just easier to get up here by land to begin with. Wouldn't it be easier to do a road from here to there? No? It's already done? Okay. Just checking. I don't fully trust that this game is as accurate as it thinks. And thankfully, Wolgast was more of a merchant area than a army provider. It didn't have too many pops. I barely paid off this debt, the last one. 33 now. Well, at least it gives us 10 religious influence, and we've done it 3 times at this point. It is pretty helpful. And the good news is that, oh, that's weird. Why is there no maritime presence available? Did we just delete our maritime presence by annexing that? Or is it because of the enemy ships? I don't think it's the enemy ships, though. I think I need to take my ships out and put them back in, maybe. Okay, there we go. There we go. The game right. So, unfortunately, annexing Wolgast caused a bug to occur, and it deleted all of our maritime presence, which is unfortunate and annoying because it's going to take time to build that back up. But thankfully, owning a lot of the areas that Wolgast had is giving us a lot of additional sailors, at least until the control falls all the way down to 62. But 62 is actually doable. Like, I can work with 62 control. Honestly, 60 and up is not bad. But yeah, losing all of that maritime presence does suck. I am sad about that. Oh, I thought that said plus 35. I was like, how'd they siege it that quickly? Now the Polish soldiers are here. I will raise levies if I feel like we need to, but without nations like Bohemia involved, it won't be that bad. Our subjects are just not good at staying organized, I guess. I should probably let them link up with us for safety's sake. Again? I'm really getting... So now, that's twice in a row now that the Emperor has just stopped us from doing war. It was actually easier when we were the Holy Roman Emperor, because then he couldn't stop us. So I guess we might have to just break free from the Holy Roman Emperor at this point. Because we keep getting forced to end our war because of him. Well, good to know what the Holy Roman Emperor is capable of doing when he really wants to. But it's annoying that it's happened twice in a row now. So, I guess we're going to kill an emperor tonight. Hopefully. Quarter of Prussian Bohemia. Oh, this gives us claims to territories. Cool. -1 monthly diplomat. For 15 years? That'd be fine. Lithuania, Cologne, and Poland. Of course, we have a truce with them until 1554 because the emperor keeps getting in our way. And we have a truce with Poland because of the same circumstance. So the only one we could arguably attack is Lithuania. Okay, well, you know what? We need to take out our discontent on someone, so I guess it's Lithuania. Sorry, Lithuania. But as the song is saying, we are in pain and we need some form of salvation, so we're just going to go and invade a neighbor. I'm also in pain from losing all of our maritime presence, but oh well. What's a fun game if not with a bug or two? Really should embrace artillery as soon as we can, so we'll probably save up for that. The trade maintenance reduction is nice at least. New influence France has trade us to think higher of them. I don't know why France wants me to think higher of them, but okay. So we haven't been able to push into the Holy Roman Empire further because the Holy Roman Emperor keeps forcing us to stop the war. So we're going to invade Lithuania instead, where they have no friends to protect them. I don't think we can make Lithuania a subject. I think they're too large for that. Yeah, we don't even have the option to do it. They're too big. But what we could do is we could siege a lot of this area down and then make a new subject out of it. The only issue is that the subject would be Removia, would be a heresy, but honestly, I think we're beyond heretics at this point. Let's see. Oh, all our prestige is gone now. Probably gonna keep high spending on stability for now, since we are intending to embrace artillery as soon as we can. Oh, hang on. The game is doing. There we go. The game is doing that thing again where I'm not able to move with the keyboard. No, it's fine. Oh, regulars versus what I presume to be regulars. And, yeah, they have levies in it, too. France wants to pay for military. Who are you at war with? The first war of the anti-English coalition. I guess I'll take your money. I don't know why you need access through me, but sure, go ahead. I don't know why they want to pay access through us, though. Oh, I just noticed that we were missing an advisor. But yeah, any territory we take beyond this point is definitely going to be made into a new subject, because we're already struggling to maintain the areas we have. Taking on completely new territory would just be even harder. I can't even steal research from navals now. They're too far behind. That's funny. Oh, they kicked our guy out, so let's just steal a random map, I guess. There you go. Just make it look more horrendous to us. No understanding. Man, this won't end till the 1700s. Oh, that's fine. It's all well and good. Bohemia finally joined the coalition against us, now that it matters, because the Emperor is just going to stop the war eventually anyway. Kind of matters, though. France is scary with their army size. Jeez. There we go. And we said we wanted to prioritize the army where possible. I am going to let the bowl smelting finish just because it's almost done, but we are going to go into artillery and probably straight down assault, actually. There's army morale. Other good stuff down here. I do need to get things like flintlock levies, though. Yeah, the better levies would be wiser. Pistoliers, is that a cavalry unit? Yes, it is. I don't think there's a melee levy unit here, so it might be that you need to start transitioning over to more just ranged infantry. Yeah, because that's not it at all, unless it's over here. Ah, there it is, pikemen. I was going to say maybe it's over here somewhere. So let's probably rush down to pikemen to replace our special unit with the regular units. The regular unit will be a rank higher. Then we can grab the chamber gun, flintlock levies, morale. Just start improving the army, because if we can improve our army before our enemies can, we might have an advantage where we can just win a war or two. Or at least make sure they can't get ahead of us, because that would be just problematic. So we'll see if France actually takes that territory from England this time, or if they, once again, just don't annex it afterwards. They're just going to die before we get there. Yeah. Well, at least we're taking the forts piece by piece. Did Bavaria already find the spy? They have not. Okay, good. Oh, I have to be a neighbor of Bavaria. So I can't start a war against the Holy Roman Emperor because I have to neighbor them. And I can't do a war against the HRE members because the Emperor will just immediately stop us. So that's kind of unfortunate. We're kind of stuck. That's the downside of embracing the Reformation, I guess, is that we gave up the emperorship, and by extension, we gave up our ability to expand in the empire. Which, I mean, we did a good deal of expansion anyway. We're a decent chunk of the map. But this is kind of putting a bit of dent in our plans, I have to say. Let's stop spending so much on stability now. We'll still spend, I need to worry about other things at this point. Almost enough. Well, we'll see what we can take from them in the end here. I think they've been winning all the battles, and they're technically getting a defense tick right now. The area that we need to take was liberated by them. Yep. Banks are taking our interest, or our loans as always. Why is Wolgast depopulating randomly? What's going on here? I was getting like random notifications that Wolgast is depopulating. Oh, it's the soldiers dying in battle. Okay. I was so confused for a minute there. I'm like, why is it randomly depopulating? Well, yeah, that's because the people who work there are dying. It's kind of how that works, I guess. Oh boy. Not integrate. I'd like you to do some simulation. Just get more of our primary culture out and about. Let's see. The Holstein and Polish patriots are all annoying. Maybe we can, well, we don't really have a lot of capacity to do acceptances here. I was going to say maybe we can accept one of them and that would help. But like Holstein, we don't even have the prestige to accept them or tolerate them. Oh, we will soon, though. Hey, yeah, if people want to pay with military access, I'll take the payment. Hey, yeah, I guess we'll just go full hard spend on stability at this point here. But at least now that we've embraced them all, our technology is up a bit, but the liturgical language getting weaker is kind of an issue. Not that it's an issue we can really solve. All we can do is try to get German to be strong enough and act as a replacement. But we're talking Lower German specifically. Oh, actually, I guess they're all considered the German dialect, aren't they? Yeah, they're all getting the same power. Right now, we don't have enough. What, 64? Trying to see like individual pieces. That's where we are at first before I just start wholesaling it. Like carefully mouse over all of it to see where it glows, which is definitely not difficult in the slightest. We can take a lot from them and just make a big subject up here. I mean, there's obviously concerns that that subject might be too powerful and fight against us, but what can you do? I mean, it's looking like we could probably seize all of this just right now. And I'm thinking like all of this and just make almost all of it into a subject. And hope that subject will actually help us out here. Since we're unable to expand further into the Empire because the HRE Emperor is just knocking us out of the fight every time, I'm actually going to side with the nobility here just because we have nobility insurgency growing again. Though it's just 59 pops trying to cause a hard time. Not really a big concern, honestly. Yeah, I don't care about the heretic. I'd rather not lose my 5 research points. I mean, I'm losing research points anyway since they're upset now, but... Yeah, so I can't start a war against them unless I do a no CB war, which is painful. I guess if the Holy Roman Emperor is involved in the war, they can't just force the peace because, you know, you're in the war. So what we could do is try to find out some of their allies here and see if there's one we can't target. But a lot of them are in... Wurzburg's here is actually on it, so... We might target them and start a war to pull the Holy Roman Emperor in, so we're not just getting chucked out a window every time we try to expand somewhere. Speaking of which, it's time to do more debates. And in fact, I will conduct a census because I don't know any better. Capital economy support, yep. I know this is going to upset a lot of our estates, and they're all upset right now, but... that's okay. We could invade more into Denmark, too, if we can get a lot of the... You know what? Actually, pushing north into Denmark might be a better idea right now. Oh, they're allied to England, who we could actually take on? Really? I mean, I guess England's been bashing its head against France for the last 200 years or so. They have 0... Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah, sorry about the noise there, but it's just... England is kind of dying. The only threat they pose is the fact that they have heavy ships that, like, they could kill our navy with. But if we could take a lot of Denmark, we could at least control a lot of the maritime sea power, I guess. They also have a lot of wheat. Not that that matters. Because if I can't expand more into the Empire because the Emperor is stopping me, I have to expand elsewhere right now. And I think this truce lasts another 5 years anyway, so we can do it at the next council. 4.5 years, but it's close enough. So yeah, let's focus on there. Maybe we make a new subject in Denmark, perhaps. I don't know. Figure it out. Another heretic event right away. Because if I say we have no room for heretics, I lose 5 research points. But if I do the other one, I upset the clergy, and then I lose research from that. But at least we have Parliament in session right now, so they're actually going to gain their equilibrium back a lot faster. Which is something. There we go. Won the war. We actually lost more than they did there, but that's fine, I guess. We could try to push further and seize even more land, I guess, but I'm worried about forming a second coalition against us. Because there's already a lot of people. Well, a lot of people would join us. Yeah, Poland is my concern. Your Poland would actually go up by plus 70. Although I guess fighting Poland would not be the worst outcome. The problem is that if it's like Poland and Bohemia starts it and pulls them in, then you've got France on us. So I think maybe we just go for this for now. Try to not be too greedy. I will take their money, though. And, of course, we are going to form a new subject up here. Because there is no way we can actually maintain this. There's just... We're struggling to maintain here. We're not going to maintain this right now until this is all situated. And this is not going to be situated for a really long time. I'm sorry to say. It is just not going to be situated for a long time. So we have annexed one subject, so why not create a new one? Historical subjects. Eastern Pomeranian. Bishopric of Brandenburg is Brandenburgish. Wait, so we can make our capital a subject? Why would I do that? Rostock will be given just... Oh, it's Rostock all the way over there. I see. Okay. Just a custom subject then. So I need to see where the territories are to figure out which ones I want to give up. Because we'll probably keep this one. We'll give up that just to make the lines look at least a little nice, so it's not terrifying to look at for everyone, even though these areas are going to suck for control. Yeah, plus I want to keep areas like this that have really good harbor capacity. Because I think over here there's some harbor capacity, but it's not as good. So, diplomacy, I know where I want to start this now. Right there. And we send someone from the nobility. Why not? Lithuania Minor. I should have chosen a better area for their name, but whatever. Then I can't do this because I don't have to... we need diplomats to do things, right? Yeah. Don't mind the sudden deficit. I'm sure that's going to fix itself shortly here. It's just because a lot of our estates all got upset simultaneously, like the nobility. We're also probably paying for this area that we just took, and we're just working on unpaying for it. So it's just going to be a little bit here. Diplomatic spending got really high, too. Oh, it's because our tax base suddenly shot up. Probably because of these areas are technically adding tax base, but then it dropped back down, so that should fix itself. Yeah, we're going to kind of extensively spend on diplomats here just to transfer all this territory quickly. In hindsight, I shouldn't have made their capital over here. I should have made it more centered. Putting their capital right here was actually a pretty dumb idea because they're going to actually struggle to have any form of control, and I think there's no roads over here. Yeah. So in hindsight, don't put them here. Put the capital, like, further outward. In fact, maybe we just break this up into two smaller subjects now. That might be a better idea. Probably right about there, because it's actually a bit more in the middle. This is where I should have placed them in the first place, because then they border several of them at once, and it's not that hard to actually move around. Oh, I don't actually spend diplomats while doing this. I could spend less then. I thought I was actually spending diplomats for it. I just need a diplomat to exist for the interaction. That makes a lot of sense. Makes this easier. I don't expect them to have good control over these areas in the end. But there you go. We've got a few buffer zones now. And they should have an easier time getting their control out to the areas that at least are near them. So, most of these areas will have about 50 proximity or better. So they'll do well. Apparently there are slaves here too, so we now have laws regarding slave conversion. So I guess we now have slaves, chat. Didn't plan on that now, did we? You know, we could just ignore this. We don't have to enact anything here. We could just ignore it. Although, if I were to enact it, we'd lose some clergy satisfaction, which I don't want to lose. But we'd maintain our humanist stance, although at this point, humanist means little to me. I'm just going to ignore it. I don't want to upset the clergy, but I also don't want to move more spiritualist. Oh. Who is Denmark at war with? Is this France they're at war with again? Oh, yeah, the anti-English coalition, right. Yeah, so I guess we wait till that ends, maybe? Oh, no, we have a claim against Poland. Maybe we do war Poland. Except we have a truce with Poland. Ah, that's really unlucky, then. So half of those CBs I can't even use. I mean, we could violate the truce, but then we're going to lose, like, 40 stability, and I don't want to do that. Because that would be really stupid. So let's have you integrate this province. And Catholic zealots are kind of weak enough to where I would rather have you fight off someone else. I am trying to convert the Holstein people, at least some of them, to kind of just bring down the issues that we're having up there. Because if we convert enough of them, we should be able to exert more control, since it'll become a core instead of integrated. Which will help a lot up here. Even though we already have pretty good control in those sectors. Oh, I'm just so salty about our war against Saxony being forcefully ended by the Emperor. I knew that was a thing that could be done, but I hadn't experienced it yet, so my brain never really put it together until it happens to us. Is there no bridge? Yeah, no, I need to be seeing outside the Brandenburg market. There we go. What about protected harbors? It doesn't look like we can build any. Okay. Riga market's running out of food. Oh no. Anyway. Well, we'll get ready to invade Denmark. We just have to wait for our turn. France is currently softening them up for us, you know? So it's really good. Oh, they're already at max opinion. Okay. In the end, Poland has no antagonism towards us. I thought they'd generate a lot of antagonism for what we did, but I guess not. I guess it's because we've been improving relations with them so much that they don't have antagonism towards us anymore. Like, we improved it so well that they don't have antagonism despite wanting to have the antagonism. I am not spending that money. I'd rather keep my money, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, we lost all of that proximity that we were getting. Exiles in the Kingdom of sorry, I think that's Sweden. They do not have a lot of people up there, I must say. Oh, there we go. We have thousands of sailors now. We could actually build up a lot of ships. If I didn't just build up all those merchant quarters, but I already built the merchant quarters, and I'm not going to just sit here and delete them one by one. Because that would be a pain and take time. We probably should pay off our loans next, actually, because we are paying 27 ducats in interest. Unless you guys like paying more. Yeah, I've just been taking out loans for these events. Because they scale with your tax base. So yeah, we need to just kind of sit for a minute and let things recover. Yeah, we're just gonna go with whatever favors us. So our third choice, honestly, I kind of just want to go with whatever gives us literacy, but we could also just... Ooh, clergy estate satisfaction recovery. That would be nice right now. I don't think we need that. More centralization is good, but I think we're already maxed out. We're practically maxed out on centralization. It wouldn't really help us here. Individual creeds is not a bad idea in the sense that it would just slow rebel growth and allow us to assemble pops faster. In some cases, it would actually cause them to start reverting instead of growing. we could allow monasteries again, which are just nice little buildings for conversion. That gives literacy, but guess what? This gives literacy too, and it gives religious influence, which is nice. I think innovative, we wouldn't really go along. It would just allow us to pick something else. I think communalism's the same. It would just allow us to introduce something else without worry. There's so many things that give you literacy, because literacy is just so good. Do we want... We don't really need individualism, no. There's a lot of good options here, but I'm just going to go with the ones that give us literacy. Because getting that... Our literacy at max average is at 41% now, and getting that is just granting us more research speed, and at least making up for the falls that we've suffered. And there we go. We've earned Here I Stand for converting to Lutheranism and unlocking 3 aspects of faith. So that was nice. Now, if we could just conquer more of Europe and get along with forming Germany, that'd be swell. If the Holy Roman Emperor would stop banning our wars. I need to build a spy on you. We're probably gonna do a war and then use that war to break free of the Roman Empire so they can't mess us up anymore. I don't even think it's authority they spend for it. I think it's something else. I think it's just something they can do from time to time. The only way to leave the organization is that we have to win a war and enforce the leave the Holy Roman Empire cost on them. Which, right now, I think would benefit us more than it would hurt us. Alright, we'll get the barracks soon. Nice. I am not paying you 5,000 gold. Do you know how many ships I need to build right now? I am not paying them 5,000 gold because something went wrong for them. And we want these ships to increase our maritime presence because that allows for our control to kind of move through it over here. Because it's going to be better and faster than the roads right now. Technically, we could build roads too, and that would help a bit. But I think in the long run, it would help to get more of the naval techs. Because eventually you're going to reach a point where the naval techs help better. We could research more naval techs too, but we need to get the Reformation military techs done. There are some sea techs that we skipped over, though, because they weren't useful for us at the time. They would be now, but, you know, that's hindsight and all. There's a shortage of books again. Oh, chat, there's a shortage of books because we're exporting 93 books. And almost 64 of them are being exported to the London market. We are literally the reason the people in London get to read. If not for us, there would be no books. Yeah, literally, the vast supermajority of books in the London market is just books being exported by us. We basically control the book trade, which I find very funny. And it's actually worth a nice penny, too, considering it's 1.45 ducats per capacity. That is not bad. Oh, yeah, I guess we have presence in the Riga market now, too, don't we? Yeah. You know, I don't really need the religious influence now. Since we've actually enacted our 3 aspects, I can just start taking the hits from it instead, although that upsets our clergy, which is not good. But, you know, I guess I'll just take the hit for now. Maybe we start converting more people to Lutheranism, because Magdeburg is not doing well in that regard. We have very few diplomats now, which is not surprising. We did kind of cut the cost of our diplomacy greatly. And for a good reason, because we really couldn't afford more of it at the time. I might actually save up a little gold to bribe the clergy here. Yeah. I'm gonna do that because I want to get them back up to being positive as soon as possible. Not because I'm worried about the pasture insurgency that we now have, but because I just want our research to recover and do better again. They got really upset through a series of multiple events back and forth. I also hope this war that France is doing ends soon so I can have my piece of Denmark. Oh, it just ended. Fantastic. You know, ask and you might receive, chat. Ask and you might receive. Unfortunately, Denmark really likes us, so we will actually lose stability for this war. So, because we are already in red in stability... Oh, do they owe us favors? Wow, they owe us favors. Oh. You know what, chat? I don't even need to fight England. I can just isolate them from England. I don't even know how we got those favors to begin with. I have 10 favors on France. I guess they, oh god, if I had 10 more favors, I could break their alliance with Bohemia. That was so sweet. This is the third time we've gotten a heretic in the university. Which is what's upsetting the pastors so much. I guess I need to change my leadership out. Or, you know, just convert more people to Lutheranism. That would probably solve the problem, too. Yep, I need diplomats again. Now that we don't have the reform that was just giving us diplomats, we actually need to spend money to get diplomats. Otherwise, we don't get any. Don't mind the debt, it's perfectly fine. I've got time. It doesn't end till like 15:55. Your mother was a hamster? That is an insult, that's for sure. That is definitely an insult. Maritime. There we go. Oh, it's easier for me to just glance at. Still going to lose 9.9 stability for this, and Thuringia is actually going to join, which I might use that to my advantage. But 9.9 stability is better than 19 stability, which would have been so much worse in the long run. Lindbergh has asked us for gold. I guess only because you're fighting this war with me right now. You can also build the barracks now, chat, which is exactly what it sounds like. It is literally just the same thing, but you can train more regiments at once and you get more manpower. The only downside is that we are talking a lot of gold just to build one. It's actually only 87 to upgrade. It's 170 to build a new barracks. But just upgrading is half the cost, thankfully. Do they have ships? Should we actually use one of our ships in this fight? They have 64 ships. They have a lot of ships, actually. Maybe we keep an eye out. I think that's the entire Danish army right there. Pretty much. What is this? Duchy of Brunswick? Oh yeah, I don't care about the Duchy of Brunswick. Go ahead and upset them. They can be upset for all I care. Brandenburg market lacks sand. Didn't think I'd be reading that. Well, we'll just... I invested in the wrong RGOs, but that's fine. Probably from constructions, if I had to guess. Oh, I don't know why, but half of our little pages on the side have now suddenly broken. I'm sure that's fine. We probably don't have to worry about that at all. I'm sure this is normal. See, it fixed itself. Oh, by the way, I wasn't paying attention. One of our navies was attacked, but the good news is that we didn't lose any of the ships. They were just horrifically damaged. So that's good. Once the siege finishes, we'll go around knocking their units out. But I want to finish the siege first. If possible. Wolgast is missing a lot of soldiers. I don't know why that area alone has just been depopulated so badly compared to everywhere else. It's not like we've been using it up until this point. What are we researching right now? Pikemen. Excellent. That'll be great. Would have been nice to have them before the war, but I don't think we can, you know, hope for that when we just started the war ourselves. they out of food? Is that why they're attritioning? Yep, they're out of food. So, oh, that's great. So they're out of food, they're attritioning, and they can't go elsewhere because the forts have trapped them. So they're just starving, and winter's here. And I've moved in with no morale because I'm a fool. It doesn't matter, they're all dead. Which is unfortunate for them. Great for us, though. I notice Riga tends to lose food during the winter time, which I'm sure is fine. I don't think there's any problems in that regard. Our admiral. Just have to hide our ships for now so we don't get murdered. Definitely feels weird, but sometimes you gotta do that. We're not gonna win, so we're just gonna hide out. Hey, yes, if they want to land right to their deaths. They literally did land right to their deaths. They died immediately. That's great. There's the main army again, chat. Probably should put a better general in charge, but we have the law that says that our ruler needs to be leading an army when we're at war. I mean, we could give him a few toy soldiers, I guess, but I don't know if we'd want to be that cruel. The Lund market. Be nice if we could blockade this. Oh, if we lost off a lot of our cannons, we have. Let's actually pull them back then. I didn't realize how many of our cannons have been lost in the fighting. So we'll just quickly pull back to get them back. I do see our allies our subjects are sieging down Thuringia, which is nice. Even though some of them are disloyal. Can we upgrade yet? Nope, we need 2,400 gold. Guess who doesn't have gold? Because they've just been borrowing money. The answer is me. I've been borrowing money. Too much money. Oh, I'm going to take out one more loan, even though I really shouldn't be taking out all these loans. That way we can upgrade these units and raise it up. Oh. Oh, that was a terrible decision, chat. Don't do that. Oh my god. I didn't think it would double our size. I should have checked the army. Oh no, we might go bankrupt by just virtue of enlargement. Oh, army maintenance is through the roof now. I'm sure we don't need culture, right, chat? Let's just march the army before it reinforces again. I think if it reinforces again, we won't have the money to survive. Although it was probably paying extra because it was reinforcing. I mean, the good news is that we have pikemen now who are better at their jobs. Apparently they go up to a size 800 though, so keep that in mind. Because you might regret your decision, like I am right now already. Only slightly regretting it though. Yeah, there we go, +5. We could get up to +6, but we'd need more better cannon for that. We're researching better cannons now, but I'm a little scared. They're size 300. Which is up from the Falconet's 100. Jeez, it triples the size. Okay. I knew the sizes got larger, but that took me by surprise. Although I think you pay extra just for reinforcing them, so it probably wouldn't be that bad. Actually split the army in half here. I need to go stop that because if they take all of this, they will break us off from they'll break us off from our supply lines, and that's really bad. What? Oh, I must have double clicked, I guess, and I accidentally sent the army into retreat, so that's awesome. It's surprisingly easy to do that by mistake. Oh! When I made the new... I know what happened, chat. When I made the new army, all of them were in the reserve. None of them were stretched out along the lines. So they just walked in and would lose instantly. Yeah, probably shouldn't forget that, huh? So now we're gonna lose a couple thousand men here. Just to my foolishness. Let's have Parliament go on in the background. Hey, the burghers are at 31% clout now? Dang, the burghers are getting a lot of power. That's moderately concerning, but I think it's because we haven't been using Parliament because our, our sons are dead, if I can remind you. And dead sons do not exactly help Parliament. Not that I would expect dead sons to help Parliament to begin with, but, here we are. Is that because it's been sieged? Kind of. We probably aren't going to take all of Denmark proper at this rate, but we'll see how far we get. Oh, we can force their ships out to sea, so that sounds like fun. Support free subjects. I guess we could do that, even though it upsets a lot of people. Because we are probably going to sacrifice yet more stability. Well, actually, doesn't this give us centralization if it passes? It does. We actually won't use this for the war then. I want the centralization. Because then I'll max our centralization score out, which I do want. 61, what could we take from you? Because I might have to make a new subject here. Although, you've been getting siege down. What could we do with you? Can we make you a subject? No, it's too expensive. We could make a subject from you, though. And that would allow us to expand the HRE a bit. The problem is that we're looking at an extensive amount of antagonism at that point. Because, yeah, this would already be a lot of antagonism. I mean, obviously, most of that antagonism is them being upset about their land being taken from them. So let's siege a bit longer then, because it looks like we could get something good out of it. So is this because it would leave you split? No. Oh, this isn't the separate super piece, is it? It is, yeah. I don't know, they were very willing to accept before, now they're suddenly not willing to accept. Maybe I was looking at it from this perspective. Maybe I wasn't, I don't know. Let's see what it looks like if we were to start taking all of this here. I can click everything here. I'm sure there's an easier, faster way to do this that I'm just not aware of yet. Because, like, we could take all of that, and we just kind of isolate Denmark at that point. And then, I don't think we can really take much down here. Not really. So we'd have to do a separate piece on them, which means sieging them out. So let's just divert an army down there to do that. Try to grab as much... This is the first time in a little bit we've been able to actually get to a position where we could do sieges to take things. So I'd like to use the fullest of this opportunity. There we go. That should move centralization to 100 exactly. Yep, we're at exactly 100. So the proximity cost will be at its absolute minimum. We're on the up and up here. We're getting better. We're recovering. Let's see. Commoners gain 56. Wow, that is a lot of gold for either one of them to gain. You know, I thought the nobles would still be a threat, but the nobles have just been getting weaker and the burghers are getting stronger. Speaking of which, that reminds me, we could probably weaken them a little bit by building more counting houses. Not in too many areas at this point. But we'll try to build them even in the areas where we don't have a lot of power, because it may at least counteract it, since we have some control. Oh, wrong button. I thought that said integrate. I don't think we can integrate at the moment. Let's actually have someone help with our stability right now, because we are really red in stability still, and it's just giving us a hard time. This assault is risky? Okay, I guess I just won't do it then. Yeah, that's what I figured. Oh, yeah, that's what I figured. We're trapped right now, aren't we? Yeah, the Danish fleet's out and we're trapped. Okay. I thought that could happen. Wasn't sure if it would happen, though. Answer, yes, it will happen. The AI can do it. The AI can consider doing it. So the poor army has twice now started to suffering starvation issues. I don't think we can piece them out. Oh, we can kind of piece them out. The problem is just the territories have changed hands. That's why we couldn't do it before. You can't be transported at all. So if this tick works, I can just do it then. Of course it didn't. Okay, let's just see what we can take then, because I don't want to risk the army starving out and then we lose more potential territory. I'd say let's just take this, take the money, and just get out. Because I'm about to start losing the possibility of seizing this territory. And this is gonna make a lot of people angry. I'm sure it'll be fine. Oh, it's a lot of money. I'm certain we will regret this in the near future. I am certain we will regret it. I just don't know when. Now, I don't think we can actually properly control any of this territory. Although it's looking like maybe we can by sea. We might be able to. Because there are some good areas over here. Like, this right here should be a town, honestly. It has a 50 natural... Oh, it is a town. I'm an idiot. I'm like, yeah, make this a town. It's already a town. God. Maybe it's time to go to bed soon. See, protected harbors. I don't think they built them all up here. Not quite, but they built it in the areas where it was needed. Same with the dry docks. We're not over our fort limit anymore, in case anyone was wondering. I am going to build a fort right there to block that off a bit. And I think we're okay. That is going to make a lot of people angry with us, though, so I would get ready for some small spams of anger. And we are going to start spending on diplomacy again to just ensure loyalty among our subjects here. The army's going to recover as well, so once it's recovered, we'll be fine again. You need to upgrade the cannons, and then we're going to use a lot of that money we got to pay off our debts. After all that, we've paid off half our debts at least, because the interest is actually starting to really get up there and actually be an issue. We spend, for our size, chat, we spend way too much money on the military. We, honest to God, spend way more on the military than we really should. We only do it because it's the only way to keep ourselves safe. Yep. Oh, one of the Bavaria, it wasn't this Bavaria, it was the other Bavaria that joined. Interesting. Okay. I guess let's cut the army maintenance cost down. I was just kind of monitoring it for a bit there to see what the numbers looked like at the end of it all. Because, yeah, we have triple the cannon now. So anyone from the crown we can appoint. I'm so sad that, like, all of our sons have just continually died to event after event. Because it means we don't have anyone to rule from the crown. And I'm forced to rely on the nobility as a result. It's gonna be so sad when he dies. Because then the one who takes over is our courtier in the Duchy of the Netherlands, our daughter. I think this will put us into a union with the Netherlands, which will be interesting. We'll see how that turns out. Worst case, maybe someone else comes in and takes over. Who knows? Yeah, this coalition is pretty large now. It's kind of scary. Even the Netherlands is in on it. So we might need to actually cool our jets a bit, just let it calm down while we do more research. Honestly, we really probably need to start doing research into economics more, just to make more economic output. Because, oh my god, we're going to die at this rate otherwise. Oh, intelligence agency, that would be nice. Secret police for monthly rebel reduction would be so good. We could also try to go for those special techs we saw earlier that give us the tax efficiency. That would be pretty useful. Like zealots are growing now. That's cute. So, yeah, I wanted to see what the control looks like up here. Obviously, this is conquered, so the control's not great. But it looks like after becoming even just integrated, we're going to have over 20% control up there. So that's actually pretty good. It's saying that I need to start integrating those provinces. Well, are these areas majority... And they're not yet, but they're getting close to majority Brandenburgish. So I'll let this go for a bit longer, just to weaken the Holstein revolts. Oh, I really want 5 research progress. 5 research progress is nice. I would just take that. Yeah. I kind of wanted the money to pay off our debts, but I'd rather just get that out of the way instead. And we're paying a lot for armories. Maybe we should reduce their costs. And again, it looks like a lot of stuff is either already in a surplus or balanced out, so I guess it doesn't really need our investment in the end, huh? And we have over a 50,000 standing army at this point. They really do get bigger. Perhaps a bit too big. But I love it. So you need to start focusing on the Catholics again because they're threatening us. I know having the army split is something I need to fix really quickly, actually, because that is reducing our crown power a bit. Because right now, if I go ahead and show you, we are only getting 12.54% from our leader being in command. But now that I just combined the armies, now it's 25%. So it is relative. It isn't just your leader, it is relative to the crown controlling them all. So there we go, +2 crown power. Which means more trade income, so that's nice. I love how our biggest export is books. I love it so much. Just keep on building. And hope to God this works out. How are the markets looking now? I love how the Brandenburg market has expanded still, solely because we've been taking the area over. We are losing some pops because of those events, but oh well. Oh yeah, because the market access here is only like 66, 71. Like, it's not that bad. And it would actually improve if our proximity got better. But I think a lot of it is by road at the moment. Yeah, it's by road until it reaches Lubeck, and then it goes by sea. Then down here, I think, is a lot worse. But I've decided to keep it anyway, because once it's actually cored, it will be decently sized. Except the area that's kind of a little cut off in the middle, but we at least weakened one of the electors of the HRE, which is nice. France and if I love how the 100 Years' War has ended, and they're still going at it. They're still declaring war on each other. They're just still fighting. They just can't stop. They just have to fight each other. All right, we got one more loan to replace, chat, and then we are done with loans for a little bit. We could take out more for investment, too, but 7% interest rate's a little scary. And I'd rather just get these paid off while we're at peacetime, while there's no threat. I really wish we had weakened Bohemia more like we had meant to, because the theftdom that we have down there, which apparently I made it a theftdom instead of a vassal, or maybe that's just what it defaulted to. They're giving us a lot of money. It's really nice. I'm actually wondering, oh god, if our control is just a bit better down here. That's, oh, if it was a core, it'd be 40. Yeah, because our proximity down here starts to drop to the low 40s, and at that point, it's difficult to maintain connection without it just kind of falling apart on us there. So that just starts to become too far. The electorate of Prussia is so big, though. And our new subjects, perhaps unsurprisingly, don't have a lot of pops. They don't have too much tax base. They don't have a lot to give us. But, you know, it's still something. Okay, there we go. The loans are paid off. I'm scared to upgrade the army again. I'm very scared. Oh, can I not upgrade to the arquebusiers? Oh, that's because that was the levy version, I think. No? Hang on, chat. Let me check. Oh, I see. So when I upgraded to the pikeman, chat, it didn't upgrade just the halberdiers. It upgraded everyone. All of the early arquebusiers upgraded into pikemen, which is why we suddenly have a lot of pikemen, and why our finances spiked so hard. Okay, so that makes sense then. So we're suddenly stuck with a lot of pikemen for no reason. I know we haven't been using levies, but I'm researching the levy as well in case we reach a point where, like, say France comes and attacks us and I need to just raise an army. That's what researching the flintlock levy is for, is that if we get to that position, I can just raise an army to fight for us. I do need shipyards and the naval battery as well, though, because that will give us more maritime presence. Galleons would be good too, but we can't go too hard into the military yet. Although we are grabbing that army morale as well for very obvious reasons. Then after that, honestly, really quickly actually, because I did forget, we have access to some other texts we might want to grab first. I'll let Flintlock finish because it's already about a third of the way done and we might need it. But I actually want to go over to the confessionalism tree because that gives us another government reform. And it gives us the Supreme Court, which if built in the capital gives -5 proximity cost for the entire country. Which we definitely want. And there's also the legitimization of power law that can be pretty useful. I think that's it over here for... Oh, there's a cabinet seat. That would be good. Road network is not bad. More lumber is always good. Oh, so we have 2 texts to reduce the gravel and paved road costs. That's neat. Oh, there's no room for heretics. Event just keeps firing. Oh, the rights of the clergy. Yes. We're not a theocracy, so we can do secularization, which makes them very angry. So it's either just curtail them or strengthen them. I guess we just strengthen them then to make them happier. No reason not to. We're finally stable again, too, which means the taxes on our estates has gone up. Although we're not fully taxing the nobility, because they're pretty upset with us. For a lot of reasons. I'm honestly expecting France to have even more regulars deployed than ever before. Yeah, they have 106,000 regulars deployed. I'm pretty sure they're using the new units, which is just scary. Can't create a CB on you, so I guess you just wait for the next next parliament, really. We actually need to expand our manpower production. Which is going to increase our costs, but oh well. Honestly, all we'll just do is just mass upgrade the armories to barracks. That'll make it easier. Without making it too difficult. Yeah, trade income's gotten pretty high too, at least for our size. The biggest cost buildings-wise is just armory and training fields, and then it's the merchant quarters, but I think those are more like costs that we're just going to have to deal with no matter what. We actually got shortage of weaponry. To be honest, the weapons workshops, we really should be spreading those out more. So we'll go ahead and just build a bunch of them in a lot of different little states, so we actually have access to those weapons, so we're not running a shortage of them. Because otherwise, it's going to be more costly to maintain the barracks and armories, and it'll take forever to build them. And now we'll start researching towards that extra government reform, but also unlocking things like the Supreme Court for more proximity cost reduction, which will give us some assistance in spreading this out. Oh, there we go. We're getting some actual proximity over here to, like, Elbing and Marienburg now. Not too much, but enough to where they're starting to be pushed near 40% control. I don't think we're even done, we're not even done getting the maritime presence up here. They're only about halfway in some of the areas. In fact, I could probably split the fleet in half here and send half of it over there to help, right? Because I think in most cases it stays stable, thanks to all the nearby forts. Yeah, it stays stable, so we can just combine the Navy over here in the eastern section more to work this up faster. Apparently there's barracks we're upgrading here too. Oh wow, it's like a random choice to just move the court. No, I'd rather just keep Brandenburg as the capital, please. And who is our heir? This one. Oh, that's interesting. So you're still a courtier in the Duchy of the Netherlands. Do you come home, or are you just gone forever and I can't make you in charge of an army? Well, you're probably not able to lead one anyway. Ah, so that's a problem. I can't get her to come home, chat. She's kind of... She likes it over in the Netherlands, I guess. Yeah, this might be a problem. Because what happens is she'll become the ruler for us because she's meant to be over here. And he's actually over here temporarily. Hang on. But the problem is that since she's also married... Oh, you know what? Wait. Maybe I can solve this. Yes! Okay, there we go. I just granted us a divorce. And since I waited for the children to be over here, Chad, all the children are now in Prussia. Okay. We might have just pulled something really sneaky here by complete accident. Oh. Rebels are, yeah, that's weird. Anyway. So, our courtier and distant cousin is the one in line for the throne, because it's a partition inheritance. So, good news is that we managed to get her back here. I don't think she can lead armies, not that I would want her to. She's pretty, how do you say unskilled without it sounding rude? And I'm pretty sure the game won't even let us assign her because, yeah. Yeah, the game won't even give us an option to assign her. So we'll just assign a member of the crown and see if that helps at all. Yeah, that did help. Okay, that did do it. Let's find a courtier we can replace as well. There we go. Head of cabinet. We can finally get more crown power, chat. And then let me see if I can't put you in charge of the Navy as well, somewhere. Ah, the heir. Yeah, let's put the heir in charge of the Navy. I'm sure that won't end poorly. He won't sink or anything. I hope. Yeah, as it was mentioned before by one viewer, putting them in charge of the Navy also gives you crown power, which I did not know. Obviously, we couldn't do that earlier because all of our male heirs had died, and yeah, that was kind of a problem. Now we've already used them all and appointed them to various positions of power, but that's fine. Because our crown power is currently 30, but we should see it shoot up by a couple of points here. Yeah, it's all the way up at 31 now. I don't know if it was meant to be higher. Wait, why were you removed from your positions? Oh, they all got moved back to the Netherlands? Okay, well. All right then. Okay, so I'm a little scared. If I have you marry someone, are you going to vanish back to their court? Because I feel like that's exactly what's going to happen. So now we're in a situation to where we can't keep our heir over here. He keeps getting moved back to the Netherlands court, so that's a little weird. They're kind of like stuck in this position where they move back and forth between the two courts every month, which is not great. It means we're actually going to be in a situation of less crown power for a while, which is a bit annoying, but I guess there isn't much we can do right now about it. Reduce Navy recruitment? No. How about no? Oh, did the coalition collapse while I wasn't paying attention? I guess it did. No, it's still here. Some people just left it. God, France can mobilize 111,000 regulars now. That tax base of theirs is doing them work. We have a good tax base too now, though. I don't know how invested it is. Well, what if we target Saxony? Oh, right. Yeah, no, we need to target we need to target the Emperor so we can get out of this HRE. Problem is that half the people we can target starts a major conflict. Who are you allied to? Verona, the papacy, Metz. Metz is all the way over there. It's a little inconvenient. Okay, that works a lot better. That actually works a lot better. If I can target them. Let me make sure this is the right country, right? I don't want to mess this up. Okay, it is. That's law change. I almost messed it up anyway. Because since the Roman Emperor will join this war, it should stay. They shouldn't be able to just end it themselves unilaterally. Of course, we are going to split the army in half because this is too large an army to be led by one person. It'll just march in and starve. And we are going to target the Holy Roman Emperor's capital. Because the sole thing I want out of this war is to get out. If it lets me. The sad thing here, Chad, is that it might not let us leave. I might have to target the Roman Emperor himself. Which means I'm going to have to do, like, another war for this. And I think I do because, yeah, I don't see the treaty to get out of here. Darn, okay. Well, we can always destroy the Holy Roman Emperor's cities. That's always an option too, right? Probably just march halfway, rest, recover morale, then march some more. It's a shame we won't be able to just get out of the war since we have to target them specifically. Who else are we at war with? Oh, rebellion against the minor state. Yeah, they can handle that. Actually, maybe they can't. Looks like they're losing. Oh, well. Yeah, plus 6 artillery impact is nice. How did you manage to suffer 2 rebellions at once? That feels like a feat on its own. So it wouldn't be that hard to suffer from. I guess downside is that there is like no supply line down here because it's so far away. That is one thing I was worried about, is that there would be no food down here. So our pops are kind of dying in droves. At least until we take one of the little forts. That's not the siege that I'm trying to click on, game. There you go. I'm gonna say, like, this is not the siege I'm trying to click on. It's very confusing there for a moment. Oh, okay. So we're just dead again. Yeah, because Bohemia just started a new coalition war, and since Bohemia started a coalition war, that means France can join against us. The only bright side is that France is currently at war with England still, so they might not. But this war against... Well, yeah, this... Actually, you know what? Let's just pull back to our lands, because if we're at war with the Holy Roman Emperor right now, he should be unable to... he should be unable to force us out of this war, and if France is busy with another war, maybe we can win this before they join. This might actually be a boon in disguise. But we need to kind of get back to our territories first and resupply. But I think this is a blessing in disguise. Where did your leader go? Did he die already? That was quick. That was really quick. Oh, thank you, game. Yeah, there we go. We have supply lines again. At least we're not starving to death anymore. And we have +6 to our siege instead of +5, so that'll make this a little faster. Oh, look, if I'm not gonna look to get force in the mouth. I think this, I don't know. I see 145,000 men on their side, and that scares me greatly. Oh, the Livonian Order joined against us because of the coalition thing. That makes sense. I was like, where are they getting these extra troops from? Well, yeah, that would do it. Oh, wow, we just won on a 7% chance. I'll take that. I will probably try to end this fast, too, of just take, like, 1 or 2 states from them to just weaken them without dying. Man, a lot of our people are dying of old age now, though. A lot of them are old to begin with. My God. We might need to raise our levies for this, actually. I don't want to raise too many because they've already pushed into some lands. But we'll raise kind of like the centerpiece levies. Just to stop them from pushing in and sieging things down. Now, our levies shouldn't be as big since we researched the new set of levies. I really wish we'd stop getting spammed with these, like, line shifts, but I'm hoping France continually shifting the line is causing people to turn against them or something. That would be nice. These are all just flintlock levies, aren't they? No, there's some men-at-arms. So trains to our benefit, higher quality. Let's take out these guys. There we go. Several of them go to fight us, but the others don't join. That's funny. Yeah, there we go. Our new levies are actually doing some good work. Now, where was that gold that they had around here? One's there. There's gems right here. So 2 gold deposits there is what I want to grab. That one might be too much to reach for. I'm trying to take advantage of this while we have it. Honestly, when the game froze for a second, I thought the Emperor had somehow ended the war between us. I was about to be really surprised. Yeah, let's raise more levies now, I guess. What do I need for this one? That fort right there? Okay. Trying to just siege down the gold spots so we can grab them. Because while France is not in this war chat, I just want to grab something and get out. The problem is that right now they have high war enthusiasm, but if we siege down Bohemia enough, that should break its war enthusiasm, and by extension, the rest of them. Is what I'm hoping for. Actually, we already had... Oh no, you're actually done with your siege. Yeah, in that case, go ahead and fight these guys and knock them out. Oh, the casualty ratio is insane. I love it. Yeah, we should probably have one army go fight more. Now that we actually have a god load of levies compared to before of the numbers, which is actually really advantageous for us, that was a massacre. We actually probably should have one of them marching around killing off armies as well. Or did they manage to take that fort back already? Or did I forget to see? Maybe I forgot to take it. Couldn't do that. I forgot to take it. Okay. This is oh wait, is this the fort? And then this is the oh. Yeah, I'm getting messed up by the map is what's happening. I think we've already won all the fights we can, right? Nope, 9.89. 98 battles. My brain just registered that. Which position are you in? Oh, the Bohemians lose over 12,000 people. We lose less than 2,000. That's a terrifying sight, all right. See, we have to kill their war enthusiasm. Specifically, I need to kill Bohemia's war enthusiasm. If their war enthusiasm goes negative, they won't want to fight this anymore. The best way to do that is to just siege them down and slaughter their armies the most. But we have to make sure they can't get footholds elsewhere. I mean, they are getting footholds in the Lithuanian region, but I consider that like a hinterland province. If it suffers, it suffers. Oh, they actually won against the levies. Okay. I mean, I didn't think the levies would do well, but that still sucks. Yeah, I was gonna say, I think we're just gonna win it by ticking score. Just let that happen, yeah. We got some pretty good sieges going on now. They are kind of sieging down some of our vassals, so we gotta try to help them. I think we just barely lose that fight. Nope, we actually won that. Excellent. So, well, that stopped one siege. Sorry, the controls are getting a little murky on me here. I just want to select my levies. Thank you, game. I think France hasn't joined it yet. They're still involved in war with England, and their stability is not too high. besiege their capital, that might help. Can't reach it from this point. I should make sure they can't win that siege there. I had a feeling it was still a fort of theirs. I was right. Oh, I wasn't paying attention. I think our levies got smashed again. They did. Well, it's fine. They're just time buying over there. The enemy's lost almost 100,000 men. We're almost at equal numbers now because a lot of their troops were levies and we slaughtered them all. That's great. I love that. Sweden's joined the coalition now. Well, they have to get the Lion of the North to come beat us down. That's what they're trying to get, at least. What fort are you bordering? Definitely bordering a fort. Right here. I guess it's just these. What is exerting zone of control over you that I don't control? Oh, well, it's fine. So Bohemia still has a lot of war enthusiasm. The months of war is still ticking as well, so they're not willing to accept anything yet. Actually get you back to friendly territory so you can kind of recover. We've already lost thousands of men. That includes some cannons. There we go. Now they've got their troops again. Makes this easier. I might send one of our regulars up west temporarily just to win more battles. And also because it's so large that the smaller groups of their forces get annihilated instantly. And it's unlike before where they could actually wipe out our regulars with enough concentration of force. Since we actually have a higher ranking version of levies, they actually can't crush them. They just get crushed instead. Speaking of which, our levies are mostly depleted at this point, so I'm just going to disband them so we stop getting the negatives for them being raised. There we go. That's 6,000 men gone. Oldenburg. This is going to be almost 20,000 enemies. This is definitely a fight, and they are losing super hard. Wow. 13,000 casualties to our less than 2,000. Yeah. By the time you get to the Reformation, levies are notably weaker. Still very much cannon fodder. They can definitely help you to some extent, but yeah, that must have hurt them a lot. Still got war enthusiasm? You're at 69 now, yeah. The war balance is definitely shifting. Even they can see it. Oh, we just wiped out 2 more armies. Not big ones, mind you, but they were wiped out. Almost instantly. Oh. If I could start getting people to peace out, that'd be good. I'm worried that my timer with France is running out because England just fell into civil war. Yeah, they're not at war now. Now, France might not join. But we have to work with the assumption that France will eventually join. And once France joins, I kind of have to give up unless I really feel that overconfident right now. And I do not feel that overconfident right now. Well, I guess since we're here, we might as well siege it, right? Or we're at least at the point where they're willing to consider a surrender now. But the question is, can I get an actual surrender out of them? And that may be hard to do because all of these lands are so rich and valuable now. Honestly, I don't need those two. I just need the area where the silver and gold is. I don't mind splitting the province beyond that point unless it makes the peace treaty much harder to get. Too fractured, yeah. Still too fractured. I need to find which one this is then. That right there. 79. That's, see, this is already really costly, and that's just to get 2 gold and 1 silver mine. But they have a good tax base from it. Even just the silver right there would do it. But at least I have an out now if I actually have to consider the out instead. You know, if France comes down to kill us. We'll at least be able to get out of the fight. It's also why I'm saving up my gold in case I need to bribe them. Take that stability. I'll have a plentiful cash reserve of bribes ready in case I need it. I think we've almost got this, though. Okay, judging by the army numbers, France still hasn't joined. We might be able to do this. Let's see. I think France sitting the line might have upset people, maybe. I have no idea how that works yet. I have not messed with that mechanic. It says it would leave recipient 2 fractured still. Am I splitting a province between them, or are they just upset about me taking that gold? Because if so, I might just not take that gold. And then they're not even willing to take this anyway. I mean, if I siege down their capital, it might go better. Crypto Catholics. I will take... That's traditionalist, never mind. Just ignore the rumors, I guess. I don't want to drift toward traditionalism. I can do a claim throne CV against the Netherlands now. That's cool. Let's see. We can actually do a government reform now, chat. And sorry to pause us in the middle of this war and everything, but we probably should at least consider the Age of Reformation ones again. Just kind of scrolling through it really quickly to idea. I kind of want to do feudal nobility, but 5 loyalty of subjects is not good. Subject opinion is not, well, 5 loyalty is actually not bad. I really shouldn't say it's not good. 10% raw material throughput's not bad. All the RGOs would produce a bit more. Also, attrition's nice, because then as they siege us, they would just slowly melt. It's slowly. It's not as if it would go quickly. Garrison size, fortification maintenance, that's never a bad choice. The transportation code I'm kind of leaning towards as well. We actually haven't done a lot between free trade and mercantilism now that I think about it. We haven't really dipped into that at all. Fixed vassal obligations. That might actually be good. 15 loyalty from vassals. Because when we're at war, they start to get a bit disloyal due to their size. And considering the amount of vassals we're probably going to make, 15 more loyalty from them would counterbalance them getting stronger. I don't want to rely on that too much, but let's grab that for now. Because making it to where the vassals aren't disloyal would probably help our wars a little bit. And it would let us have more vassals with more power without concerns of them becoming extremely disloyal, without us having to spend hundreds of ducats a day just to keep them loyal. Because that's what we'd be looking at having to do. Yeah, being at war with the Roman Emperor seems to be preventing him from piecing us out. Which is good. Okay, their capital just fell, which should definitely push them a bit. God, I want to take more than just that, but I'm terrified we're going to get kicked out of the war. Out of nowhere. They just have a lot of forts around here. Still have a lot from battles to tick up, actually. Okay. I'm kind of holding my breath as well. We are losing a lot of legitimacy because our ruler is not in command, but our ruler is female, so we Okay, we quite literally cannot put her in charge, no matter how much we want to try. I literally can't put her in. She's not even an option. So I don't want to do it, but I'm going to have to spend a lot of money on the court right now just to bribe people into forgetting about that. Because otherwise they're going to keep dropping our legitimacy, and that's going to hurt Crown Power. Didn't expect our ally to jump in there. I was kind of waiting for my units to freshen up. Okay, you're at 53 now. That gets us, what, to 24? Wait, if I take this, you don't consider yourself fractured. But if I take this... Oh! Because it cuts you off from this land. I see. That's why you're considering yourself fractured. Okay. That makes sense. It would look awful on the map, but we could try to just reach for specific provinces that give them lots of gold. Because trying to take this one is not working because they consider themselves separated, which sucks because that's 66 tax base right there. Right now for them. I would love to cut that off instead. But I can't do it because then they consider themselves cut off from these territories and it really upsets them. To where they're not willing to do it. Which I understand why. But it makes this harder on me. Okay, so there it is. I want to kind of try to take those then, because they don't consider that separated, and that's enough to hurt them, but I still need more war score for it, unfortunately. We're almost there. Almost there. Maybe we siege the area, that would help. Convince them with guns. Actually, do we need to take that much? Because we could just take the silver mine, let them keep that gold, because I think the silver mine gives them more right now. Yeah, 50. Okay, let's do that instead. So we just need another battle or two to win, and that's probably it. Nope, it's actually gone down now. That's in a bad way. Probably just lost something somewhere else is all. Back to -1. Trying to see if I can't just squeeze it out. There we go. Okay, we might just do that. It's not a lot of territory, but it's like... It's a lot of critical income for them. Because right now, Bohemia's tax base is at 1,200. It capped out at just over 1,300. It's like 1,261 is what they're at. Could take gold from them. I might as well. I really want to annul their treaties with France, though. Shoot. Oh, that's a really hard decision. Annulling the treaty would probably be wiser, because then they can't be friends for a long time. I don't want to leave that silver with them, though. I gotta think of the bigger picture, don't I? Because it's only France is the only reason why they've been living for so long. Yeah, I've got to consider the bigger picture in the long run, so that the next war we can just destroy Bohemia. I guess we'll take some gold as well to weaken them. Okay, there we go. Finally, we have weakened Bohemia just a tiny bit more. Only a tiny bit, but, you know, we broke their alliance with France, which means the next war should actually go in our favor. Now, we're still at war with the Holy Roman Emperor, and unfortunately, because he's not the primary target, I can't just piece out of this. Which is a little unfortunate. Can I take any gold from you? No, I think we just white piece this. Now that our war with Bohemia is over, I think we just white piece this, so we can go back and actually kind of consolidate everything. I need to find... Nope, cede province, not change policy. So who has better control up here? You both have equal control, but I should probably split this, shouldn't I? Yeah, that way one of them doesn't get too powerful. There we go. It'll take time for them to establish control over there, but ideally the next month here is going to report a drop in their tax base. Okay, so technically Bohemia's tax base actually went up, but their population did dip. Don't ask me how that makes sense. It's probably because gold and silver prices went up, so the other ones got more valuable, I suppose. But we did take an entire province worth. Oh, we took some gold and lead from them. Nice. Oh, this is actually in the Krakow market too. Wow, so that's enriching. Well, I guess it drifted into the market post-war. Yeah. What's important is that they lost access to a pretty strong tax base. Now we'll just bring the army home back to Brandenburg for now. Italian engineer for 20 years, 24, yes, 20% fort defense, because we're definitely going to get involved in another major war. We're definitely going to need that fort defense. Oh, I'm just glad we won that war against both the Bohemia and the coalition before France would join in. Because France is a very scary high tax base. And I think it's only going to get bigger as they make colonies. I'm just hoping at some point France will fall into just disarray and begin collapsing, but I don't think that's happening anytime soon. If it's just us against them with our standing army, we are a lot closer in strength now than we've ever been before. But it's still a scary prospect to go fight France of all things. Let's start defunding things here. It also actually cut the cost of court down drastically. I still want to recover it, I just don't want to spend as much money on it. There we go. And again, it will take time for our subjects to actually integrate and core these territories. Because right now they're considered conquered. But since for both of them it's actually pretty close to their capitals, they have, until you get to one point, they have a pretty good amount of control over it already. It'll just take time for it to tick up. And once it's ticked up enough, we'll start getting a good amount of tax base out of it. Like this silver is 70, and they're going to get up to 72% control without it even being integrated. It's a shame that I didn't grab that other silver deposit that they had, but I couldn't do that. The game just wouldn't let me, given the circumstances. But the tax base of this gold is almost 100 now since it drifted into Krakow's market, but I think it's going to drift out of it. And even if it doesn't, that's still money we can use. Well, money our subject can use to pay us that we can use. Yeah, because the two of them are our top two diplomatic incomes. In fact, Praha is paying us almost 100 ducats now per month, which is just insanely good. And in fact, let me check our diplomacy tab really quick. Because our subjects have pretty high loyalty now, we arguably could just stop diplo spending. The only issue is that without that, we have almost no diplomat capacity, and I need to make sure I have at least 2 diplomat capacity, so this is kind of our minimum. That way we can do more than one action in a month, otherwise we're kind of just stuck waiting. How is our naval control looking? In fact, I have a better map mode for that. Okay, it's almost all blue here, which is good. I think this is a different... Oh, no, does the Navy effect all the way up there? That does. Oh, it does. Okay, that's good. And our control is not looking great in the Prussian territories, but it is getting better. Some of the ports are now reaching 50% control while being considered a core, which is not great, but considering the circumstances, arguably it could be way worse. We are actually about to unlock the Supreme Court building next month too, so let's tick over to that really quick. And of course we're going to build it in Brandenburg. Where else would we build it? Also, totally forgot, chat. I probably researched it a long time ago. We could have built a House of Parliament in Brandenburg to get 20% crown power. That was like an Age of Discovery building that I totally forgot to build. So, yeah, you can laugh at me about that because I completely forgot about that. We'd have more crown power this whole time. Well, fixed vassal obligations isn't even done. It's even better. I definitely want to weaken the burghers a little because they're getting a bit too strong, I feel like. But a lot of their privileges are usually pretty good, or at least they're very good trade-offs. Except the credit work. I actually do want to remove that. Yeah. The problem is the stability cost is very high, and it's only going to get worse as they get stronger. So maybe we focus next on getting our stability up and getting our crown power up. Except, until I have a male ruler again, I'm not really going to have my characters over here, am I? Oh, wow, the Netherlands is in a civil war. Cool. Just like the English, then. I was about to go over and declare war on them for the claimed throne CB, but we've got a few years before that expires. Because I figure forcing the Netherlands to be our subject against their will and eventually annexing them through it would be good. Although I'm worried that if I jump in now, the Netherlands nobles will win and we'll just lose the CB. Bavaria could also just kick us out of it, I guess, but I'm just going to assume that won't happen. Even though I know better. I know it will happen. Toll castle complaints. Oh, merchant guilds gives us trade advantage, though, but I guess we'll take that to weaken the burghers a little. Because that alone might actually knock their power base down a bit. Because they're almost at 33% right now. But with those removed, they lose 0.03 power. Well, at least they lost something, I guess. Better than nothing. We'll wait for the Civil War in the Netherlands to end, because it looks like it's coming to a conclusion already. And then we can look into invading them for our own gains. I'm just going to have a bunch of books be made everywhere. We did centralize it in Magdeburg, but I don't want to like sit here and have 20 minutes of the stream being me just micro-clicking every little state to build buildings on. I'll do that in my off time. But I'm not going to subjugate this stream to that indefinitely. We'll never get out of this era then if I do. It's like, while I will specialize build, we'll also do some mass building in between just to cut down on time. How many weapons do we need? I know we make a lot now. We actually are importing a lot of weapons, so we could build up Brandenburg as like a weapons depot. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. After the Supreme Court and House of Parliament are both done. And that'll be a nice like 30% crown boost in total too. I could have used that Parliament for a war, but we're planning to fight the Netherlands, and then after that I want to take time to stabilize things again. Because we have a lot of rebels that are threatening to actually revolt against us, which is very bad. Speaking of which, I want to move you... Oh, you're already integrating Schleswig. Yeah, nope, you're the wrong one. Here you are. Is there there should be control up there, right? Yeah, there is. They'll integrate it just fine. So we'll probably build up a lot of our stability in order to revoke this estate privilege that was forced onto us. Because it's going to cost us 83 stability to revoke. The income from minting does not make up for the 10% tax efficiency we lose. It definitely does not make up our taxes. So it'll be very good to remove that and get some of our money back. These guys, and where are they? Oh, they're all the way over here. Okay. I guess it makes sense why they have a much higher revolt risk, and if they revolt, we can put them down. They're very far away, so they're not gonna... Their revolt isn't going to really disrupt anything by comparison. And there's our legitimization of power law. We only have 2 that we can choose from, because a lot of them require us to be in, like, the Age of Absolutism or the Age of Revolutions. So right now, it's either the Machiavellian reign or what I assume is French. Declaring war cost reduction is not bad, but I think I'll just take the increased investment legitimacy. So those are both free, basically. Which, yeah, I'll take it. I don't mind. I guess let's grab 10% crown power as well, just because we need the crown power. We can grab tax efficiency too. And then from there, I'm not sure what to grab next. We've also been going on really... Oh, there's cabinet. Yeah, there's a cabinet slot. We definitely want that. Actually, I do want my tax efficiency, but then we go straight for cabinet slot. And that'll also give us subject opinion, which is good. Does war score cost what I think it is? Yes, it reduces the cost to take territory. That's very good. We'll go for those checks next and go from there. Also, Parliament has been built, so our control is about to... Well, it probably already ticked and is stronger now. But it adds another 5% proximity cost reduction to all of these stats. And looking at that with the court and the land as well, we're looking at like a good... Oh, at least about a 40% reduction at this point. Oh, the Supreme Court's not even fully staffed yet. It's only at 1.2. Right, because apparently it consumes a lot of nobles. Oh, the House of Parliament consumes 2,000 nobles. That's why. Oh, that's fine. I'm sure we'll get plenty of nobles in a few months. So it's not even maxed out yet, which is even better. But that's going to help this control map look a lot better in the long run. Well, there are still a few areas that are just really bad control-wise. I'm not that shocked by it, but it's still like, man, this is bad. Although, is this because it's so integrated? Yeah, it's not forward. That makes sense. It sucks, but it makes sense. Yeah, so the crown power and the proximity costs are currently only a portion of it, which means we're just going to progressively get more as time ticks on here. Which is very good for us. Not so good for the estates. Are we almost... I have until 1568, okay. Technically, some allies would join them, but that's fine. I think they're about done with the Netherlands nobles, but I still need to check their war screen just to see, like, are they actually dead? Yeah, their armies are completely dead. There's no risk here. There's no risk of them taking it over suddenly. So let's move the armies to the border, and we'll actually start funding them ahead of time. That way they're ready to go. And I guess the forts, too. That way they're all just set up and ready to go. They get that month tick to refresh. Okay. And looking at the time, this will probably be our last war. Although the Netherlands is in the HRE, so it is entirely possible we'll just get kicked out of this one, too. Here's hoping that they don't, though. The only issue is I don't think we're going to have a good supply line connection when we march in, but as long as we're quick enough on the siege, we should be fine. All we want to do is join them in a union with us, which is 60 points. And it also generates a lot of antagonism. Mainly on the Netherlands, but also a lot of other people. Allegedly. I don't know if it actually does. I say allegedly because it said that for Prussia at one point and then it didn't, so yeah. Man, having a female ruler and not being able to put her in charge of the army is really costing my money, or my budget. Yeah, these armies have no supply. They're just living off of their month's supply in the hopes that we can quickly siege down and then live off the land from there. Speaking of which, I really should build more supply wagons to make these sieges last in our favor for a longer period of time. Did either of you bust out a wall? Yeah, they've only got 32 in there. And your siege is not letting me click. I don't know what this bug is, why I can't click their siege. It's fine. I only need one of the sieges to finish. To start supplying us with food. There we go. Well, we're getting some food supply now, but then winter hit, so yeah. No, we're not. I'm not giving you that money, Lundberg. I need it for the sieges right now. But yeah, now that we've taken the first two forts, we can actually just use their local supply of food. And we just slaughtered their army in battle. Fantastic. I don't know if it's a good idea to make them a part of a crown union with us, but look, the game gave us an opportunity, and I'm going to try to take it. Speaking of opportunities, sand is really looking bad for the market lately. So So we're just going to open the RGO builder and mass expand all the sand in our market. Or in Prussia, really. That should help resolve the issue a little bit by introducing more to the market. I don't know, I like defense more, but I guess offense would be good for sieging faster. But I like defense more, so it takes them forever to siege us down. There we go, 10 crown power. It's not much, but it will help. Okay, that's one more siege that's successful. I think the defender is ticking until we seize the capital, which we're having to block out and siege a bunch of other areas, but we just knocked down enough forts to actually reach the capital. So now we'll just go straight for the capital and end this. Especially since their armies have all just been kind of wiped out at this point. They're just raising levies the second they have the opportunity to, because they don't have anything else to use. Oh, they actually raised 5,000 levies, never mind. I guess they were hiding a reserve somewhere. There we go. Supply lines are reconnected. Oh, you haven't breached the walls yet, have you? Nope. Just gotta hurry before the HRE Emperor gets wind of this and decides to intervene. I'm very scared that he will. But I'm not scared enough that I would just mass assault and die on the hill. Not yet, at least. 49%, come on. I see that the Patriots are about to revolt too, but honestly, the revolt's in such a faraway land, I really don't care if they do revolt. It would be so easy to march an army over there and put them down. There we go, Brussels just fell. Oh, we actually captured 2 works of art. We also destroyed one. Oh, the Jewel of Brussels is a masterpiece. Well, now it's the Jewel of Brandenburg. That's not enough to flip it on its own, but it will start to capture a lot of the surrounding area for us. And that's fine. Oh, the defense is still ticking, really? I thought we seized the capital of Brabant. Oh, maybe I have to occupy everything in the province, because technically one piece of the province isn't occupied. That would make sense. That would actually make a lot of sense, because usually you have the whole thing occupied. So we'll let this siege finish, do that, and then we should be about done. I hope we're about done by then. It's been another long stream. It's been fun, but like, my god, has the AI been trying to stop us. We're definitely doing this the hard way instead of just trying to unify the HRE, but I don't think they're ever going to let us do that. Army down. They're not ticking anymore, right? Yeah, they're not ticking anymore. Good. Okay, they're willing to agree. Fantastic. Could take this as an opportunity to seize more. No, we're already going to get a lot of aggressive expansion. I just take their money. Okay, there we go. The Netherlands is now... Oh, right. We are now completely trapped in territory until the next war. I did this last stream, too. I did this last stream. The only good news is that we have a naval connection, and this is technically friendly territory, so we're fine. I just need to CB on, like, Munster, and then we're good. But the Netherlands is now in a union with us. It takes a very, very long time to annex people who are in unions. I primarily did this to basically force the Netherlands to stay on our side. That is literally the whole point of this, was just, it gave us an opportunity to grab them and keep them under us. And so I just took it. I just figured, to hell with it. We're gonna make them a part of us. Eventually we can annex them, but that annexation is like 50 years down the line. I'm not even kidding. A good 50 years. But by the time we're annexing the Netherlands, I'd hope to have all of, like, a lot of Central Europe invaded and taken over. So honestly, that would be a good timer. And the Civil War definitely weakened the duchy, but it still has a decent-ish tax base and military. It was just all a bunch of free land, honestly. My only concern is that the antagonism might be... I'm really scared to look at the antagonism. Okay, France doesn't feel any, which is good. I was worried that France would feel a lot. England does feel a lot, actually, which is not great. They'll probably join us. Although England has been really weakened by the 100 Years' War, so I guess I shouldn't be that worried about them. You know, go ahead and let this month tick here just to go to the map. There we go. Yeah, I think we're going to call it here. This was really fun. I'm glad we got to form Prussia now in the 1500s. It's unfortunate that 2 of our wars were stopped by the Emperor, but that's the consequence we took for siding with the Reformation. And I really look forward to what the rest of the 1500s and 1600s will bring here. Thank you all for coming. I hope you had a wonderful time, and I will see you all next time.